Alexa, talk sport, please.
Talksport from News Broadcasting.
Sooner rather than later. All right, I'll do that.
Alexa, turn it up, please.
Stick genius. Sooner rather than later, we'll know who's going up for the championship. Sooner rather than later, it's 11:15.
Alexa, turn it up again, please.
To set up your device, go to the device setup section of the Alexa app.
Today, Whiten your long to sport with Selco. Register for your trade card online at selcobw.com or in one of our branches.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose twist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to get Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Epic Eats chip shop curry sauce for McCoy. Unleash the flavor of aromatic spices and savor the taste of a classic chip. Epic flavor, epic crunch. Epic Eats. Because only the real McCoys taste like real McCoys.
That's not simple. That's not simple. Now that's simple. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple, because when life is this complicated, finding a great deal shouldn't be. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy. For verification, see hastingsdirect.com/verify.
Investing with AJ Bell feels so good, you'll just want to ring that bell anywhere, anytime. In the office, in the pub, on the bus, on a ship, on a train, in the gym, in the library, at a wedding. At a very wedding. You can even ring it in space. Another little phone. Or just a good old-fashioned cowbell. Yes, that's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell, feel good investing. Valuable customers for the jam, as well.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers. We do golden offers like this.
Our free-to-play Golden Goals predict 6 Premier League scores correctly to win up to £2 million. And it's completely free to play. You hear that? 2 million big ones.
Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £2 million. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Talksport Traffic and Travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win hit recovery pre-RF projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
The speed restriction of 30 miles an hour on the A92 Tay Road Bridge because of the strong winds. Shrewsbury, you can't go through on parts of the A49 through the Longmere area. There's been an accident at the Acton Burnell Castle turn-off. Kent, long delays A299 Bannock Way, mainly going West London bound to the Herne Bay roundabout in the roadworks, but also nearby Pean Hill is closed through Clapham Hill, where repairs are happening along the A290. Mr. Elliott.
Victory Mediterranean tonic water. Made with zesty lemon thyme from a small family farm in Provence, and essential oils from herbs that grow in the Mediterranean sunshine. So, if 3/4 of your G&T is a fever tree tonic, maybe it's time to call it a T&G. Fever tree, mixing the best. Wow, takes me straight to the match.
Saturday afternoon.
Live Championship football.
On Talksport 2.
Leeds United versus Blackburn Rovers.
Pitch from 12 noon. Kick-off 12:30.
What a quality of life.
Saturday afternoon.
A live football dynamo.
Talksport 2.
Liverpool legend Danny Murphy is in our midst this morning. He's with us until 1 o'clock. And of course, when it comes to Liverpool, we know that the man in charge, the massively popular Jurgen Klopp, exits stage left at the end of the season. It's goodbye to Jurgen. I mean, it still seems weird saying it. Who's coming in? We still don't know. Will it be Amarin, the man from Sporting Lisbon? He seems to be on the lips of many fans at the moment. It could well be him. We certainly know it's not going to be Xabi Alonso, but others, of course, are in the frame. When it comes to players, well, one of the most popular Liverpool players, Mo Salah, be departing the scene as well. Deal expiring next summer, 2025. So too the deal of Virgil van Dijk. And of course, certainly when it comes to Mo Salah, Saudi Arabia comes into the conversation. Our Saudi correspondent Ben Jacobs joins us live. Ben, good morning to you. Does it continue to grow pace, Ben, that Salah's next destination in the game could well be Saudi Arabia?
Good morning. Yes, I think that the pace at which the Saudis have wanted Salah has never stopped. It's stayed consistent since Al Ittihad made an offer for a total package of 150 million last summer, but they were respectful to Liverpool. They knew that there was no point pushing something when Liverpool were going to turn that down. So they're biding their time. Timing is obviously going to be key because they don't want to disrupt Liverpool's end to the season, and Salah is only focused on Liverpool. So we can say pretty definitively Salah along with Kevin De Bruyne are the two top targets for Saudi Arabia. However, the success chance of getting Salah is still unclear because he may wish to be part of a new Liverpool era under Klopp's successor and stay one more season. But there's no doubt Saudi Arabia will try. The only difference is the price, which is likely to drop below the 100 million in total package, or a maximum of 100 million including bonuses. And the other thing that may change is the club, from Al Ittihad, where Karim Benzema plays, to potentially Al Hilal, who are about to win the Saudi Pro League Championship.
Do you expect, Ben, the Saudis to be as aggressive as they were when it comes to recruitment this time around?
Not necessarily. I think the first wave was not necessarily representative, and a lot of the clubs spent all of their money early, and then when we got to January it was quiet. I think this summer we're going to see 6 or 7 marquee signings rather than necessarily 12 or 15, and probably something in the region of 30 to 40 foreigners go to Saudi Arabia, which is still a huge number, but it's not the 91 that moved last summer. The other difference is the age, because there's only 8 foreign players at each club as far as the quota is concerned. You can now have 10, but 2 of them have to be born after 2003. So interestingly, we might not only see some young talent, but Saudi clubs for profile and development are prepared actually to not sign permanently and try and get top young talents to just come on loan for a season, because they feel that that will also get more fans of clubs watching their players, knowing they're only temporarily there, and then of course as they develop in the game they'll come back to bigger clubs in Europe.
Of course, we're used to the Saudis being in the scene now. I mean, Ben is our top sports Saudi correspondent and is right across everything that moves out there. And the conversation does not stop. The other name, the famous Kevin De Bruyne, is he going to head to Saudi Arabia? They're here, and although they won't be as aggressive as Ben has articulated, they will still be alive and well when it comes to the next window.
Yeah, judging by the landscape of English football, which is strangling itself with economic asphyxiation, they'll be delighted to hear that, because they'll be able to flog what they don't want to the Saudis. It'll be having a useful idiot around. It'll be useful for them to have someone prepared to pay top money for players that they don't want in the English Premier League, because the clubs are strangling themselves with financial fair play obligations.
I don't think the Saudis will see themselves as useful idiots, but I do bow to what Simon is saying, and he's spot on, I think. There are owners here in the Premier League who know, right, in the interest of balancing the books, we need to get him and him out to Saudi, and we'll certainly do that because they'll pay top dollar.
I think that's absolutely right. I'm going to change my own bio on X to useful idiots, because I quite like that turn of phrase, but I think you're right. Saudi deal makers probably think they're a little bit shrewder. But interestingly, the Saudis tend to go for the clubs first. So in January, when Saudi Arabia wanted Miguel Almiron, it was Al Shabab. They went to Newcastle, they agreed a verbal deal for about 30 million euros. Then they went to Almiron and he said, no chance, I don't want to go. But what we will see is a kind of bulk buy. Clubs are almost supermarkets, and the deal makers will say, who have you got available? Who do you want to offload? who can we take off your wage bill, who's a free transfer perhaps anyway, and who do you want a fee for, and can we do a package with you? And then once they've worked out a sort of in-principle deal for maybe more than one or two players, they then go to all of the agents and find out whether the players want the move, and some deals come off and some don't. So Simon's absolutely right. Before this financial cut-off on the 30th of June, or in and around that, because there is a kind of legal near-miss window, I think a lot of clubs will think Saudi Arabia no longer the problem, which is maybe what some clubs thought, like Fulham with Alexander Mitrovic last summer, suddenly the solution to allow them to move a bit more freely in the market if they can offload quickly before the 30th of June.
Ben, terrific. Just before you go, mate, it suddenly occurs to me to mention to you their showpiece signing, of course, the Saudis. Cristiano Ronaldo has had a bit of a meltdown, hasn't he? In trouble with the authorities, red card brandished. He wasn't happy. Do you think we're beginning to see the clock ticking on his stay out there?
I think he'll do another season. I think Ronaldo still feels that he's the one catalysing this, so there's a personal aspect that feeds into maybe his ego that he started all of this. But by the same token, he's frustrated. Al Nassr, a second, they're out of the Saudi Super Cup. He got sent off late in a game against Al Hilal, and every time he does anything wrong, opposition fans are chanting the name Leo Messi, and that juxtaposition of Messi winning the World Cup, Ronaldo being in Saudi Arabia, I think is really irking him. So I expect him to do one more season, but quite clearly there's aspects out there now that are irritating Ronaldo, particularly and oddly at this stage of his career when people are chanting the name Lionel Messi at him.
Gotta love that, haven't you? Ben, thank you so much. Ben Jacobs, of course, Talksport Saudi correspondent. That and a whole lot more. Danny, on Mo Salah, you surprised Liverpool haven't tied him up by now?
Not really. I think the last deal they did for him was so huge that they probably felt that was the last one they were going to do, and then now he's got the year left. They might have even been in agreement when he did it, we'll understand it, but it looks like he could go in summer. We'll have to wait and see. I think more importantly, Liverpool fans are sweating a little bit more on the Virgil situation. He's so key, isn't he, now? Because he's got a year left, and I think the other one's Trent. I don't see that being a problem being a local lad. He loves the club.
Yeah.
Sure, Trent will now.
But as players, Danny, how much are you wedded to the club as opposed to wedded to the manager?
It's a very individual thing. I think it would be wrong to generalise about that because some players don't really care as long as the package is right. I'd like to think more care about the manager and who it is and how he sees them fit into the jigsaw, if you like.
Yeah.
I was one of those. And I think players who love football want to play every week. They want to know that who's going to be in charge. Someone like Virgil van Dijk will want to know who's going to be in charge. Of course. That's understandable. Because you want to see you want to have a chat with the manager, see what he thinks, how he is, and even actually try him out a little bit. Drag out the contract talks a bit just to see how it is.
And if if the suit fits, I'll stay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But you've got to earn that though.
Yeah.
The player has to earn that. You have to be at a certain level, don't you, before you can actually be dictated to a club rather than the other way around.
Or be in a contractual situation that puts you in that situation.
That's right, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. If Virgil van Dijk had signed a contract at the beginning of the season, he would have to get on with who's coming to the club.
Exactly.
It's a big deal though for the club, massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
For Virgil.
Yeah, because if he signs, he'll be committed for the rest of his career, really. And it's whether he has it.
Well, they're moving.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, as you see it, even if they both were to go, the foundations of the club are still pretty darn stable.
Yes, I mean...
Without Salah, without Virgil.
Players come and go. You've got to find good replacements. That's down to recruitment. How good's the recruitment team? Good. The proof's in the pudding. Replacing Virgil is a massive asset.
Yeah.
That would be what I'm surprised they haven't got him tied down already.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Stuart rather than Raycroft.
But they have got a hell of a good group of players.
It's very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Rather than. But we're getting up to 11:30. We're still here. More chat about what's going on in the world of football, no doubt, with Bayer Leverkusen as well. Beyond 11:30.
White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. For everyday low trade prices on all your essential building materials, visit your local branch or head to selcobw.com. Why tune in on Talk Sport with Selco? For everyday low trade prices on all your essential building materials, visit your local branch or head to selcobw.com.
Ah, the sound of... There's nothing more satisfying than a garden spring clean with Karcher. Whether it's decking, patios, fences or driveways, dirt, dust and moss don't stand a chance against Karcher's pressure washers. This is what Karcher clean feels like. Bring back the wow.
At Morrison's, get any four for £5 from over 30 frozen products. From Bird's Eye Garden peas, potato waffles, Goodfellas pizzas, plus many more. That's more easy peasy tea sorted. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores and online, subject to availability. Selected lines, ends 14th of April.
Who are you going for, Aintree?
The favourite.
The favourite.
The favourite without a doubt.
This Aintree Festival, everyone's going for the free favourite pull-out in the sun. It's jam-packed with top tips and form guides for all the runners and riders. And a free £2 in-shop bet with Coral for the Grand National. Get your free favourite pull-out in the sun every day of Aintree. T's and C's apply. 18 plus only. BeGambleAware.org.
On average, Rift get their customers £3 back.
I like the rubber ball like a fountain.
Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've done it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward Shake-Up this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it. 18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements, and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
In the Tool Station Club, our loyalty is built to last. We give you 5% of everything, every day. It's less searching for sales, more sitting still. It's money of what you need, when you need it. It's putting the power in your hands. And with more savings when you spend, you can keep on raising your level. Sign up online or on the app and join the club today for free. Tool Station, for a job done right. Subject to £75 a month minimum spend, subject to conditions.
Let's get the business.
When can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gogh? And the passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hine. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more. Talk Sport News.
Good morning. An NHS report has said the toxic debate around children changing gender has led to an approach that isn't evidence-based. Author Dr. Hilary Cass said puberty blockers went from being used in trials to more common practice without scrutiny. She explained one of her recommendations for the NHS.
Services should be moved into a paediatric setting where there's a much broader multidisciplinary team who are able to think about things like they may be neurodiverse, they may have mental health problems, they may not be in school, all of those things.
Former Conservative MP Lord Arbuthnot has told the Post Office inquiry he was annoyed by the government's reluctance to help Post Office staff accused of fraud. He said their response to his letter in 2009 made it clear they wouldn't take responsibility. He told the inquiry he was frustrated.
Since the government owned the Post Office, I assumed that the government would be in a position to sort it out. But they were saying, no, not me, Gov.
3 people have been charged with public order offences during a pro-Palestine demonstration outside Sir Keir Starmer's house. The Met Police says it happened yesterday. Jeremy Clarkson is weighing up whether to run his own country pub. The owners of the Coach and Horses Inn in the Cotswolds are looking for a partnership after years of struggling.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Former Premier League ref Mark Halsey gives us his verdict on last night's penalty controversy at the Emirates, and Rachel Daly's sudden retirement from the Lionesses has shocked the women's football world. Max has more at midday.
Presenting Talk Sports, Masters of On Air, the breakfast show that wins it every morning. Starring Wing Commander Flaps McCoist.
It's Bandits
messenger and wireless operator Alan Dong Brazil.
Ah, I want a penguin at 4 o'clock and some iron brew.
The Superstars Super Fortress Breakfast chops away.
Tomorrow morning from 6 on TalkSport.
It's showtime on TalkSport with BetMGM. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. Visit betmgm.co.uk or download the app. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Time for BetMGM. Matt Gibson joins us. We're going to have a look at some of the top matches, sporting events, and the odds around and about them. Matt, good morning to you. Another night of incredible football has come and gone, has it not?
Morning, gents. Yeah, I assume you're talking about the roller coaster that is the Championship at the moment. As you know, Jim, I was.
No, we weren't talking about Leeds.
Don't
just assume, Matt. Yeah, on you go.
I was there at Ellen Road to witness a kind of probably the worst game of the night, actually, on balance. But yeah, we were 15 minutes behind Millwall and Leicester, so obviously the Millwall score went through the ground quickly, and then there was about 36,000 Leeds fans in the last 15 minutes kind of whirling the ball into the net, and it didn't quite go. I think most of those fans saw the handball, but Leeds shouldn't be needing a penalty to get past the Sunderland side. What that's done to the odds, Ipswich have come in by doing nothing at all. They were 5-1 when I was on air yesterday, and they are 10-3 now. Leeds, because of the stumble a little bit, they drifted from 3-1 to 7-2, and Leicester are still favourites as 5 losing at the Den at 11-20. I know you've been talking about the running lads, and I know you had a couple of callers on. Yeah. I think Danny on. I think Leeds need to go 4 from 4, and hope the slip ups elsewhere. Ipswich have got to play Hull, Coventry, Middlesbrough. Leicester have got to play West Brom, Southampton, Preston. I think they're the tough ones that others could fall at. Leeds have got to go to Middlesbrough, and then you play Southampton on the last day. That may or may not have anything on it with Southampton potentially being played for post-season duties, but yeah, I'm sure on Monday there'll be a different picture entirely to discuss. But
I mean, we could only squeeze on a couple of the army of Leeds fans who were trying to get through to us this morning, Matt. Some of them are pessimistic at the moment. Are you?
I think I've said to you before, Leeds United has kind of been a thorn in my side. It was a curse that my dad gave me for most of my life. It's been a bit of a letdown, but I don't know, the way the season's gone, what Farke has done with all the turbulence in the summer, I think he's done a spot on job, and we just kind of have to trust him for the last month to try and get us over the line.
Yeah.
What about Champions League tonight, mate? We've got PSG, haven't we, against Barca? That's probably the bigger one, and then Atletico Dortmund.
Yeah, there's a couple of good games tonight as well. PSG, Barca, was at home to beat Barcelona, in Barcelona 27-10, so only 3-1 to go there and win. Luis Enrique plays his old club, and he was Barca boss for that amazing comeback where they were 4-0 down and they ended up winning 6-1. Sergio Roberto coming in late, I think. And Atletico played Borussia Dortmund. Atletico won just 3 of 8 in all comps, and Dortmund haven't lost away from home in 2024. So Dortmund to go there and win at 7-2, I don't think is bad value at all. For the competition overall, Real Madrid have drifted slightly to 7s, which I think is a huge price. Real Madrid in the knockout stages just at 7-1. I think that's really decent value. Obviously you've got to go for the Etihad, but I think that's a decent bet.
Okay, and the Masters starts tomorrow, Augusta, Georgia. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I know Danny's a keen golfer, so interested to see where he thinks the green jacket's going to go. This is the best major of the lot for me. There's so many storylines, and it's obviously in the most perfect setting in a golfer's world. Scheffler's the shortest price since Tiger in his prime, I think. He's coming out at 4-1. He's got Rory going for the slam at 10s, Rahm to retain at 12s. Brooks Koepka's got add to his 5 majors at 18-1, which I think is a hell of a price. But yeah, interested to see where Danny thinks it's going to go.
Well, I mean, Wyndham Clark has been playing brilliantly. I mean, what Potter, and he's got that mentality. I've watched him play the last 3 tournaments, so I don't think he'll be far from the lead. And the other one, maybe a little bit of an outsider, but he's won there before and playing great, Matsuyama.
Yeah, I mean, Wyndham, previous major winner, like I said, he's banging form. He's coming out at 28.
28?
Yeah,
Good eye.
I think that's really deep value. Past winner Matsuyama coming out at 18. So there's a little. If you get past the top 2 or 3 in the betting, I think there's some real value out there.
Okay. John Ram. I always have a little sentimental bet on Louis Oosthuizen. That's literally money down the toilet, but I can't stop
Well,
myself.
Kepka's another one. Kepka's, you know, he's been close there before, and he's got that mindset. He's got 4 majors, I think, so it's so difficult.
What about our own little Lee Trevino over there?
As much as I shouldn't say it, I have very scant interest in it.
Wow. In the Masters?
Yes.
He's the most phenomenal fortune.
I don't have interest in tossing the caber either. Why does it look so aghast?
This isn't exactly tossing the caber. This is one of the showpiece golf events of the calendar year at Augusta, Georgia.
Right.
Well,
and if you don't like golf, I've got to watch it, have I?
Have you been thrown out of Augusta before? Is this the reason?
No.
You just don't have an interest.
Joe, I cancelled the theatre.
I do remember not liking the senior officials at Augusta giving Tiger Woods a lecture about his private life in front of the world's media.
Oh, I remember that.
I remember thinking, who the hell do you think you people are?
Right.
Yeah, really dressing him down because he was obviously self-flagellating about his private life and his state of his marriage and all these sort of things.
I see.
And then get a lecture from probably some guy that does terrible things in his back room.
I see. That's good to know.
I'm just
didn't know Jim worked. Didn't know Jim worked.
I want to be involved in this conversation. You brought me into it.
No,
so I
that's
gave
very
you
good.
my 2 penny.
Thanks to somebody who didn't know what they're talking about, Matt Gibson. Thanks for joining us, Matt. That was a look at all the latest odds. Thanks to BetMGM. Visit betmgm.co.uk or download the app. Do you want to throw in a name, incidentally, before we leave this? As who do you think will win?
Sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than...
Throw in a name.
Fuzzy Zola.
Fuzzy Zola. There you go.
Ray Floyd.
Is Fuzzy still with us? I'm not sure. You've got to be 18 and over. BeGambleAware.org.
It's showtime on TalkSport with BetMGM. Making every game an occasion with tools that'll help you play safe. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
And we think you get thrown out of the clubhouse at Augusta. That was the reason. No tie.
Played off 12.
Sorry, hang on. Say again.
Played off 12.
You played off a 12 handicap.
Indeed.
Well, we know that.
Where?
You didn't play out Augusta.
No, I didn't play Augusta, but I played golf. I like golf. I'm just not a big fan of watching it. I'm not a big studier of golf. There are other sports I like. Do you spend a lot of time watching tennis? No.
So
you don't.
You were brilliant.
Luke watches long bowls. Luke. Who's interested in that? Luke.
You're a professional standard tennis player. Is there anything you can't do?
I mean, follow you.
All right, there you go. You played cricket. You're a footballer of some repute. I mean, the list is endless. Have you ever tossed the caber?
I've ever tossed what?
The caber. We have seen a bit of movement in Manchester United. Manchester United's football director John Murtagh has stepped down from his role at the club. He leaves this week. Simon, does that now accelerate Sir Jim's moves to appoint Jason Lopez and Dan Ashworth? Are the two linked in any way?
Listen, I've been stepped down, jumped before he's pushed, whatever, who knows. I mean, look, I understand the fella's a very decent fella, but there was a need to re-sophisticate what's going on at Manchester United and to channel their thoughts in a more coherent, cogent fashion, and I suspect that they're clearing the decks and building a team that they think is going to build out the opportunities for the next spin of the wheel, the so-called active revolution.
Well, that's right. I mean, but they are moving, are they not? I mean, it comes to Chief Exec Richard Arnold left at the turn of the year. Murtagh's gone now. We're only getting used to the idea that Ratcliffe's in and about the place now. So things are changing. The landscape is changing. Personnel are changing.
What's wrong with Manchester United right now? And it's easily identifiable. The recruitment of players. When they buy at the top end of the market, they buy the wrong characters. They're not developing. We're seeing some younger players coming through. We've seen a young player come through on the weekend that's playing for England now, that's doing very well. But that's not necessarily the blueprint that Man United have been successful with over the last 10 years. Of course, if the elephant in the room is not doing very well on the pitch, and we've not recruited very well, so then that's what you focus on. No one can deny, whether you like them or you don't, that the Glazers have reached every single last pound out of commercial activities and done it better than anyone before.
It's strange you like them.
No, I don't like or dislike them. I think that if you talk about it in a business deal terms, it's the most remarkable deal that anyone could have ever done for a football club, and no one will ever eclipse it. If you talk about it from a football terms, no, it's poor for Man United, and they're a very deserving fan base.
No, but they're quite shameless.
They disliked every single one. They hated Louis Edwards. They hated everybody. Everyone that ever has an ownership criteria over Man United. I'm sure Man United fans will tell you the reasons why they hate them. But Jim Ratcliffe at this moment in time as an opportunity to set a higher standard that's been there before. Because when you look at the recruitment, you look at the players that come through the door, and you look at the decisions, and you scratch your head and you think, when did Manchester United become a club that needed to acquire Alexis Sanchez because they paid more money than Manchester City was, and that was the criteria that Sanchez chose to go to United? When did they become that club, or rather the club that people wanted to go to? When did they buy players on the way that they bought players and handle situations like Jadon Sancho and other players that are clearly not really culturally right for Man United, yet spent the hugest amounts of money? When did they stop bringing through a generation of younger players that ultimately put them on the conveyor belt, they're not good enough for the first team, they could be sold with a Man United stamp on them?
Do you think Ten Hag will get the chance to work with the likes of Ashworth and Wilcox?
I think it's gone.
When? Done.
I think he's done at the end of the season.
You think it's done as well then? End of season?
Certainly, 100%.
Really? Okay.
Toast.
Well, if he's not, they're in a world of trouble.
Okay, Richard Arnold's gone, and now John Murtagh has gone, as the new broom is indeed, as you rightly say, Sam, it's sweeping clean. We're going to have to quarter to 12.
White and Jordan on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. Get stacks of stock and hundreds of pre-made trade plans at selcobw.com. Got it. White and Jordan on TalkSport with Selco. For the latest special offers, pick up this month's real deals in branch or view online at selcobw.com.
Here they are, the greater governors of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Rewards Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free rewards shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it. 18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements, and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
That's not simple. That's not simple. Now that's simple. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple, because when life is this complicated, finding a great deal shouldn't be. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy. For verification, see hastingsdirect.com/verify.
Switch to EE and get our fastest full fiber ever.
Well, how fast is fast?
Up to 1.6 gig fast.
So I can live stream the match.
Whilst I video chat with my friends?
And a game. All at the same time.
That's right. All powered by BT with absolutely nothing to pay up front.
What? Nothing.
Not a thing. No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Offer ends 25th of April. New customers 32.5% UK availability. Terms apply.
Investing with AJ Bell feels so good, you'll just have to ring that bell. What's that? You haven't got a bell? That's cool. You can ring any bell. Church bell, cowbell, doorbell, bus bell. You can even ring an Annabelle.
Hello, Annabelle speaking.
That's it. That's the sweet sound of... Oh, okay, you want more bells. Dinner bells, bike bells, drum bells, sleigh bells, tubular bells, hells bells. Any bell, anywhere, anytime you like. That's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. Value of investments can go down as well as up.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosters and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours, using 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent on TalkSport Drive with Motorpoint. Destination sports conversation filled by unfiltered opinion with quality guests as standard and a couple of motor rounds. Something's not right, is it? That's rubbish. It's the daily radio road trip that takes you to the farthest corners of the nation's football fanscape.
I'm just in a bit flat, chilling out.
Yeah, I think you might be my favourite so far, mate. Have a wonderful afternoon.
TalkSport Drive this afternoon from 4. TalkSport with Motorpoint. There's no car like a Motorpoint car.
TalkSport Traffic and Travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win air conditioning split system projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
The M5 in Somerset is blocked northbound by an accident between junctions 20 and 19 from Clevedon to Portishead, causing queues. On the M27 in Hampshire, there's a lane closed each way for barrier repairs after an accident overnight between junctions 12 and 11 between Portsmouth and Perham. The delay delays towards there. In the West Midlands, the A38 is closed westbound on Bristol Road at Edgbaston in Birmingham. And in Staffordshire, the A50 is partly blocked westbound by an accident between Waterbridge roundabout and Ashbourne Road at Toxteth, causing delays on Russell Hollow.
Welcome to the Coliseum of Confrontation. Jim White and Simon Jordan. Mid-mornings on Talk Sport, the nation's primary destination for essential breaking sports news, triple distilled opinion and blistering debate. Take it to the limit with White and Jordan. Mid-mornings on Talk Sport.
David Halifax is trying to put me right about the Masters. Jim, for the first time in a long time, Luke Oosthuizen is not going to be involved. Well, that's good to know.
Put that bet on.
Therefore, Simon's shout of Fuzzy Zeller has got a lot more chance. Well said. David Halifax, thank you very much indeed. I knew that all along. Of course I did. Only in Scotland, Danny, Dens Park, Dundee, tonight, the venue for Dundee against Rangers in the Scottish Premiership. And if Rangers win, they'll leapfrog Celtic at the top, and each will have played 32 games by then. But Dundee would have something to say about that. Now, there has been a lot of rain in that part of Scotland. The pitch passed an initial inspection at 11 o'clock this morning. Now we're hearing there's another inspection about 3:30 this afternoon. There'll be a judgment made about then. But we shouldn't forget it's some distance, about 65, 70 miles from Glasgow to Dundee, and not all Rangers fans live in Glasgow. Many of them might come from Ayrshire, for example, might come up from the borders, wherever they come from all over. So it seems, Simon, that 3:30 is a bit late for the final pronouncement as to whether or not this game goes ahead.
Well, it's because of the rain. I've just looked at the forecast, so there is some logic. The rain
I've got muffled fish over there.
Well, it's the obvious thing to do. The rain is due to stop in Dundee about 3.
Yes, I would have thought there's some intelligence behind it. I wouldn't have thought they'd just pick 3:30 out of the back of their ears and thought, hang on a second, let's make a maximum inconvenience. They're trying to give it the maximum opportunity to be on, aren't they?
Yeah.
And, I mean, how long does it take to drive 60 miles?
About an hour and a half. Rangers have just announced, well, they don't all have, like, Bentleys and Maseratis like you. Rangers have just made an announcement, given the forecasted weather conditions in Dundee this afternoon, which is what Michael Fish to my left was just saying. A further inspection is to be held at 3:30. Rangers has continued to insist that a final decision is made as early as possible for our travelling supporters, and fully understands the inconvenience this continues to cause.
That's what they want with their flare-throwing fans. They get told when they get told.
There is another app that says it's going to rain in Dundee continually all day and all night. So.
Right. Is there a depression coming in from the east? Or what have we got for us?
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good.
So basically, you're a Rangers fan, you're on and you're going to travel over. I'll probably give it a miss.
Yeah. It's impossible to know at this stage. Danny is our meteorologist.
That's easy for you to say.
That's
Those
right.
new teeth are working well.
That's right. I should not have attempted that, but I did. Leverkusen, you've got your own back for that one. Danny is a weather expert. And
Want to know the weather? Look at the window.
No, but he's causing quite a depression in here. Now then, after the political website attack ad yesterday, the Premier League Chief Executive Richard Masters-Simon penned a column in the Times today, claiming that a regulator for English football will be damaging for the game. Now, you had your Thrummsworth yesterday on this one. Masters says, amongst other things, the government has decided that we will become the first country to introduce a regulator for football, an industry in which the UK is already a superpower and a genuine world leader. And, you know, like Masters, like you, goes on and on and on about all the brilliant plus points about the Premier League. He says, as Chief Executive of the Premier League, my overriding concern is that the bill would reduce our competitiveness and weaken the incredible appeal of the English game. He says we're asking MPs and peers to protect the game, including the Premier League, which not only helps sustain the football pyramid for the benefit of fans, but contributes £4 billion in annual tax revenue and creates 90,000 jobs across the country. What Masters is saying in the Times today, you were virtually coming away with
Because he's
yesterday.
right. I mean, some of the things he says are not right. Some of the things he says about 1.6 billion being paid into the pyramid. Shut up for a second. About 800 million of that is to your own clubs that are getting relegated. So don't count that in the equation, because that's a little bit of hypocrisy on your part. He's absolutely right. What we're seeing on football is governmentally promoted economic asphyxiation. It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
But is he preaching to people like you who already agree with him, Or is he trying to win over others, sceptics, maybe like those who believe that the Premier League today has become a playground for US hedge funds and national states?
He's advancing a point
That we've got fans priced out with protests on the increase.
Well,
that it's a closed shop with an unbreakable cartel being created.
Well, that's financial.
Like 115 charges hanging over Manchester City.
Well, that's financial.
Like points deductions right, left and centre.
But Manchester City's behaviour
and the consequence product the Premier League is.
No one's saying it's the finesse, right?
Yeah, but if it's not perfection, maybe you need to regulate it.
Oh, don't be so absurd. You think a regulator is going to give you perfection? In fact, it's going to do the polar opposite. It's going to strangle a game.
No, if it's not perfection right now,
nothing's perfect.
Then surely, why not introduce a regulator?
There's no such thing as zero COVID. There's no such thing as zero COVID. There's no such thing as eliminating every last facet of racism, even though we try. And there's no such thing as perfection, right? And so the reality is, let's look at what's broken. It's really simple what's broken. Economic no. People behave badly. Yeah. No, the system catches people that behave badly. The system evolves and it becomes a system that becomes more flexible, more fluid, and it's thinking.
It's a playground for US hedge funds and national states.
It's globalisation. You want money in football, you got it.
Alright, so that's okay. Thumbs up to the national states and the US.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Fans are being priced out with protests on the increase.
I'm saying the reality of it is his argument is, and all of it is right, but a lot of it is what are we doing? We are an unprecedented success in global terms of domestic football. It's unarguable. You cannot sit in this room at broadcasts and constantly pat ourselves on the back. We've got the best league in world football, the economically best, well-heeled league in football.
And then say it needs fixing.
And then say, let's strangle the life out of it by regulating it. What's wrong with it? Okay, we need better distributions. And tragically, because of the incompetence of the Football League and because of the absolute disgrace that is our FA, that you have no governance in the game, that would be the de facto regulator will say this distribution has got to stop. You've got to give more money to the Football League. So the regulator looks like it has value. But beyond that, what in Christ's name are we doing?
So will a regulator stop people going to the Premier League to watch Premier League matches? Of course they won't.
No, they won't. What they'll do is they'll take away the most investable football league and they'll compartmentalise it down and they'll turn it into something that doesn't resemble the same success we've got now. We have got an unprecedented success.
What would give us an example of that?
Exactly. What would it weaken?
No, I'm intrigued. I'm not trying to catch you.
What would it weaken?
What could they implement that would look different than the way it works now, other than a fairer distribution?
You might know fans being priced out.
Well, our fans being priced out.
Of course they are. They're protesting
on
They're
not, because the stadiums are full.
Let's get it right. We've got a 99% occupancy rate. Right? So we don't have...
Manchester City fans were protesting about ticket prices.
Manchester City fans protest about everything unless there's unadulterated praise for their football club. Right?
Your pal Daniel Levy's fans were protesting the other day.
No, because people don't like the fact that football has become a product that generates revenue, because ultimately they think it's some quaint little industry that should ultimately just be a working man's precinct.
Not really. They can't afford it, many of them.
Well, there's no stadiums. And what we've got to, as a result of this economic revolution, right, when we had football in the mid-80s, we had 9 games on television, right? We've now got 320 games. We've got purpose-built stadiums. We've got the best players in the world. We've got economic might from all around the globe enhancing our experience.
We've got points deductions right, left and centre.
But that's a consequence of law changes that are wrong as well. If we look at what financial...
No, get rid of the big 6.
But are we missing
with an unbreakable
cell? So the big 2 in Spain and the big 1 in Germany, which should become challengeable by Bayern Leverkusen.
Right? Investigations into Chelsea over illegal transfer payments under Abramovich.
Because
115 charges hanging over City. We don't need a regulator.
You're painting a picture. You think a regulator fixes that? You think an independent regulator looks at it worse? So an independent regulator would have stopped Roman Abramovich from buying Chelsea, would they? They would have stopped Mel Morris. What they will do is they will strangle the investability of a capital market which is doing very well, which needs a few finesses. Is Richard Masters the person to do it? Why would you strangle it? Because when you start putting governmental controls, which is what a regulator will ultimately do, and start to legislate for something that ultimately is working very well, you change the direction of what the industry is. This is a very free-flowing industry that has worked very well for 130 years and has now produced, not by design, but by a series...
well.
Brilliantly.
It's working well.
Of course it's working well. How can it not be working out for that?
More importantly, Jim, what does the column in the Times actually... Is that going to help it? Any way? The stopping of an independent regulator. What's his thinking with the column in the Times?
Trying to limit the powers, because what you will will have is a political appointment made that will be made on the back of a policy of a government that's on its way out, because they know that it's a populist decision. And as his argument is well made, if you make decisions on the fly to be able to gain and garner political leverage from it, often those decisions are bad. And this stupid person that's saying here that I'm justifying greed, I have sat here for the last 10 years...
Oh yeah, there's a message here. Simon justifying greed again.
Talking about distribution.
Absolute mouthpiece.
Talking about distributions. I spent most of my time in ownership outside of the Premier League, and I have a real belief system that there should be better distributions. And I'm not arguing for that. I'm arguing for distribution, but I am not arguing for an independent regulator to come in and change the entire landscape. Which
is the regulator the only way to get the better distributions, though?
Well, that's the challenge.
It seems to be. So once a regulator comes along, and he will, once politics enters the game, as Richard said, can anyone guarantee this is what we will get?
But it's not the only way to change it, because ultimately the government can introduce a Football Act if they choose, put a bit of legislation in place and say that distributions have to be done differently. And if you don't do something, then we're passing an act through Parliament that will force you to do it, because we're not prepared to allow it. But putting an independent regulator, which is going to weigh balls, is going to change the construction of how football's put together, because some fan-led review, it will be like a moment, I'm telling you, like that TV show, Jesus from Nazareth, when he's impaled up on a cross, looking down and saying, forgive them, Lord, they've done all they've done. When you find out what happens to football, when you strangle the life out of it, because people perceive that greed, that you've got to control where the money's going to. Yes, the players have got to have less of it. There's got to be more governance. I agree with that. There's got to be more distribution. But when you start taking away the league and start saying to people you can't invest in it anymore, you're killing it.
Well, have a read of Richard Masters in the Times today. Does he raise some valid points, or is it just a load of old sanctimonious waffle? 12 noon.
White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. For everyday low trade prices on all your essential building materials, visit your local branch or head to selcobw.com. White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco Builders Warehouse. Check stock at your local branch. We've got it at selcobw.com.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Rewards Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free rewards shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
And here's Rory McIlroy on the 18th at Augusta.
And here it goes. Surely not.
Some things are worth shouting about. Watch all 4 days of the Masters, starting the 11th of April, exclusively live on Sky Sports. Get all of Sky Sports for £22 extra a month. See sky.com for details. New 18-month contract for Sky TV required. Further terms apply.
Thinking of switching to an electric car but want to know more? Then it's time to discover EV with Kia. Get expert advice about living with an EV at a Kia dealership near you. From charging to the benefits of driving an electric car, we're here at Kia to guide you. Explore our award-winning electric range, including the Kia EV6, the Niro EV, and UK Car of the Year, the Kia EV9. To secure your appointment today, search Discover EV with Kia.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Talk Sport and Village Hotels, the fans' #1 destination for live European football. From the emotion and exhilaration of the Europa and Europa Conference League.
Absolutely extraordinary.
To the ecstasy of the Champions League.
Can you believe it?
Get through the pitch coverage of the epic rivalries and blockbuster clashes from all 3 tiers of international European club football. Only on Talk Sport with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway.
Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. Great games of live football this April. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With Lookers. Choose from 30 manufacturers and over 6,000 vehicles online, new or used, small
taste.
Good afternoon, I'm Max Scott here with your sports headlines. Thomas Tuchel was as surprised as everyone else when Gabriel was let off the hook in Arsenal's 2-2 quarter-final clash with Bayern. The ref didn't give Munich a penalty when he picked the ball up in his own box. Former ref Mark Halsey gave TalkSport his verdict.
For me, he has to give a penalty. There's no question. It's Gabriel's fault. Like you say, what on earth did he do picking the ball up?
The controversy doesn't end there, though. Arsenal fans are raging Saka wasn't awarded a late spot kick, but Mikel Arteta doesn't seem as outraged as most Gunners fans.
I haven't seen it. The decision is made. We cannot change that, and we have to focus on other aspects that we can control, and we could have done much better tonight.
Phil Foden scored another wonder goal for City, this time at the Bernabeu in their epic 3-3 draw with Madrid last night. Noel Gallagher told TalkSport how invaluable Foden is for Pep Guardiola.
Once Pep leaves, which we hope won't be for a long, long time yet, I think his greatest legacy will be Phil Foden.
And Rachel Daly's sudden retirement from the Lionesses has shocked the women's football world. Despite playing in their 2-0 Euro 2025 qualifying win over the Republic of Ireland last night, she's called time on her career with immediate effect. TalkSport's women's football correspondent Uma Gurav has more.
With Serena Wiegman favouring Alessia Russo as her preferred starting striker, Daly has had limited playing time for England recently. Given her versatility as both a left-back and a forward, there is no doubt the Lionesses are losing one of their best.
There's more reaction to that on TalkSport.com.
TalkSport News.
An NHS report says toxic debate around children changing gender has led to practices which aren't evidence-based. And a former MP who helped some postmasters prove their innocence says government didn't want to take responsibility for the post office.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. We're here for every future journey with over 300 EV train centres. Find your local EV train centre at quickfit.com and drive away happy every time.
Dry in places but turning wet and windy later for most with the heaviest rain in the northwest.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Mid-mornings on TalkSport. Hard-edged, hard-nosed, hard to beat. The radio programme where the only thing they agree about is the name. Highly charged, highly opinionated, highly recommended. Jim White and Simon Jordan. Mid-mornings on TalkSport.
Good afternoon, everybody. 6 minutes past 12 noon. It's Jim White, it's Simon Jordan and Stanley Murphy, and we're live on TalkSport. We're also coming to you live on YouTube and Facebook. So like so many of you, if you want to join them and watch the show, you can. You can head over to YouTube and Facebook and see what we're all about here in the 17th floor of the news building. Last night, there was a time you might have thought at the Emirates, lining up for Arsenal, one Kieran Tierney. Not so, because the man who played over 100 games for Celtic, then almost played the same number of games for Arsenal, has moved on. He's playing in La Liga. He plays for Real Sociedad, where he is currently on loan. Come the summer, he will play for Scotland, of course, at the Euros, alongside people like Andy Robertson and John McGinn. So I got into conversation a short time ago with Kieran Tierney, and I said to him, all right, the move to leave Arsenal on loan and head out to Real Sociedad, how did it come about?
It's hard to put a finger exactly on it, but just the way things had developed at Arsenal, the way the team was going, what had happened last season, the game time, etc. It probably worked best for both parties that I go out and get a new experience, get some game time. And when you don't play, you do lose a bit of your confidence, so to go over here and get that back as well would be great.
And of course, you're still on loan there. Do you ever see the door being reopened to you back at Arsenal?
You never know in football. It's probably quite rare that it happens. You come back from a loan, like of course you've got the circumstance like Saliba and stuff where they just come back. I don't think he's been out of the team since, he's been on the bench since, but maybe a bit different for someone who's played 4 years already and goes back. But you genuinely never know. Football's a mad place, so we'll see what happens.
Do you keep in touch with the guys there? Do you keep in touch with Mikel Arteta?
I've not spoke to him, but he's busy with a lot going on now and a lot to fight for Arsenal. But some of the boys still keep in touch with, like Ramsdale and that as well. A few of them that I was close to, like Matt Turner, Rob Holding, that they've left as well, so it's a bit of a different change room.
Of course, you'll watch from distance, you'll see that Arsenal are serious Premier League title contenders, and they've gone deep in the Champions League. Is there a tinge of regret that you're not there to be part of that?
I wouldn't say regret, because I kind of knew this season that Arsenal are going to fight for everything. So you need to think of stuff like that when you make your decision. So nah, I don't regret it one bit. But I'm buzzing, and like I knew Arsenal were going to be up there this season, and they're doing brilliant.
The Premier League, do Arsenal win it?
I think they can. I don't know exactly the run-in for the three teams fighting for it, but I think they're in a better position than last year. They've got more experience than last year, and I think the whole game is developed so much as well. Like defensively, they're solid. They don't give much away, and if you can keep that record up, then 100% you've got a good chance to go on and do it.
So listen, Kieran, tell me, what is life with Real Sociedad? What have you learned?
A lot, to be fair. Not as much Spanish as I thought I would. It is actually very, very hard to learn. You need to do it consistently, 3-4 times a week, and when we've got a lot of games, we're in the Champions League, 3 games a week, it is hard to keep the lessons up. But I've learned a different style of football as well. I've learned a different culture, how people over here live is different as well. But honestly, I'm not even just saying it, it's been an amazing experience, and I'm enjoying it, and it's sad because it's only 6-7 weeks until the season's done.
What have you learned about their style of football?
It's just different because last season I was told to play in a different role, so this year I'm back out to like the traditional left back role, and how they play with their wingers or the change of formations. It's just learning. You're under a new manager, and I think no matter what country or what club you're in, if you've got a new manager, you're going to learn new things about numerous things in football. So, it's been brilliant, man.
It's a club, of course, where it is in that part of Spain. It's got a fanatical following, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Basque region, Basque country, an amazing place, and it's different from the Spain that you know. Let's say you would go on holiday on and stuff like that. It's totally different, but the culture here is amazing. The people are all so friendly. Walking about the city and that is it's amazing. It's a beautiful place as well. Like I would recommend everyone to come to San Sebastian to visit because it is the nicest place that I've ever been.
You're keeping some company, Kieran. You were up against Bellingham in your time out there. What's it like to play against now? Jude Bellingham, of course, these days of Real Madrid.
Yeah, I know. I think I actually played them 2 games in a row because we played England, Scotland v England, played against them, then played against them the very next game, like 4 days later or whatever. So now he's doing amazing things. I don't think he needs any more praise from me. He's getting praise from the people right at the top of the game. So I think he knows himself how well he's doing.
How did you cope against him?
We never won the game, so I can't say too well, but I gave everything.
You would keep in touch with people back in Glasgow. Did you watch Rangers Celtic on Sunday?
Yeah, one of the best games I've watched in a long time. Absolutely devastated. Couldn't hold on to the victory, but to be honest, to go there with no fans and come away with a point and to have the title in your hand still is kind of all you can ask for after a game like that.
Do you get emotional when you watch Celtic and you're not part of it?
Yeah, 100%, because you're still a Celtic fan, and you can go back to being the fan again. When you're a player, you have to try and detach yourself a little bit and take some of the emotions out of it. But when you don't play there and now, you can be the fan you were when you were growing up, which is nice.
Celtic didn't win it, as you say, but neither did Rangers. And there's one to go. Whose title is it?
Well, I really hope Celtic. I think Celtic have got a track record of turning up in the big games. As I don't know how many in the last derbies Celtic have won, but I'm sure the percentage is in their favour. So I think as long as they keep doing what they're doing, because I think the last few weeks they've been playing brilliant with a couple of injuries, big injuries in the squad as well. So with people coming back and the form that they're on now, I think it will look good hopefully.
Do you ever see a time that you'll pull on the shirt again and be back at Celtic?
Who knows? You never know football. It's a connection that I'll always have. It's somewhere I imagine I'll always be linked with if I'm to move from any club, so you never know.
Kieran, we've got the Euros to look forward to. It would only be Scotland opening the tournament, wouldn't it, against a host Germany? What kind of Euros do you think this will be for Scotland?
I think it'll be tough. I don't know what everyone else is thinking, but the other 2 teams apart from Germany are really, really strong as well. Knowing Switzerland quite a bit from Granit Xhaka and knowing that their results and the tournaments they've qualified for and how far they've got, like, it's going to be hard. We are probably still the underdogs, although we qualified last time. We've not been on the best form recently, not won a game in a few, so I think we'll be going in as underdogs, but I think it might suit us to an extent. But we need to go and try and better what we've done at the last Euros, that's for sure. We need to go and give everything. We can't use it as an excuse like it's our first time we're there, we're more experienced, there's a lot of the same boys, so we're a lot older, and we've played in a lot of big games as well since then, so we need to go and give it a right go, for sure.
And we need our key players.
I think we do. I think we need the top players who are performing week in, week out at the top level, like Cal McGregor. He's always there. He's one of the best players that I've ever played with, and I think some of the work that he can do goes unnoticed, and it's not until he's out of the team that you notice how much you need him. And Andy Robertson, one of the best left backs in the world for the last however many years. John McGinn is flying in the Prem, and when he pulls on a Scotland jersey, he's different class as well. So yeah, we need players like that. The last few years has showed the strength of the squad. So I think it's a collective. We need everyone to be there and available.
Listen, what chance do you give England of winning it?
A very good chance. I think we've got an amazing team, playing with some of the boys for a few years at Arsenal and playing against England not long ago as well. I think surely we have to go in there one of the favourites.
That was Kieran Tierney speaking from Spain yesterday, and of course it is live for him at the moment on loan to Real Sociedad. But as you heard there, never rule out him returning to London to play again, maybe for Arsenal, of course his parent club. And also never rule out, you never know in football, he says, the opportunity, should it come along, to return to Celtic. You just do not know. These matters have a habit of surprising us. Real Sociedad, of course, up against Almeria this weekend in La Liga, and Kieran hopes to be a big part of that. Kieran Tierney of Real Sociedad. There's you and one of many Celtic fans getting in touch. Okay, Kieran, you've had your fun. Time to come home. We're waiting. We'll see. It's 12:50.
White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. Register for your trade card online at selcobw.com or in one of our branches. White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco Builders Warehouse. With the Selco app, it's now even easier to buy from Selco. Download it for free from the App Store today.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly. 18 plus.
Boots Online Prescriptions is the service that fits around you. So if you're busy doing this, you know your prescription is getting delivered for free to your home. If you're doing this, just click and collect from a store that suits you. Manage everyone's prescriptions from one account, even if you're busy. For expert advice, just pop in store and do this.
Hi, can I speak to Boots Pharmacist, please?
It's easy to sign up. Visit boots.com/pharmacy today. Boots, with you for life. Participating surgeries, NHS prescription fees may apply. Free delivery England only.
Play Set for Life, and you could. Chill. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You can sense the glory. Feel it in your bones.
Wow!
The quarterfinals.
Unstoppable!
Full of vivid, nerve-wracking moments where every decision costs more, means more, and makes history. This is where the season is defined.
Watch magic.
Every game. Totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League quarterfinals. Only on TNT Sports.
Who are you going for at Aintree?
The favourite.
The favourite.
The favourite without a doubt.
This Aintree Festival, everyone's going for the free favourite pull-out in the sun. It's jam-packed with top tips and form guides for all the runners and riders. And a free £2 in-shop bet with Coral for the Grand National. Get your free favourite pull-out in the sun every day of Aintree. T's and C's apply. 18 plus only. BeGamblerAware.org.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Pair
Spirits on a day out, just happy to be here. They've got it too. A pulse booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free rewards shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Talk Sport, traffic and travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win heat pump chiller projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In the West Midlands, the A38 closed westbound along Bristol Road at Edgbaston in Birmingham after an accident causing delays. In Essex, the A131 is blocked by an accident on Broad Road in Braintree, causing queues to and from the Marks Farm roundabout. In M27 in Hampshire, there's a lane closed each way for repairs after an accident between junctions 12 and 11 between Portsmouth and Fareham, causing delays. On the Isle of Wight, Medina Way in Newport is blocked southbound after the vehicle hit the central reservation by the hospital. In Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way southwest of Weybridge after an accident.
Oh dear, the Buy Now button on each page isn't clickable.
Layers Web Development Agency will soon have more clients than they can handle. To avoid a code red, she needs new programmers.
Okay, I've just tweaked the code, so everything should be fine now.
Indeed can help her find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Because Indeed's hiring platform makes finding great talent easy. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Next hour, a lunchtime double-decker of football, fun and fantasy. Hawksby and Jacobs, next at 1 on Talk Sport.
It's Jim White, Simon Jordan, Danny Murphy. We're live on Talk Sport. Simon, it's fair to say that you, in a spell in your life, were a very, very wealthy man. You're probably still a wealthy fellow anyway, and you know the value of money, you know what it's like to make money. Danny, it's also fair to say that top players in the game of football can earn a fortune, but the big question is how many of them hold on to that fortune. Footballers and their riches, is it often a case of a fool and his money are soon parted? The reason I say it is it's being reported an estimated 40% of professional footballers go bankrupt within 5 years of finishing playing. Wes Brown, once at Manchester United last week, spoke about how he went bankrupt because of a lack of knowledge in what he was investing in and how to invest in general. Chris Smalling, once at Manchester United, now of course out at AS Roma, taking legal action as reported against his financial advisors, KMW, alleging they failed to inform him about fees due to him if he withdrew his investment. I mean, was this prevalent, Danny, once you quit the game, once you finished playing at the highest level, and you had some career, because after Liverpool, it was still a decent spell at Tottenham, a very decent spell at Fulham. Is it the case that you glide through your career, but at no time are you ever sat down and told, right, investment, this is what it's all about?
You learn on the job, and a lot of the time that can be too late. So I think when the Premier League started and the wages got bigger and better and the more finance was in football, then the more sharks that come about, of course, which is inevitable in any industry. And what happened through a lot of the lads I know basically found themselves in positions where they start earning a decent amount of money and have to find a way of getting the right advice to invest or do something. Now that comes from either an external source of somebody, an IFA, or somebody advising you to that person who's already in the game, or someone closer to home. The problem is when the majority of lads who make football are working class lads, there's very few. So I'll talk about me, my circumstances. When I first started earning money, there's nobody within my circle, family or friends, who had any money to be able to advise me on what to do with it. So I ended up with an IFA who was looking after 4 current Liverpool players, other managers. Got introduced to him, you see the brochure, works for X company, looks after some rugby players, golfers, managers, players. So you feel safe within that umbrella.
Understood, right.
And what happens over a period of time when you're trying to concentrate on your football career is that the majority of lads will entrust those people with your money. And you end up signing a lot of things, investing in a lot of things you know naff all about. That's the truth.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And then over time you realise, and this is a bit, so many players I know who are wealthy or not wealthy, it's just down to luck on who you ended up being for.
Yeah, yeah.
And as that kind of transpired and people started becoming much more aware, like my era, of what went wrong and what went right, the advice trickled through to other players and the awareness became greater. So I think now players are in a much better position, obviously in terms of how much they earn, but in terms of seeing the pitfalls and the problems that senior players have had.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to give us any detail, but was there the odd bad investment along the way as well?
Oh, horrendous, yeah. Horrendous. I mean, the biggest problem with most players I know, the film scheme thing was a huge problem for footballers because they got thrust into it, as did many other people who weren't footballers, by the way. And Simon probably knows about the film schemes as well as I do. And
genius.
Yeah, exactly. And
what was it? Invest in the movie business.
Yeah, and then
it's tax credits. It's using tax credits to reclaim
tax relief. Yeah, tax relief. And then what happened was, of course, the government changed its stance on it, and a lot of footballers I know got bankrupt because of the film scheme problem. But take that aside. The bigger problem is this: young footballers becoming wealthy overnight or over a short period of time have to make quick decisions on where to put money and what to do with it. And that means you are vulnerable to the advice you're getting and where you're getting it from. Now, don't get me wrong, independent IFAs can be good and bad, but so can your uncle, your dad, and your brother. So there's a bit of a myth around, well, keep your money tight and close to those, because there's some sharks closer to you as well.
Of course.
It's a very difficult road to navigate as a young man when you're 20, 21, even younger, when you start getting wealth, what to do with it and where to put it.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
I mean, you've got unbelievable financial business acumen, Simon. Did you pass on any of that to the young player or parents of players?
They didn't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't trust. The person that I found, the thing that disappointed me most, and I had a really good relationship with a lot of my players, and this perception of me not liking players is rubbish. I have a great passion for the players that played for me, and I wanted to make sure they did well. But it's only when players get to a certain age group do they understand who they should speak to and what they should take advice from. There is this polarisation in football clubs. The guy that pays your wages is not to be trusted. My agent's to be trusted. The guy that makes money from me, and is often the guy sitting in the room selling you down the river for the best economic return for himself, is the guy that I should be taking my advice from. And I sat with a few players and said, be careful with this, do that. But they look at you through a different perspective. Now, it may have evolved in the last 10 years, it may have changed. Look, it's a balancing act, isn't it? You know, what would you rather have them have? Not great wealth, or some guidance around them from the clubs that can give them advice? Too many times players have got people in their ears that will give them the information that they want, that will book them the nightclub, that will sit them down and get their man bag carried for them rather than give them and the agents will be guiding them into investments and to structures. One of the worst situations I saw was a player that dragged a whole group of players into a Ponzi scheme. A Bristol City player, I'm not going to name him, but the industry will know who he is, that dragged a whole raft of players into a scheme that was pretty much hundreds of thousands of pounds that individual players invested because a player that they trusted, they played alongside as part of it. The union could be more involved. The unions sit there taking money for doing virtually nothing.
Yeah.
Clearly don't charge their members any subs of any significance. They can provide guidance, and I'm sure they say they do. The problem is, this industry is perpetuated by a sense of entitlement. There's an arrogance about the industry. And a belief system that these young boys are bulletproof and they can do what they want when they want. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to be told. Would you want to be told at 22 years of age, when you're earning £100,000 a week, what you should be doing with your money, what you should be investing in, what you should be thinking about your pension post the game, what investment strategy you should be putting your money into? You wouldn't want to hear it because you're 22 years of age, you're bulletproof. You're walking around the road, everyone's telling you what their autograph from you. It's a balancing act between trying to help these people help themselves.
One of the problems, Jim, was I mean, back in the day, and I think this is tightened up now as well, is that Premier League clubs weren't really, maybe they hadn't seen it before, but you could go into training one day, and after training, someone had arranged a meeting in one of the rooms for a presentation of an investment, or to meet an IFA, or to meet someone selling property abroad, or an investment scheme over here. You'd have them reasonably regularly. It was like people from the outside getting into the club so easily to sell these products.
Because they're like, I mean, I did it once for Ian Wright. He had some people wanting to pitch him an investment. And I sat down with them and listened to the investment, drove a bus for it. I think Paul Ince actually invested in that proposition. I didn't speak to Paul about it. and that was about a group of black businessmen that were targeting black players because of their ethnicity, and they knew that they'd get that particular box ticked straight away. And I just sat there and said, it's bad business to don't do it, Ian.
Yeah.
And subsequently he didn't.
It's heartening to hear that Manchester United legend Brian Robson's working on a project currently with one of his former United teammates, Simon Andrews. You might remember Simon, who was just outside the first team squad in the late 80s, and he's a financial specialist giving players advice on their finances. Robson says, and I totally understand where he's coming from, Danny, I'm sure you will. He says, I got fed up of picking up another newspaper and reading that someone else in sport is bankrupt or has been ripped off. I've been stung a couple of times myself, he says. Ex-players helping players. We hope there'll be a trust there, as well as a knowledge of life experience that they can relate to.
You need expertise. I mean, Brian was quite fortunate because someone like Ronnie Wood, not the pop star, but the guy that owned the birthday card shops, got involved with a lot of these footballers, whether it's Brian, whether it's Steve Bruce, or whether it was, and they all got some business acumen given to them by Ronnie.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, the bottom line is it's one thing having the trust, it's another thing having the expertise. There will be opportunities for people to make money from these footballers. There's nothing wrong with independent financial advisors making money. What is wrong is putting people into the wrong investments. Yeah. There does come a point in life where you do, I mean, I'm not suggesting, footballers now are not all working class backgrounds. It's not, they're getting educated through academies. You know, I didn't have much of an education. I didn't get wonderful, O-levels or A-levels. But at 26 years of age, I was running a business that was doing 50, 60, 70 million pounds a year.
Yeah, but come on, you're
I'm saying
you're quite exceptional.
I'm not saying it, but it's also not an excuse for a 28-year-old man or a 27-year-old man or 30-year-old man in a professional football world earning lots of money not to take responsibility.
No, but for my experience, for example, when it got to 28, 30, and you might start unpicking some of these things, they're very complex things, and some of the damage has already been done. You do get to an age, you're right, where you start, getting abreast of your own stuff and actually taking some responsibility, but it can be a little bit late.
Maybe it's too far down the line. Lado in Southport is listening and saying, well, surely it's all common sense, isn't it?
No.
These ex-players have the money to take advice, or current players. If the brokers give bad advice, then it becomes a legal matter, and that's a different story. I've got zero sympathy for it.
But it's also like the other day when we had this raging debate about the security of footballers and their houses getting broken in, and the expectation is that someone's going to get the football clubs to pay for it. Take responsibility for your own housing. But there was an argument being raised, and the PFA were raising it, and other people were saying it. Actually, the football club should build in some expenses to be able to support personal security. Yeah, but that's what happens in football. And there's a belief system. Well, that's what should happen for me. Well, if you take responsibility over actions, avail yourself of the information that you're signing yourself into, and at least pay some attention, because a lot of the time you guys don't. You don't pay attention to it.
No, that's fair. The problem is with fraud and financial abuse, whatever you want to call it, or people doing you over, or scamming, not scam, but they're putting you in bad investments. The repercussions for their actions is limited. You've got...
You're left with a problem.
There are organisations, of course, you can go to, and there is the police if it gets to, but as you well know, the most unpunished crime in this country is fraud. And that's ultimately what it is. A lot of advisors, they defraud.
Yeah. Okay, we're at 12:30 into the last half hour.
White and Jordan on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. Order online for free delivery at selcobw.com. White and Jordan on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. Order online for free delivery at selcobw.com.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
Our free-to-play Golden Goals. Predict 6 Premier League scores correctly to win up to £2 million. And it's completely free to play. You hear that? 2 million big ones.
Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £2 million. T's and C's apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
Businesses across the land. Whatever kind of business you're in, BT's got your back. We're talking small business, big business, new business, old business.
Top secret business?
Well, that's your business.
But yes.
Global business, serious business, family business.
What about show business?
Yes, all the businesses. So whatever your business, let us take care of business with our secure and reliable connectivity. BT's got your back. Search BT's got your back.
TalkSport Bet. If you want to flutter, punters know it's the only place to go. Football, QG, cricket, golf and Grand Prix, alive online casino. Just tap to find it on the app. TalkSport Bet, the broadcast bonus bookie, keeping you on track with all the sporting stats. Steeple chases, either title races, looking after sports fans. You know, cause TalkSport Bet is the app that does all that. It's the only place to go.
18 plus begambleaware.org.
The Masters, teeing off on now.
Now it's absolutely launched that.
Oh, now. Woods is in the woods.
Now that's just magic.
Now that's a drive.
Oh, now it's just pulled. That's sharp.
Oh, now is this the putt that wins it? The green jacket. There it is.
Stream The Masters and all of Sky Sports without a contract. Head to nowtv.com.
Sky Sports content streamed via internet. 18 plus. Full terms apply.
Happy birthday to you.
Okay, Nathan, you're next. Happy birthday to you.
Mum, my birthday's not till next month. Like getting your money's worth? Grab a McDonald's Favour Meal Deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and drink for just $3.99. Also available via Just Eat until the 7th of May. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Price may vary.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose wrist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it. 18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to fill.
Talk Sport News.
Good afternoon, I'm Amelia Beltrao. A big NHS report says a toxic debate on trans issues is letting children down. It also found there's remarkably weak evidence to support hormonal treatments. Well, Dr. Hilary Krauss wrote the review and recommends mental health, family problems and autism are properly considered before prescribing hormones for under 18s.
These young people have quite complex presentations. They've got a range of other issues that it's really important that we address.
Lord Arbuthnot, a Tory peer who backed the wrongfully convicted sub-postmasters, has accused the Post Office of groupthink around the Horizon scandal. He's been speaking to the inquiry, looking into the botched accounting software, and said he wasn't satisfied by Paula Bell's response in 2012 to concerns he'd raised. A murderer who broke his baby's neck has been given a life sentence. Wally Davis was just a month old when he was found lifeless in his Leicester home in 2017 with 37 fractures, including more than 20 broken ribs. His dad, Michael Davis, denied wrongdoing. And experts are warning a flesh-eating zombie drug has entered the UK's illegal drug market and has been linked to 11 UK deaths. Xylazine or Trank has been known to cause large open skin ulcers that can rot and eventually lead to amputation. Senior author of the report, Dr. Carolyn Copeland, warns it can also be found in counterfeit painkillers and risky vapes.
Things like codeine, diazepam, which is also known as Valium tablets, and also cannabis vapes.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Mark Halsey gives his verdict on that penalty controversy at the Emirates last night. And Rachel Daly says it's been the greatest honour to play for England after announcing her retirement from international duty. Jeremy will have more at 1.
First kick of the weekend is Game Day Breakfast. Saturday morning from 6 on Talk Sport with Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
First live football, fixture talk and full flavour fan food.
With big game previews.
Big name exclusives.
And qualified comment from the nation's destination dawn chorus of Cascarino and Sawyer.
Unequivocal, qualified comment and concentrated club talk.
And everything you need to set up your Saturday.
Pitch perfect and ready to play.
Game Day Breakfast, Saturday morning from 6
on Talk Sport.
It is now officially Wednesday lunchtime. It's Jim White and Simon Jordan and it's Danny Murphy, and we are live on Talk Sport. Watch the stream live on YouTube and Facebook. If you want to watch the show, you can do that as well. well. So it's that time again. We're in April. What happens in April? One of the biggest and best tournaments in world golf gets underway, although Sandra doesn't have much interest in it, which amazes you and me, Danny, but that's by the by. It's US Masters at Augusta, Georgia. Who's going to win it this time around? The 88th edition of the Masters set to get underway tomorrow, on Thursday. I'm delighted to say the legend that is TalkSport golf correspondent Bob Bupka joins us live. Mr. Bupka, good to speak to you. How do we find you?
Well, I got old. Now it's Mr. Bupka. What's going on here? I hate to go to bed anymore.
You're Bob to us, Bob Bupka. Great to speak to you. So, what we're looking at this time around, who are the runners and riders that catch the eye?
Well, I tell you one thing, James. If I had all of those answers, I'd be in Las Vegas, and you'd be formally retired. I'd be able to take care of you. But there's a lot of build-up going into this one. Why don't we just start with, Tiger Woods? He has shown up. He played the practice round. With Craig Couples, his good buddy. Couples said he's hitting it fantastic. Interesting thing with Tiger Woods, because of his injury, I thought that the ideal thing would be if he had an early tee time on Thursday and a late tee time on Friday. That would give him more time to recuperate. But I'm fascinated to find out that they're putting Tiger out at 1:24 local time on Thursday, which means he'll have an early tee time on Friday, reducing his recovery time considerably. And I'm really curious why they did that.
Wow.
The thing is with that, Bob, though, couldn't it work the other way? If he has a great first round and he's feeling, although you've still got to recover, it's like just get back out there and keep playing well.
Well, yeah, that's a possibility, and I think that would change anybody else in the field. But when you're dealing with bad knees, bad back, multiple surgeries, I think recovery time, he hadn't played a competitive round really since February, so it's been a long time. And this golf course, it doesn't do it justice on TV as far as how difficult it is to walk. I mean, it really is built on the side of a hill. So, from the clubhouse down to that 12th green is a significant elevation drop. And, Tiger's pushing that 50 envelope and many surgeries. I don't think walking Augusta National is going to be that easy for him.
Well, obviously there's no holding him down because he says, I'm not a relic. You bet I can still win this thing. He's a 100 to 1 shot to do it, Bob. Have a listen. This was Woods talking to the media.
I ache every day, and I prefer it warm and humid and hot. And I know we're getting some thunderstorms, and this will be hot. But the back, the knee, and other parts of the body have to take the load of it, and just the endurance capability of walking a long time and being on my feet for a long time.
What do you believe that you can do this week?
If everything comes together, I think I can get one more.
I mean, do you think he honestly does believe that, Bob?
Well, he's believed that his whole career. He's always said, and I've been at every major victory Tiger's ever achieved, and every time he was asked prior to the start of those majors, do you think you can win? His stock answer was, if I didn't think I could win, I wouldn't be here. So yes, in his mind, he certainly thinks that he can win. Do the bookmakers think he can win? Not when they put him out at 100 to 1.
Of course, many here, Bob, are hoping this is the time for Rory McIlroy. McIlroy tees off, if memory serves me right, with Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele. Isn't it, Dan? It's a great threesome, that. Have a listen, Bob. This is McIlroy and his own Masters hopes.
I think one of the most important things is to enjoy it and smell I guess not the roses, the azaleas along the way. If I cast my mind back to 18-year-old Rory and I'm driving down Magnolia Lane for the first time, how would I feel? And I think it's just always trying to go back to being grateful and feeling incredibly lucky that you can be a part of this tournament and you get to compete in it every year. And thankfully I've improved a bit since my first start here, and I feel like I've got all the tools to do well this week.
Bob, one thing that intrigued me about Rory McIlroy, I presume you can pick up, observers can pick up quite a bit by looking at a golfer, how he's sounding, how he's looking, what his demeanour is, so close to the big start-off time. McIlroy, for that press conference at Augusta, turned up 6 minutes early with minimal warning, took his seat and left 3 minutes after it was scheduled to begin. He spent next to no time. He was out. What does that tell us, Bob?
Well, it tells us he's under a tremendous amount of pressure. And truthfully, I don't blame Rory, because that press conference, if it lasted 3 minutes or 3 hours, 99% of the questions were going to either be about live or, how come you haven't won the Grand Slam? Rory McIlroy is such an outstanding golfer. Yes, it's been 34 majors since he last won, but nobody really has any more talent in the game than Rory McIlroy. He's just got to chill out a little bit, not try and do anything fantastic in that first round. Anything around par, maybe 1 or 2 under, I think would put him in good stead. And once the momentum starts, McIlroy has the power, he has the finesse, he has everything needed. It's just, does he have the mental toughness to complete that Grand Slam? I mean, only 5 guys in history have ever done it, so that tells you how tough it is.
Wow, maybe this is his time. Maybe this is his time. Bob Bubka, thank you so much. Bob, we'll be back with you once play gets underway, and of course it all gets underway tomorrow from Augusta, Georgia, the 88th edition of the Masters.
White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. For everyday low trade prices on all your essential building materials, visit your local branch or head to selcobw.com. White and Jordan on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. Get stacks of stock and hundreds of big name trade brands at selcobw.com. We've got it.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus.
There's a place they call the Open Homes Vacation, where a family of 4 can feast for 15 pounds, where free workshops bring kids' imaginations to life. And some of your favorite products now have even lower prices. Some say this place can be found at the end of a rainbow. We say it can be found at IKEA. IKEA, the wonderful every day.
The future is unpredictable at times, but the Open University are the experts in distance learning, allowing you to fit study around your life. What's more, you'll have support from dedicated tutors every step of the way. Now, suddenly your possibilities are open. Search the Open University to find out more. The Open University. The future is open.
So many small cars to choose from. This one looks like that one, which looks like... Oh, the new Suzuki Swift. This is the one.
Yep, standard reaction to the new Suzuki Swift, which comes with serious style, a choice of cool colours, and loads of tech as standard. Oh, and it's available with 0% APR for 2 years. Search Suzuki Swift event now to register for your local dealer launch and get set to feel good different. Participating dealers only. Suzuki Financial Services Limited. T's and C's apply. See cars.suzuki.co.uk/offers.
Investing with AJ Bell feels so good. You'll just want to ring that bell anywhere, anytime. In the office, in the pub, on the bus, on a ship, on a train, in the rain, in the gym, in a library, at a wedding, at a librarian's wedding. You can even ring it in space. Under the water. In a sauna! Or just a good old-fashioned cowbell. Yes, that's the sweet sound of investing with AJ Bell. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of investments can go down as well as up.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Talk sport, traffic and travel with My Dear Commitment Heating. Find an easier route to win air source heat pump projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In Leicestershire, the A42 is closed northbound off junction 11 of the M42 between Burton-upon-Trent and Ashby-de-la-Zoo, shown for an accident causing queues. The M1 in Hertfordshire, there are southbound queues after traffic was stopped when a vehicle caught fire between junctions 9 and 8 from Redbourne to Hemel Hempstead. On the M3 in Surrey, it's a lane closed southbound. Someone's broken down between junctions 2 and 3. On the M25 to Bagshot, causing queues. And on the M27 in Hampshire, it's a lane closed each way for repairs between junctions 12 and 11 between Portsmouth and Fareham, causing delays. I'm Russell Holding.
Jordan on TalkSport. Decimate normality. Eradicate predictability. Legendary sports radio. Engineered for confrontation. Jim White and Simon Jordan. The Eagles have landed. Mid-mornings on TalkSport.
Well, it's been quite a morning. Thanks for all the texts and tweets and everything else that's gone with it. All the callers as well. Arsenal callers, of course, telling us that they think that they will go to Munich and get into the semi-finals of the Champions League. And why not? Who's to say different? Man finished 2-2 last night. Man City had finished 3-3. On the subject of Manchester City, going to talk about a specific player to finish the day off, to finish the show off. Rodri. Wonderful, wonderful midfield player, Rodri. Danny Murphy with Simon and myself. Dan, when you came to the end of a season, is it fair to say you were out on your feet with the remaining, say, like half a dozen games to go? Did you think, somehow, I've got to get myself over the finish line?
No, you don't feel it. No, I don't. You know that your performance might have dropped a little bit if you played a hell of a lot of games. You have a couple of bad games, and you've got to understand that fatigue's kicking in. But more often than not, no.
You never flagged it up that I'm feeling it now at this stage in the season.
No, because I would always worry that if you ever turn around to, especially when you're at a club like Liverpool, for someone like myself, if you turn around and say I need a rest,
yeah,
someone plays in your position and plays well, you're done. None of the lads did. Even the best players who knew their place was fine. I don't remember one player. I knew a few players who wouldn't play if they had a little niggle, which used to wind me up, but I don't remember one player ever saying need a rest.
Well, that's interesting because it's come to light after the 3-3 draw in Madrid last night. Rodri has told us, I need a rest.
Well, if anyone's allowed, it's probably him.
Well, of course, next up for Manchester City, Luton. So, judging by what he says, and I'll quote him in a second, you have to think, if his latest comments are anything to go by, you might not see him there. Thereafter, the Luton game in the Premier League, Manchester City have got an FA Cup semi-final against Chelsea. Is he going to feature in that? Thereafter that, the second leg, of course, of the Champions League quarter-final against Real Madrid. He says, your physicality at this stage in the season, your physicality can drop, so I've got to watch out. It cannot always be like this. I do need a rest. And this is something now that he has informed Guardiola of, and Guardiola is planning to take Rodri out of the team during the run-in now, from this point onwards.
Well, he's an exceptional talent, but also plays in a position that demands the most physicality, output, I should say, in the central midfield, and he plays all the time.
Yeah.
So he's probably one of the few, a bit like Declan Rice, very rarely, although Arteta gave him a rest last week. He's someone who, could do with the odd rest player in the middle of the park, and he's crucial to the team.
Yeah.
They haven't lost a season when he's played.
Well, so far he's played 67 hours of football for City and for Spain. Second only to Phil Foden, who's been on the pitch for 61 minutes. Well, it does seem strange, but it does seem a particularly honest thing to do, Simon, to say, hang about here, I'm flagging this up, I'm running out of gas.
Contextually, it's not a player saying he doesn't want to play.
No.
It's a player saying, in order to exact the levels that you need me to be at, for the games that you need me to be at that level, you might have to consider the situation with the fact that I can't do all of it in every game. So I think it's probably that whether it's a thought process that enters into the players' minds now because they've spent so much time told that they're entering the red line and this, that, Souness was saying, even Danny, I think, would sit here and say, well, these are not conversations I'll have, and Souness would say, I played 65 games a season with one substitute in a side
on bad pitches.
On bad pitches, that I was getting kicked up the hill downhill. And so there'd always be that pushback against it. But where we are is where we are at this moment in time. Rodri is not a player that you'd look at and say, well, I worry about him. I worry about why he would say that and what
I don't know what provoked him to say it. The reality is you're better as a manager having Rodri at 75% than most players at 100.
Yeah.
I still believe the majority of footballers at top elite level, and you get there for a reason, don't mind playing lots of games. They might spit out a line now and again that's followed on from a manager's interview or something, or they get asked something and they say the right answer. But most players will tell you they prefer playing than training.
Yeah. You get a few more shows in you yet, Simon? We're not even out of April. We do 5 a week. Are you going to get there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's the dumbing down of oneself in order to sit on a daily show with you what I find difficult.
That's right. To get into that particular mindset, you've got to come down a large number of rungs on the mental ladder.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean it though.
No. Well, I shouldn't take that personally. Do you know what I want? Danny, Liverpool up against Atalanta. Of course, we're looking at the Europa League on Thursday. It's our only chance to ask you because you'll be gone at 1 o'clock, as you quite rightly should be. Atalanta 6 right now in Serie A, having won 15 out of 30 played. They're going all right, but they can take care of themselves against more than decent opposition. Do you think Liverpool have got a task in their hands to get rid of Atalanta and progress?
I think if Liverpool are anywhere near it, they'll be comfortable. Atlanta, they'll cause them the odd little problem, but no, Liverpool far too strong for them. Depends on who he plays, but the squad's pretty healthy at the moment. There's only 1 or 2 players out. There's a few chomping at the bit to get a game, so I don't see a problem.
Yeah.
The West Ham Leverkusen game.
Leverkusen.
That's more interesting.
What's your take on that? West Ham home advantage first, of course, on Thursday.
I think it'd be a good test for Alonso's side. Because West Ham got some terrific players, and they know how to play in Europe. Moisey sets them up really. It suits them, Europe. Suits West Ham playing that way.
Is that Leverkusen I'm hearing? Is it?
Still causing problems.
Yeah.
Although I think Bowen's injured, isn't he? That's a blow.
Yeah.
Don't know if he's back.
I'm not sure Danny Darragh didn't give us an update on that yesterday, did he, for some reason? No. The good thing is, Sir Simon, either Roma or Milan will be knocked out because they face each other.
You say that's a good thing?
Yeah, because one of the 2 big sides are going out.
Oh, I see what you mean. Just that you didn't like them.
No, I don't like Roma. Because that was particularly when Mourinho was there. So West Ham, I think West Ham can do it against Leverkusen, who have yet to lose a game. Of course, I understand that.
I don't know about that.
It's a big ask.
No, I'm not sure they'll get. They'll cause them some problems.
I don't think. I mean, this is a really good side that he's got there, Alonso. I mean, look what they did to Bayern Munich in the last game that they played Bayern Munich and ripped them to pieces. I would say this is a tall order. West Ham get through this, they'll have done remarkably well. Yeah, they'll be there. Of course, once they lose to Leverkusen, then Moyes Hayes will come out again because they'll have no cover.
You don't want West Ham to go.
Why?
You don't want.
I do like West Ham. And what about Liverpool?
Some of the fans don't like James Corden. They could do that.
I agree on both of those fronts. Liverpool, Atlanta, what do you think, Simon? I think
Liverpool
all roads lead to the Europa League final in Dublin, don't they?
All roads lead to a Liverpool Leverkusen final, don't they?
Yeah.
All roads should lead to a Liverpool West Ham final.
Although the air's come out of that conversation now, hasn't it?
Yeah. We shall see. Bayer Leverkusen, at least we're educated in that one and we know the pronunciation of that name from this point on.
I'll still get it wrong, going forward.
No, you won't.
I will.
Danny, stellar performance from you, my man. Thank you so much. Mr. Danny Murphy is leaving the building. Jordan and I, Jordan, that's you. Simon and I will be back tomorrow morning from 10. In the meantime, we're bowling up to 1.
White and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. Register for your trade card online at selcobw.com or in one of our branches.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepted in 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Mike and Jordan on Talk Sport with Selco. Register for your trade card online at selcopw.com or in one of our branches.
There are all sorts of fans who make racing what it is. The armchair expert who knows it all, right down to what the horse had for breakfast. The country gents head to toe in tweed, and the ladies with their extravagant hats. The banana-suited stag-do lads, and the nan who just backed the horse because it has a funny name. Whatever kind of racing fan you are, don't miss the Coral daily download every morning from 6 on the Superstar Breakfast on TalkSport with Coral. We're here for it. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
Imagine delicious crispy chicken McNuggets. Go on, picture them now. Imagine if you could get 6 of them for just $2.49. How about 9 for just $3.49? Or 20 of them for just $4.49? Woohoo! Well, now you can, but not for long. Get yours by the 16th of April. From 11 a.m. until 16th of April in store by delivery. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability. Price of participation may vary.
Whether you're singing songs dressed as a traffic cone at the alley pally, roaring yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a stranger because City just equalised in the 98th minute, with Virgin Bet, it's a good bet you'll be doing it safely and responsibly. Our range of responsible gambling tools mean you can lose yourself in the occasion without losing track of your betting. There's no such thing as a dead cert, but it's a good bet that Virgin Bet can help you keep it safe and enjoyable. Virgin Bet, 18 plus, bet responsibly, BeGambleAware.org.
On average, Rift get their customers £3,000 back.
I like the rubber ball like a fountain.
Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds.
You can sense the glory.
Something.
Feel it in your bones.
Wow!
The quarterfinals.
Unstoppable!
Full of vivid, nerve-wracking moments where every decision costs more, means more, and makes history. This is where the season is defined.
Nice magic.
Every game. Totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League quarterfinals. Only on TNT Sports.
Make sure you're all set for kick-off on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. It's TalkSport's premier weeknight fan forum featuring your views and the opinions of TalkSport's top team of passionate pundits.
Steps up right-footed and scores!
Plus, get the latest form and odds before the whistle blows direct from Ladbrokes. And hear live commentaries of selected matches throughout the season. Kick-off, weeknights from 7 on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. We play together. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
1089 and 1053 medium wave on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Over 50 stunning games of live football across April on Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With Lookers. With over 140 dealerships nationwide, it's the place to find new and used cars and vans. Visit lookers.co.uk.
Thanks as always to Jim Simon at the Danny for the last 3 hours. Coming up next is me, Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs once again alongside me to reflect on a fantastic night in the Champions League. 3 very contentious calls have all been discussing, of course, since the final whistle blew at the Arsenal Bayern game. We thought we would turn to the man who used to be the boss of the referees to get his take on all 3 of them. We've got loads of great football for you tonight on TalkSport and TalkSport 2, and we'll be chatting about that as well. We've got Champions League football for you. We'll have regular updates from the Championship, another big night as well. Ian Danter joins us to do that later on. Dean Holden, former Charlton Athletic manager, is now working with Stephen Gerrard over in Saudi. We thought we'd catch up with him, see how life is treating him in that new role. The Masters getting underway tomorrow. Gabby Partington previews it, hopefully gives us a few tips ahead of the tournament, and we'll have all sorts of other stuff going on, things to get you involved in. Bit of Manchester United, Tim Vickers after Jeremy Newman with the sport.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, good afternoon. Harry Kane is no doubt increasing his popularity with Arsenal fans by saying there was no logical explanation to deny a second penalty in last night's 2-4 at Arsenal. This after Gabriel inexplicably picked up the ball following his goal kick. Bayern boss Thomas Tuchel says the referee told him it was a kid's mistake, meaning it was an innocent error. But Kane, well, he says that's not the point.
A stonewall penalty. I don't know why the ref didn't give it. It would have been, of course, strange, but the ref with the whistle, he passed and he picked it up, so he would have been told that, but that's not our problem. The rules are the rules.
Thomas Tuchel, well, he's not happy either.
this is a horrible, horrible explanation, because that means he's judging now in post.
Moving to last night's other tie, well, City came away from the Bernabeu with a 3-3 draw in what was a classic encounter. Pep, well, he's taking it all in his stride.
With Madrid, so Bernabeu is special. You leave this kind of situation many times. You go to 3, okay, 10 minutes left, game is over. He is never over.
Moving to tonight's action, and a second pitch inspection has been scheduled for 3:30 this afternoon to see if the Scottish Premiership game between Dundee and Rangers can go ahead. The surface at Dens Park is safe to play on for now, but heavy rain is forecast. And finally, World Athletics President Lord Coe says his organisation's decision to award prize money to Olympic champions is a pivotal moment for the sport. The governing body's become the first international federation to financially reward athletes at the Games. Gold medalists will receive just short of £40,000 in Paris this summer, while silver and bronze winners will receive prize money from Los Angeles 2028.
Talk Sport News.
A father who murdered his newborn son has been jailed for life, and a flesh-eating zombie drug has entered the UK's illegal drug market. Amelia has more on those stories at 1:30.
Talksport weather with QuickFit. We're here for every journey in the future with over 300 EV trained sensors. Find your nearest at quickfit.com and drive away happy every time.
Wet and windy conditions across much of the UK this afternoon, but remaining mild.
In and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs on Talk Sport.
This is Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs with accurate 4 here on Talksport Weather this afternoon. Andy, please tell us what's coming up this afternoon.
We're doing the whole show in Welsh accents.
We are.
Coming up over the next 3 hours, a Reds take on 3 big calls in last night's Arsenal-Bayern game. We'll wonder what happened now. Eric Ten Hag's best mate has just left Old Trafford.
No, his last mate.
No, his last mate, yeah.
That's say the word
No,
last.
that didn't make any sense to me.
Well, no, all I'm saying is after 23 and 24 years, you could possibly read it first. It's the only bit that's actually scripted. The idea is, I mean, I think I could wing it, but the only reason I do this is to make it easier for you, and you gnaws it up every day. But anyway, carry on. You're doing a great job.
We'll preview another big night in the Champions League and the Championship. No better now than it was on the day I started.
Absolutely no better, and not one iota.
I think there could be some improvement. Don't worry.
We're also interested in your kids' mistakes, plus the very worst moment to have got the Charlie Adams treatment. And we'll catch up with the ex-chart boss Dean Holt and find out how he's enjoying life as Stephen Gerrard's #2 in Saudi.
There's all this, plus we've got some hot tips for the Masters and why the Olympic tradition.
Well, it is a great tradition in the Olympics. Triathlon.
Mike
Yeah.
can swim free.
That's right, Mike can swim free. So it's not like even Chelsea lost last night, so he can't blame that.
No, it's great. I'm a viral sensation now when Chelsea lose.
Oh yeah, Andy's got him. I should say we don't have lost the show. Although I think after that intro we probably have. 6 minutes past 1. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Andy. Yeah, and your kind of rants are getting quite a lot of traction on social media. You are. You're Alan Clickbait. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I think it's one I did about Arsenal and City last week about the game not being that great. 602,000.
Yeah.
I know, it's quite impressive. My West Ham Chelsea.
I
went through and checked them. I thought I'll have a look.
Oh, the ego on him. It's fantastic.
I don't bother to check the comments.
The trouble is
though,
be
terrible.
then you start. I mean, I imagine a lot of them would be shame, and it is shame. But even then, and the fact you're checking the numbers, you're beginning to come in and say to me, I've really got one today. You won't believe what I'm going to say.
That wouldn't work though.
No,
it's the fact that it's genuine.
It is genuine. I mean, it's not at all manufactured. Yes.
A million for the Chelsea versus West Ham rant.
Really?
That was my record once.
That's, well, congratulations to you. Okay, well done.
Yes, it's the mad rant.
Are you thinking of going online only?
No, I don't think I will.
Brisbane action? Fair enough, all right. Well, we'll keep putting up with you then.
We should actually talk about last night's game, but I just want
We should. We're going to get Keith to talk about the contentious stuff. I mean, everybody's got an opinion on it. We all just. I went after the game. Went for a little stroll with the dog, listening to the boys. It's really interesting. She was quite non-committal. She just slept through most of it. It was one of those nights when I had the Real Madrid City on the iPad in front of me, and the game on the telly. And
I can't do that. It's great.
I know it's hard, but you just keep flicking back from one or the other. I was
like a
lucky
channel hopper.
Yeah, no, that's a big mistake because you're going to miss everything.
Well, no, you didn't. The interesting thing is that what I govern it on is Schadenfreude. So
he's a good player.
Tremendous. As soon as Arsenal were losing, I thought, well, I better switch this. You don't get much opportunity to watch Arsenal lose now. Straight on to Matt Scott. All my Schadenfreude things. But then they equalised. I thought I'll turn back.
Everybody's got their own way of doing it.
But actually, watching Madrid losing at home is almost as enjoyable as watching Arsenal losing at home. That's sensational. There's such a sense of entitlement with that. The Barnabout.
The Barnabout, yeah, that's it.
The Bernabeu.
Yes.
Barnabout.
You're on fire today, Andy, aren't you? You've had a good night's kip. I say Chelsea didn't lose. You've got absolutely no excuses for any of this.
But both games were worth watching, and everybody said it was so frustrating. You think I'm big Little England, but I think they could easily have switched.
Just for you.
Well, if they had PSG Barcelona, which is a great game, and Arsenal Bayern, that was last night. And then Madrid versus Man City. I think you've got problems with Atletico.
You've got two Spanish teams. What would I have to do?
In Madrid, it seems very complicated.
I know that you think you're more important than everybody in Spain.
I do.
You know, they wanted to see two of their teams in action, I guess. It's just the way the draw shipped down. It was unfortunate. It's going to be unfortunate next week.
Such a high quality.
They were cracking matches.
Kim Kardashian, she was there cursing with her curse.
Was she? Yeah. What was she at? Which game was she?
She went to the Arsenal game.
Oh, was she there?
Yeah, and apparently she was there last year when they lost to Spanish team.
Honestly, bold as brass. This, getting on the train home yesterday, a lad gets on at the station, and he just stands, a big German guy in a sort of red, in a very thick German accent in English, said, oh, hi, does this train stop at Highbury in Islington? Well, I thought, he's either Arsenal supporters Munich, or he's got a ticket from somewhere. There were a few ejected. I mean, we saw that in the crowd, there were a few people that were ejected that went up when Bayern scored them. Not that many. Because I think one or two got booted out. But I think that few of them were
German football people getting on your tube train. Oliver Glasner, the new Palace manager, got on my tube last night. I got a nice packed photo of him.
You did?
I'm sure it was him. I looked at him and thought he was speaking German.
It was him.
It was him, but as I'm seeing this guy and he's speaking German to this other fellow, and they hear the words Premier League. So then I googled him, and then I said to my wife, "That's him, isn't it?"
Intimidating for him. He's sitting like he's about a yard from you, isn't he?
No, I was doing it.
Okay.
And
how did you manage to pack him? How did you take the photo? What, surreptitious?
Surreptitious, like I was sort of looking at my phone.
With kids, I don't know how you do it. It's great, isn't it? Didn't ask him for a selfie then?
No.
You didn't start talking for all your hits
I
on social
could have
media.
spoken to him, but I thought, what am I going to say to him? I'm not a Palace fan. No. He hasn't done a great job, so I can't say he's doing a fantastic job. I can't say anything nice.
Don't say anything.
So I thought, well,
I should have said that to him. The old mum used to say, you're doing a fair middling job so far. I wouldn't say you're not pulling up any trees, but they've had worse.
I think I wrote a note in my book last week that they're going to have to bring Roy back.
But you didn't get your book out and show it to us. A couple of things to get you going on today. We're going to talk about the mistake last night. Not necessarily a mistake. We'll find out what does Keith Hackett, former head of the Premier League referees, make of it all. The ball being picked up by Martinelli, not hearing the whistle. Kid's mistake, said the referee. It's a kid's mistake.
Martinelli, was it?
Not Martinelli. It was Gabriel, wasn't it? I do apologise. One part of the name. He said to the players and the referee, that was a kid's mistake. I can't be given penalties for something like that in a game like this.
Honestly, if that had happened the other way around, he had a penalty against him, he'd have gone absolutely mad. So you can't say it wasn't a penalty.
Well, I was quite interested in kids' mistakes, the ones that didn't go unpunished. There's a chance for you to dig into the memory bank and remember some kids' mistakes this afternoon. It's a bit of a Max Rushton now this afternoon. But good note, Andy. We would welcome some of those today. Some of those ones you got away with, maybe, and maybe you're letting your parents know now for the first time. And some of those that you didn't. And you can try and reason them out if you like.
I didn't get away with one. I remember that.
Here we go.
Well, it was in primary school, and we were doing a thing on Holland, and we had a model of, I might have told you this before, of what's the red cheese? Is it Edam?
Edam, yeah.
Edam. It was an Edam.
It wasn't a real Edam.
No, it was a block of wood covered with that red plastic, so it was like a model.
Where'd you buy one of those?
God knows, I suppose, you know, if you're learning about Holland.
I mean, also, why don't you just get an Edam?
It would have gone off.
Weighs about the same.
It would have gone off.
That's what the wax is for.
So this bloke that I went to school with, Peter's story, he said to me...
Not the old Arsenal player.
Not the old Arsenal player, no.
Okay.
He was a train driver, actually.
Okay.
But anyway, that's by the by. So he said to me...
If this doesn't get a billion hits on social media, then I don't know what will. Peter's story, the train driver and a block of red cheese.
He said to me, hold this cheese. So I was quite naive.
Was that a euphemism?
So I held the cheese in my hands like that. And then Peter decided to give it a right whack. He punched it.
Punched the cheese?
It didn't break, it just shattered the window. It went straight through the window, leaving an Edam-sized hole in the window. And we were both in front of Miss Morris, the headmaster. No, the headmistress.
Okay.
Sorry, Miss Morris.
You never know.
Yeah, she won't be.
You know. She had to be about 130. Miss Morris is still listening. Dear me. Anyway, I haven't got time to set up the other one now. Actually, I probably can. So, yeah, kids' mistakes. The other thing I want to hear from you on today is Fleetwood Blackpool. Blackpool Fleetwood, that's kind of more important than last night. Charlie Adam, the Fleetwood manager, was pooed on, basically. I take it was a seagull that flew overhead and pooed on him.
Yeah, it's pretty unpleasant when that happens.
It certainly is, and it just sort of, if you've seen wiping off his coat, one of his coaches thought it was hilarious if you've seen the pictures.
You can't get it off, that's the problem. Just smear it into your coat.
Yeah, well, he was trying to do that. Well, what struck me was, what's the very worst time for that happen? Everybody's had it happen to them, but I just wondered if he's having a first date, going for a job interview.
Job interview, that'd be bad.
Yeah, something like that. That might be interesting. So do let us know this afternoon if you were given the Charlie Adams treatment at the very worst possible time.
I think first dates, you know, when you see them coming into the restaurant,
just as they're walking
like the friend,
paternoster shot right on the head. They don't even know it's happening until they get in. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Talksport.com, text 889 to TSH and J 03717 223344. All manner of stuff right today, but we will kick off looking at the three big calls last night in the Arsenal buying game with the former head of the PGMOL, Mr. Keith Hackett. We're here with our good friends at Toolstation and their Toolstation Club, celebrating over 100 years of the walk with great deals across the range.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtual booths and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Exception 24 hours. Use in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleRare.org.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they do their accas and everything together in his WhatsApp group. They all know how much the bet is.
We all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going late.
Similar to us, but I actually go to a show and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What's you stick to?
$5.
5 for each.
Yeah. 25 years I've had that.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Happy birthday. May this year bring you happiness.
And XTB's investment plans.
Wait, what?
You don't know? XTB's investment plans are a great way to start achieving your goals.
Absolutely. Choose your desired ETFs. Select a funding methods like auto investing, allocate your assets, and you're good to go.
And the best part? It's zero commission.
Download the XTB app and start passive investing with investment plans. For monthly turnover equivalent to up to €100,000. T's and C's apply. Your capital is at risk. The value of your investments may go up or down.
At Morrison's, get half-price toys on brand
alongside Hot Wheels and Barbie, plus many more in store. That's more play for them and peace for you. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores subject to availability. Excludes online. Selected toys. Hot Wheels 10 pack was £23. Now £11.50. Barbie Beach Doll was £19. Now £9.50. Offer ends 14th of April.
Where would we be without curiosity? It's the drive that takes us to new places.
It even got us to the moon.
So satisfy your curiosity about electric cars with the Hyundai Explore Electric event, which is on until the 30th of June, where you'll find our award-winning range of electric cars, including the Ioniq 5. Explore more at hyundai.co.uk. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Rewards Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free rewards shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Talk Sport Traffic and Travel with Idea Cooling and Heating. Find an easier in-to-win air conditioning split system projects with Idea. Win more, earn faster. That's Idea.
Hertfordshire, the M1 southbound is partly blocked by a vehicle on fire approaching junction 8, the turn-off for Hemel Hempstead. The Warwickshire, the M6 northbound is partly blocked by a broken down van between Corley services and junction 3A for the M6 toll. And in Hampshire, the M27 is partly blocked in both directions for repairs between junction 11 at Fareham and junction 12 for Portsmouth and the M275. I'm Adam Moore.
It's Championship football on TalkSport 2.
Oh, he scored!
Plymouth versus Leicester.
Coverage at 7. Kick-off 8 p.m.
It's in off the post!
Friday night. Sharp shooting radio on TalkSport 2.
Oh, that's magnificent!
Kids' mistakes. Andy kicked us off. Was there a kid's mistake in the Arsenal-Bayern game, apparently, said the referee. I once turned up at school on a Sunday. The gates were locked. Neither my parents or my 3 siblings even realised I'd done it. I climbed back into bed in my uniform, said Martin. Beautiful kid's mistake.
Nice story.
Yeah. I was the goalkeeper in an under-14s game and I completely lost track of where I was in relation to the pitch. Where's it gone? I went to gather a ball only to realise it was in the centre circle. It takes some doing. You did lose your way. You two have definitely had a lunchtime tipple. Chance would be a fine thing.
That'd be ridiculous.
Yes, we had the same in a Sunday league game. Ref gave it, but team were playing told player to miss on purpose, says the Ulster. So I take it this is referring to the moment last night when the ball was picked up after the whistle had been blown. Anyway, let's look at those 3 contentious decisions.
I like the idea that the listener thinks I have to be drunk to be as bad as this.
Yeah, this is him sober. I've seen him with a drink, and he's all over the place. So yeah, 3 contentious calls last night in the Arsenal-Bayern game. Great game in itself. But we will discuss that now with the former Premier League referee and from the head of the referees, Keith Hackett. Good afternoon, Keith.
Good afternoon. Delighted to be on this show.
Yeah, it's lovely to talk to you again. Well, let's start with the penalty, or not, as the case may be. I mean, we'll all have a take on it, but let's get the expert's view. Would you be giving that, Keith, if you were still on duty?
I think that I would have been pointing to the spot because I don't have VAR, and I think to be honest, I think when we look at this particular decision, it's so subjective because what you've got is you've got the goalkeeper plants his foot fairly wide out, and of course Saka very cleverly manufactures contact. And therefore, we see that when we see the replays. The referee on the day doesn't. And I thought, first view, normal speed, he's got it right. I then start to look at the replays, and I suddenly say, whoops, we've got a problem here. I would have liked the VAR to have come in and said to the referee, have a look at the monitor. Have a look at what I'm seeing. And if that referee then goes back and says, I'm sticking with my decision, I'm giving a penalty kick, fine, but I think not going operation actually weakens the argument. It leaves the argument open for discussion as we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So, first view, I'm following the referee, I'm giving a penalty kick. Second view, I'm saying, whoops, this is the manufactured contact, I'm not giving it.
Yeah.
And that's the difficulty of being in the modern age. That's why we've got VAR, and that's why the VAR should have said, come and have a look.
It was obviously clear though, Keith. The VAR must have looked at it and said no, that he's bought the contact there. You're right. That's what it. I mean, I totally agree with you. I looked at it and I thought that's a penalty. Watched it back, saw Saka move a leg towards Neuer to buy the pen, and thought that shouldn't be where the bar is. We can say it's clever, but it isn't clever really. It's cheating, isn't it? I mean, initiating contact, we sometimes call that diving. And I mean, the whole nation's split on that particular decision. But I see Ian Wright, no bigger fan of Arsenal or Bukayo Saka than Ian Wright, say, not a penalty for me. I kind of felt vindicated in that.
Yeah, and that's why I've sort of tried to go through the process and saying, right, okay, the outcome is, if we're not giving a penalty kick then, should we actually be giving a yellow card to Saka? And the debate that I see is this. VAR, I thought, would in fact help the referee in terms of acts of simulation, diving. And it would help the game if the game had retrospective punishment. So even though they've not got the penalty kick, Saka's got away with an act of simulation. That's not good for the game.
No.
So you see how complicated it is. Now, the further complication is, they talk about clear and obvious. Is it clear and obvious? Because it's subjective.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
I can put a case up and say, well, why didn't the goalkeeper go and attempt to play the ball? Was he playing the man?
I mean, looking at it, I just see him advance on a player and then doesn't make any real contact with him until Saka instigates the contact. Anyway, we've got to ask you about two more, Keith.
Yeah,
the other one.
That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. The other one is the one that was called a kid's mistake by the ref to the Bayern players when Gabriel didn't hear the whistle, just thought he was taking the goal kick when it was played to him, but the whistle had gone. A technical point. Again, what would you be doing in that ref situation last night? Would you be giving a penalty or would you just be letting it go?
That is 100% a penalty kick. The game was restarted. And this is not in the judgment of the referee. An offence has been committed. Very clearly, the players handle the ball. And look, I know we can argue about common sense here, but the players made the mistake. We're looking at the referee and saying, well, you've made a mistake. He has, because he's allowed play to continue. He should have given a penalty kick.
It was like a you are the ref, Keith, wasn't it? It was like an old Paul Trevelyan, you are the ref. It was like, you don't hear the whistle, you pick the ball up. Is it A, a penalty? But, you know, it did feel like one of those.
It would probably been given outside the box.
Yeah, it probably would be, yeah. I mean, it was, it's such
And
a
I think
strange...
that's a good observation. Look, refereeing is always going to promote discussion and debate. This is one where I think it's very clear that this is a penalty kick. He's handled the ball. And we can argue about the whistle being blown. The referee, the signal can not necessarily be the whistle. It can just be an arm signal, and we need to get into that debate.
Yeah. Well,
at the end of the day, the referee's getting praised for applying common sense, and this is always the argument in refereeing. Where do we sit? Common sense or law?
Do you think you'll get his backside kicked by Pierluigi Collini? Do you think you'll get marked down for that when they talk about the performance?
Yes, I think that they will see that as a negative, because it's not in the remit of the referee to make the call that he's made.
Yeah. I want to ask you about the last one. I know your view on this. I was reading your piece in the Telegraph today. Harry Kane made contact with Gabriel's face, and you think he was a lucky boy, Keith?
I do, and the reason being was Harry's looked for his opponent. He's gone searching for him. You see that look? And then, the elbow is such a hard piece of the human body. and it's a weapon, and he's used it. And we can talk about force. I think there was sufficient force, and yes, it might have seemed being harsh. Harry's got to play the game. He's got away with it.
Wow, interesting. Because I mean,
I thought he just left his elbow.
He kind of left it, but when it's that high,
Gabriel's going to come.
Especially in European games where we've often seen, given it was high risk, and you know, you do often see red cards given for those, Keith, don't you?
Well, I think the thing is that footballers have to play with their feet. Yes, they can use their heads, and certainly the arms and elbows are a dangerous weapon. And it's easy to sit in an armchair, as I have done, and say, right, it's a red card. What you need as a referee is to see that 100%. Again, could he have gone to the VAR and had another look? You know, this is, again, it's subjective. What about the force used? I think there was sufficient. His whole action was, I'm looking for the player, I'm going to do it. And he succeeded and got away with one.
Okay, interesting. Look, Keith, good to talk to you. Appreciate it. Thanks very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Keith Hackett, their former Premier League ref and head of the referees on those big calls. I don't think he did him. I mean, I just felt that the arm was up and it could have been given, and it was reckless.
I thought he was going to go, but then you can see why he didn't. And it's so difficult, these things. You know, the Keith's right, they're subjective. So therefore, some people are going to agree with it, some people won't.
But as you know, Arsenal fans were very upset in the aftermath, the emotions behind them. A lot of them were calling the sports bar. But just as I thought, VAR was there. They were working as a team, and in all these situations, VAR didn't get involved.
They got away with one, you know, with the handball, so they shouldn't complain too much.
Which one was that? The
Gabriel picking it up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But you know, you don't feel like that in the moment. Not when, I mean, in the dying seconds, when it happens like that in the dying seconds, and you think you've got, you know,
I think they're well into time.
Oh, absolutely. I think you saw enough from Arsenal last night. I mean, I saw Rafa Honigstein and the Athletic saying it's the best Bayern have played for a while. They really raised their game.
They really did.
And a lot of Bayern fans.
Well, it's their season now.
Yeah,
Nothing else left,
exactly.
so.
Didn't see that coming. So, but Arsenal got more than enough to go over there. So delicately poised. Looking forward to the second leg next week, as we are City Real Madrid at the
You made a point about this game, and then tomorrow night's game with West Ham affecting that fifth position.
Yeah, I mean, our old mate Daryl Johnson, he was our mate till Andy had a go at him the other day over the Wolves decision. Anyway, our both are still friends, but Daryl said really tight. Germany and England, there's nothing between Germany and England for that fifth place in the Champions League, and if they lose and beat West Ham and Bayern
Might go to
beat
VAR.
Arsenal, yeah, it might go to VAR. Who knows? Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that particular coefficient for you. Dean Holton's up next. He's the former manager of Charlton. Big Manchester United fan as well. We may touch on that. But he's working with Steven Gerrard now. He's assistant at Al Attifaq. We'll see what he's making of all that over in Saudi very shortly.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right.
Whether you're singing songs dressed as a traffic cone at the alley pally, slaughtering yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a stranger because City just equalised in the 98th minute, with Virgin Bet, it's a good bet you'll be doing it safely and responsibly. Our range of responsible gambling tools mean you can lose yourself in the occasion without losing track of your betting. There's no such thing as a dead cert, but it's a good bet that Virgin Bet can help you keep it safe and enjoyable. Virgin Bet, 18 plus, bet responsibly, begambleaware.org.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Get everything you need to conquer the whole job with free delivery 7 days a week on orders over £25 for a job done right.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates, and they do their accas and everything together in his WhatsApp group. They all know how much the bet is.
They all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going silly late.
Similar to us, but I actually go into a shop and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What do you stick to?
Five
for each.
25 years I've had that five.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
At Morrison's, get any four for £5 from over 30 frozen products. From Bird's Eye Garden peas, potato waffles, Goodfellas pizzas, plus many more. That's more easy peasy tea sorted. Morrison's shop like Morrison's. Majority of stores are online, subject to availability. Selected lines end 14th of April.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. There is a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it.
I cinched it. You're in spin class. You're not going to be sick.
I started in this coffee shop.
What are you having?
A 5-door hatchback.
This is your captain speaking. I cinched it before takeoff with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Mileage restrictions and terms apply.
Imagine delicious crispy chicken McNuggets. Go on, picture them now. Imagine if you could get 6 of them for just $2.49. How about 9 for just $3.49? Or 20 of them for just $4.49? Woohoo! Well, now you can, but not for long. Get yours by the 16th of April. From 11 a.m. until 16th of April in store by delivery. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Talk Sport. News.
We're going to be talking about the triathlon in Paris a little bit later on. We've been worried about the water quality in the Thames for the boat race. We're having similar issues in Paris, and there's some talk of maybe stripping out the swim in the triathlon. We'll be speaking in swimming pool. Doing it in the swimming pool, what, getting off your bike and just jumping in the shallow end. Continuously. I didn't tell you it wouldn't look great, would it? Well, look, we'll ask Heather Townsend, former Team GB triathlete, a little bit later on. Tim Vickery's with us. But first, Amelia Beltrao has the news headlines.
Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon. The world's biggest review of children's gender treatment services says children are being let down by the toxicity of the debate. The report by Dr. Hilary Cass found there's also remarkably weak evidence to support gender treatments for children. Rishi Sunak's welcomed the findings.
We have to recognise that we need to move with extreme caution in these areas because we just simply don't know the long-term impacts of what this all means.
The 29-year-old man's been jailed for at least 22 years for the murder of his newborn son. Michael Davis was convicted of killing baby Ollie Davis in Leicester in 2017. Over 55,000 asylum seekers whose applications have been rejected over a 10-year period did not leave the UK. That's according to the Migration Observatory, who's looked at Home Office data from 2011 to 2021. Some will have successfully overturned their decisions. Many others would have remained here illegally. People buying cannabis, vapes and counterfeit painkillers could be consuming a powerful animal tranquilizer that can cause skin ulcers and overdoses. The flesh-eating zombie drug, known as xylazine, has infiltrated the UK's illegal drug market. Dr. Caroline Copeland is a senior author of the study.
I'm hoping that this study will raise awareness amongst people who use drugs to be careful with what it is that they're using.
Scientists have discovered some frogs can scream, we just can't hear them. Researchers in Brazil found some Amazonian jungle frogs scream at an ear-splitting volume for other animals, but its frequency is inaudible to humans.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Harry Kane says there was no logical explanation to deny Bayern Munich a second penalty in last night's 2-2 draw at Arsenal, and a second pitch inspection will decide if Rangers' SPL clash at Dundee tonight can go ahead. Jeremy will be back more at 2.
Presenting Talk Sports, Masters of On Air, the breakfast show that brings it every morning. Starring Wing Commander Flaps McCoy.
6 o'clock, Ginger.
Wireless operator Alan. Don't resume.
Ah, I want a bet with a 4 o'clock. Answer, my Brew.
The superstars. As breakfast chops away.
Tomorrow morning from 6 on Talk Sport.
Telling you earlier on, I think, Jim, where I was chatting away, those seagulls, was exploded there. It's a funny job him trying to wipe his coat off. And they say it's lucky, but they lost 1-0. So much for that. But we were asking about your experiences of it. As a junior office worker, I once had to deliver a new baby present to the chief exec of the competitor. As I approached their office with the gift, a seagull did its business on me, half of which landed on my shoulder and the rest landed in the gift bag.
Oh, yeah.
Needless to say, I dropped the present off and made a hasty retreat.
Great present.
It's supposed to be like, yeah, happy birthday to someone, a new baby present to a competitor. It's going to look like they were trying to have a party. Anyway, keep those coming. The very worst moment for a Charlie Adams extravaganza. Talksport.com, text 889 2TS8GJ. I don't know if this is a problem for our next guest these days. Do they have seagulls in Saudi? David, as Alan would probably say. Because Dean Holdenbach we kept in touch with when he was managing over here at Chalk Athletic. He's now working at Hettifer with Stephen Gerrard as assistant coach. And Dean joins us now. Good afternoon, Dean.
How are you guys?
Yeah, good. We thought we'd touch base. You've been there, how long have you been there now? A couple of months, Dean?
Yeah, about 10 weeks now. And you talk about seagulls, they were on the picture at the front somewhere. We actually got the time to speak to them, so we do get them over here.
Really?
On the other side of it, I've just spoken to Bill McBride. I'm near there with the Arbor and the Caravans in Blackpool with my brother and the grandkids, so the weather's a little bit different, I think. So
yeah, I'm sure it is. I think that's one of the advantages. How did it all come about? Was it a call out that you known Stephen for a while?
no, we actually played together for England under 18s all them years ago. We were the same age. Never spoke to him since. Of course, our careers went very differently. And no, when his assistant went to go to the Plymouth manager, somebody I know got in touch with Mark Allen, the sporting director, and the question was, would he be looking up externally or in-house ready to step up? And within 10 days, I met Stephen and Mark in Plymouth. I've been seeing the camp in Abu Dhabi. They met me at Heathrow Airport. We were there for a couple of hours, and they offered me the job the next day. So very quick. It's not something. Last time we were running the Cheltenham racing last March, I think we was running along Cheltenham, and they said to me then we're going to be out in Saudi Arabia this time next year. One of the second lead, but what an experience, I have to say, incredible.
Later in the business, I guess, is probably a bit nomadic, but when you're in it,
yeah, you get used to it over the years, don't you? I signed a 3.5-year contract at Charlton in April, and I've been gone by August for many different reasons, which may or may never come to the fore, but I'm out here now. We're on a good run of form at the moment. It's a really good place to be. It's a really good place to be. You hear a lot, don't you, about Saudi Arabia and players coming over there for money and all the rest of it. It's only when you probably get here and see it for yourself that you realise the value. We've been on routes now for first class. One of the guys was going to be elite legend from his family and his life experience as well, which is really phenomenal.
It's interesting as some players and managers seem to love it, and others find it difficult. It's certainly not 2018 anyway. You're playing.
Well, I think you got to open up your mind, don't you? At the end of the day, we're coming over here, and literally come out of Ramadan last night. We're into Eid now, and having won at the weekend, we've got a couple of days of rest now before the next game in a couple of weeks, and you have to open your mind. And right throughout Ramadan, Stephen made it very clear at the beginning to all the English staff that.
We lost Dean
It's a
there.
shame. That was going to be a very interesting.
Try and get him back. He's still talking to us. I can see him, but we seem to have lost his line. So we'll try and get back to him in a few moments' time. Back on that red card, Keith Hackett, former head of the referees, felt it was a red card. He could have got a red card for that elbow. Harry Kane. Neil from Cheltenham says, I think it comes down a lot with players and their profile. Kane should have been sent off. If it was Casemiro, definitely been a red card.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys were making it in commentary, Ali and Flex last night in commentary were making, sometimes that does have a bearing on it, doesn't it, really? But anyway, I think we can get Dean back now. He was full flow. Yeah, you were just talking about Ramadan and playing recent games, Dean?
Yeah, it's about adapting to the country that we've sort of joined on with. You know, it's not about people joining up with what, you know, our way of thinking. That's one thing we've had to get used to, training at 9, 10 o'clock at night, games kicking off at 10 p.m. But we're out of that now, and we've got 7 games left of the season. If we can jump into that top 6, it'd be a big thing for the club. You're up against some really big clubs with a lot of money. And as I say, when you come over and you realise you're working with someone like Stephen and Mark Allen and the staff, who it's not just about winning the next game, which of course the most important thing as a manager, but Stephen's the most incredibly driven person I've come across, and you can see how he got to the top level as a player and what he will leave behind at this club. Him and Mark Allen, they brought their expertise in terms of building an academy from the ground. There was nothing there previously, really. They're building a new training ground, a brand new stadium, so it's nice to be part of that. It's not just about what you hear back home about the money and the glitz and the glamour. You know, there's a lot going on. Stephen, you know, is really passionate about the young players at this club, and there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And luckily for us, since the mid-season break, we're just shy of 2 points per game, so we're in great form in these last 8 games or so, and we'll attack the rest of the season and hopefully try and jump into that top 6, which, considering it's a rebuilding job, that would be a really big thing for the club.
He's made a long-term commitment, Stephen, hasn't he? I mean, hasn't he signed a new contract till 2027?
Yeah, and you can see that he's all in. I mean, it's, as I say, you judge people from the outside. There's a few people I know that have known him and some of his staff, but I didn't know any of them. I didn't know Mark, the sporting director. I didn't know Stephen. So it's like going back to school. You know, you trust your expertise, but you know, I was at the game for 5 months, having been sacked by Charlton. So you're a little bit wary coming in. Is probably the right word. Is this the right thing for my career? You know, I'm going over to Saudi Arabia and people that I don't know, and is there a risk? And as I say, you just go in as open-minded as you can be, and I honestly have enjoyed every minute. It's an incredible, when you've got a manager and a sporting director working closely like they are with the same goal and no agenda, and you've got a group of staff who are really on board, it's a really powerful thing, and I've genuinely just enjoyed. There's loads of banter. We watched the Manchester Liverpool game at the weekend together. There's a lot of banter flying about between United and Liverpool and the rest of it, but it has been phenomenal, and just to tap the brain of one of the best ever has been good for me as a young coach as well.
Yeah.
How are you finding the weather? Because you look like you've got quite a nice tan. It's quite hot there today.
I'm sweating here.
I think in fact he's been phasing in and out there. I wanted to talk about United. We're going to be doing that in a second anyway, actually. We have got Dean back. Sorry, you're saying you're sweating there, then we lost you again, Dean.
No, as I say, we've got a couple of days rest now, so I've brought my family away for a couple of days, and we've got myself a nice little part of the hotel reception, air conditioning, and the next minute the music came on and they're all celebrating Eid over here, so I'm stuck out in the car park. It's about 40 degrees. You get used to it. It's like anything, you get used to it, don't you?
Well, it's good to hear that the old Manchester United Liverpool banter is flying about, because you did something to it the other day. I mean, I'm sure Stephen was reminded of the 30-odd chances or whatever it was that Liverpool had, but they found a way to get a result, as they often have this season, Manchester United did.
Against the odds, they did. You wouldn't have thought it would do in that first half, but I think there's going to be big changes there in the new owners and Dave Brailsford and all the guys coming in. I think there's going to be some big changes, and I'll be watching with interest.
That's something we're going to discuss next with Jamie Jackson, actually, from The Guardian. But for now, Dean, good to talk to you. We're struggling a bit with the line. Keep enjoying it out there, and we'll hopefully catch up with you soon. Thanks very much.
Cheers, fellas.
There we are. That's Dean Holden there, the Burnley FAC assistant coach, working with Steven Gerrard over there. And we are going to talk Manchester United next. John Murray has moved on, along with Richard Arnold. That's the two allies, the two people that took Eric Ten Hag on.
Yes, they took a little problem there.
Yes, I think whether it does leave him maybe a little bit exposed. And as Dean was just saying, he's a Manchester United fan. Someone football expects big changes. Will that include the dugout? We're going to catch up with Jamie Jackson from The Guardian. I think he enjoyed a cracking game of football last night in the Bernabeu. He's their man in Manchester. And that's coming up shortly. And we're here with Toolstation. Head over to toolstation.com to grab great deals on the DeWalt range for a job done right.
Hawksley and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Get everything you need to conquer the whole job with free delivery 7 days a week on orders over £25 for a job done right. Buy a job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores stores nationwide for a job done right.
Here they come, racing lovers of the UK in the Coral Fan Derby. We've got the women with hats the size of houses boxing in the armchair experts. Neck and neck, it's the number crunchers. Their pencils sharp, their expertise sharper. The parents on a day out are the ones to catch. But moving up on the outside are those who back the horse because it's got a funny name. They've snatched victory and they don't even know it. However you enjoy it, we know it's the fans that make horse racing what it is. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, T's and C's apply. Take time to think. The Masters, teeing off on now.
Now he's absolutely launched that.
Oh, now. Woods is in the woods. Now that's just magic.
Now that's a drive. Oh, now he's just pulled that shot. Oh, and now is this the type that wins him the green jacket? There it is. Stream the Masters and all of Sky Sports without a contract. Head to nowtv.com.
Sky Sports content streamed by internet. 18 plus. Full terms apply. Half-term traffic? Dentist appointment? Visiting the in-laws. With Mazda, electrify even the most challenging trips. The all-electric Mazda MX-30 is available to finance for £199 per month, with 0% APR representative and a £6,000 deposit contribution. Electrify the everyday. Search Mazda MX-30. Mazda Financial Services, PCP over 48 months, deposit of 4677, optional payment of 7965. Indemnities may be required.
Imagine delicious crispy chicken McNuggets. Go on, picture them now. Imagine if you could get 6 of them for just $2.49. How about 9 for just $3.49? Or 20 of them for just $4.49? Woohoo! Well, now you can, but not for long. Get yours by the 16th of April. From 11 a.m. until 16th of April in store and way delivery. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
We always back an horse in the Grand National.
You just can't beat it. That's the one everyone wants to win.
The one we've all been waiting for.
I love the National, but absolutely zero strategy behind who I choose.
I mean, each way, man, I'll pick someone further downfield.
To be honest, my favourite, eh?
I always pick the favourite.
I back the outsider.
Whatever colour top they're wearing, that's me.
However you pick your Grand National horse, Betfred. And they're off. Love the National.
Betfred.
18 plus with aware.org.
Talk Sport and Village Hotels, the fans' #1 destination for live European football. From the emotion and exhilaration of the Europa and Europa Conference League.
Absolutely extraordinary.
To the ecstasy of the Champions League.
Can you believe it?
Get through-the-pitch coverage of the epic rivalries and blockbuster clashes from all 3 tiers of international European club football. Only on Talk Sport with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway.
Talk Sport, traffic and travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win heat recovery VRF projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In Hertfordshire, the M25 anti-clockwise is partly blocked after a collision between junction 19 for Watford and junction 18 for Chorleywood. In Hampshire, the M27 is partly blocked both ways for repairs between junction 11 at Fareham and junction 12 for Portsmouth. And in Berkshire, the M4 westbound is partly blocked. There's a breakdown there between junction 13 at Newbury and junction 14 at Hungerford. Do expect a queue. I'm Adam Moore.
The Champions League live on Talk Sport 2.
High-intensity, expressive football.
Oh, that's magnificent.
Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona.
Build up and banter from 7. Kick-off 8 o'clock. Rock.
Wednesday night
On Talk Sport 2.
It's a sensational goal.
Night goals coming.
Talk Sport 2.
Good afternoon, Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport. We're going to talk a bit of Real Madrid City shortly. Was very fortunate enough to be in the stadium and witness a cracking game. Before that, we are going to talk Manchester United with the Guardian's man in Manchester, Jamie Jackson, live from the airport. Good afternoon, Jamie.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we wanted to talk to you about the fact that the Director of Football, John Mona, has left slightly earlier than planned. He's going to be replaced by Dan Ashworth anyway, but Richard Arnold, of course, already on the chief exec, and they were the 2 people that effectively appointed Eric Ten Hag. And we wondered, like, his 2 mates in the club have gone, and we just chatted to Dean Oldham, Manchester United fan and former Charlton manager over in Saudi, now saying he expects big changes in the summer, and you do wonder if this adds fuel to the fire that'll be in the dugout as well, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
probably the most pressing kind of point or issue now. What happens with Eric Ten Hag, particularly with those two gentlemen now having left. Next time we get to sort of speak to him, which will be Friday, you know, if no one does it before me, I will be asking him in a sort of, you know, polite, diplomatic way, whether, you know, it's sort of gonna, if he feels it's going to have any effect on his future. Now, obviously, he's not going to sit there and say, yeah, you know, I'm going to be next to go. Yeah. But you are right in identifying this, Paul, and, you know, I think it's still up for grabs a little bit, his future with the FA Cup semi-final. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm with the lads. Yeah, I mean, it should have enough for Coventry.
Yes, you would imagine.
Although Coventry will play with a lot of spirit and hope. You know, United do give you a chance. All those chances they've given up in the last 3 games.
We're going to get Jamie back in a moment. We've been asking this afternoon, poor old Charlie Adam, unfortunately, the Seagulls got to him last night. He was in Fleetwood, not lucky at all. They managed to lose at Blackpool, but not before the Seagulls had basically made a real mess of his coat. And you've been telling us about the very worst moments for a Charlie Adams like situation. What have we got? Yes, me and my mates were off to York races on the train. We were about 19, all in their new suits, feeling very dapper. Stepped off the train and a bird did the old Charlie Adam all over my back, covering my sick jacket. As I was near the back of our group, only my mate Steve saw it happen. As we walked to the bus stop outside the station, I said to him, please don't say anything, I'm just going to clean it up, no one's going to need to know. He said, no mate, you're fine, don't worry about it. Obviously we got on the bus and he announced, ladies and gentlemen on the bus, Sam's been pooed on by a seagull. Look at his suit.
Never
what a great way to start
no
the day.
point in saying don't say anything.
No, you know what's going to happen. Have we got Jamie back here? I looked at the gallery. No, we are struggling. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll pick a card, any card, don't worry about that. We'll get the phone sorted someday soon. Me and the missus were about to walk into the Hammersmith Odeon to see the great Billy Connolly. And as we walked on the Hammersmith Bridge, yeah, the full Charlie Adam experience on her head, the wife's head.
Her head, oh dear.
Luckily, this was in the late 80s when highlights were the thing. So actually, it blended in quite well and no one noticed, said Paul, the Spurs fan. And what else we got for? Yes, I'm a photographer. I was working for Blackpool at Bloomfield Road, and probably the same seagull got to me earlier this season, all over the laptop, 2 cameras, coat, and the rest. Stained my coat badly, he said. Got under the dials of the camera. What a nightmare. Of course, the fans around me thought it was absolutely hilarious, he says. So, thank you for all of those. In the meantime, Andy, anything else you want to share with the class?
Yes, there's the new Luke Littler. He's Owen Bryson.
We don't need any more new Luke Littlers.
He's only 10. And,
yeah.
How far are we from an 18-month-old toddler making his debut at Ali
I know.
against Raymond Van Barneveld?
Good luck to him. He sounds like a really good player. I was reading about him today, but every other day we've got the new Luke Littler, haven't we?
He's on the front of Forbes magazine.
Is he?
Yeah. Luke, not Owen. Luke.
Oh, no, yeah, Luke Lee. I know, I guessed you meant. Is he really? Wow.
30 people under 30 to watch.
We got Jamie back. We'll try and squeeze him in. The times are pressing now, but we'll do our best. So we were saying, you know, Eric Ten Hag could be under the cosh slightly. I suppose the question is, what would he need to do to avoid that? I mean, it's looking less likely 4th or 5th with 11 points back. They are currently at the moment, United. That's quite a lot of ground to make up in a short time. Would any kind of European football, would Europa League, Conference League be enough to save him, you think?
I don't think so, Paul. I think if he wins the FA Cup, biggest of course, and then maybe does that second Europa League, possibly it makes it more of an issue for them. I mean, you know, it's not 100% sort of set in stone, but I just feel the more this goes on, he is doing a root and branch restructure, isn't he, to Jim Ratcliffe? And I just feel it's a football for me. You know, Liverpool should have beaten them, for example, the other day. They should have beaten the FA Cup. It's just too open, and they are open all the time. And I think if they're looking at that and they've got any sort of expertise going in there, you know, from the sort of football department, whoever's left there now, so obviously they're clearing that out before Ashford comes in, then they're going to be pointing to that. I mean, you know, anyone could sort of see it. So I think he needs to win something and finish very, very high up. As you say, I don't think top 4 or 5. Top 5 now would be a little bit of a minor miracle, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
Whoever they choose, though, if they don't get it right, they just add to the pressure, add to the confusion. It's a huge decision. it's such a big job, and there's been a lot of talk about Gareth Southgate, and he's been great for England, but I'm not sure that it's a big job.
The fact that Graham Potter turned down Ajax, you start to wonder with his Dan Ashworth association.
I personally think Graham Potter, well, judging on what happened to Chelsea, I think he'd be a disaster, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he isn't a good manager, but it's a big job that eats you up.
Again, you characterise it perfectly, because this is the thing: if you do get rid of Ten Hag, he's obviously going to have 2 years' experience. The first one was sort of top spring, finishing the Carabao Cup trials, and it doesn't work the first. You know what it's like? First 2 or 3 weeks of the season, it's all it needs. Then suddenly it's like, wait a minute, is this new regime any better? And of course, in between all that, we've got this summer market coming up, in which, so Jim Ratcliffe's in charge of the football. But what happens if he wants, I don't know, 85 million for a centre back, and the Glazers turn around and say, well, actually, no, thank you. How is that going to go down, with regard to the club, what we're talking about, the sort of future of the club? So again, we're in this world in Manchester United, we don't quite know, it might work, it might not, sort of thing. I know at some point someone has to turn around this club, but it's just, again, a little bit sort of, let's wait and see. This Ashworth thing, as I understand it, Sir Jim Ratcliffe thinks he may not be in before September, October, which is a long old time when you're sort of, not poaching somebody, hiring someone, headhunting someone from another club, compensation, and all the rest of it. So again, it's a little bit state of flux, I'd suggest.
And just finally, you witnessed a cracking game last night. I mean, it's a great game anywhere, but heightened for the fact it's in a great football cathedral like the Bernabeu. You saw 3 absolutely cracking goals as well.
Yeah. I mean, with the roof closed as well as we are last fall, to sort of make it look local, it was one of those. It's probably the best game I've been to this season, and probably one in all the time I've done football. It's like 20 years. I mean, for me, the pick was Valverde's volley. It was unbelievable. But yeah, Foden's was amazing. Gabardio's obviously left-footed, and it's a right-footed curl screamer. The noise in the place, and I think of the 2 managers, it's easy to say who's happy. It's Guardiola. Ancelotti actually said, since I've managed, we're going to be miles away from our home on Wednesday. And Pep Guardiola's very, very relaxed, and then the press conference afterwards. I'm not saying they'll definitely go through, but they haven't lost at home. The group game, Lyon 1-0, September 2018. So, it's going to be difficult for Real.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get your plane. Thanks very much, Jamie.
Thank you.
Jamie Jackson there from The Guardian, their man in Manchester. And still to come this afternoon, we're actually going to be talking a little bit more about, when we reflect on Real, where they stand after that game. PSG Barcelona, Atletico Dortmund, of course, tonight. So Alvaro Romeo, Spanish football expert, will be joining us to chat about that. And lots more besides, all coming up in the next hour of the show.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
Play Set for Life, and you could. 10,000 pounds every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over. The future is unpredictable at times, but the Open University are the experts in distance learning, allowing you to fit study around your life. What's more, you'll have support from dedicated tutors every step of the way. Now, suddenly your possibilities are open. Search the Open University to find out more. The Open University. The future is open. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Imagine a summer family getaway to Turkey, Mallorca or Lanzarote. Stay for as long as you like with flexible durations, all while enjoying award-winning VIP service. Book summer now with just a £60 deposit per person and spread the cost with flexible monthly payments. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After protected, subject to availability and conditions.
Sometimes running a trade or construction business can feel like working out in a sauna filled with wasps.
But Xero accounting software can help. You can quote an invoice on the go to get paid faster. Soon it'll feel less like working out and more like chilling out. To whale song. Sun live. Construction business. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
At Morrison's, get half-price toys on brands like Hot Wheels and Barbie, plus many more in store. That's more play for them and peace for you.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores subject to availability. Skins online. Selected toys. Hot Wheels 10 pack was £23, now £11.50. Barbie Beach Doll was £19, now £9.50. Offer until 14th of April.
Don't break your stride. Get to Screwfix for the latest offers on the brands you love. Shop now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Footlookers vans. Hundreds of vans online, big or small. We've got something for every business and every taste at Lookers. A good deal? Better.
Our guests in the next hour include Megan Campbell, the Republic of Ireland defender who played against England last night, and her incredible long throws went viral. She's a viral sensation with the nickname, wait for it, Rory Delas. We'll see what she makes of that when we chat to Megan in the next hour. But first, we get the sports headlines with Jeremy Lieben.
Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon. Yes, Thomas Tuchel was as surprised as anyone when Gabriel was let off the hook in Arsenal's 2-2 quarter-final clash with Bayern Munich last night. The ref didn't give Munich a penalty when he picked the ball up in his own box. Former Premier League ref Mark Howsey has given his verdict to TalkSport.
For me, he has to give a penalty. There's no question. It's Gabriel's fault. Like you say, what on earth is he doing picking the ball up?
Meanwhile, Phil Foden scored yet another wonder goal for City, this time at the Bernabeu in their epic 3-3 draw with Madrid last night. Noel Gallagher has told TalkSport how invaluable Foden is for Pep Guardiola.
Once Pep leaves, which we hope won't be for a long, long time yet, I think his greatest legacy will be Phil Foden.
Big words indeed. For tonight's action, and Rangers' attempts to move top of the SPL tonight may be thwarted by the rain. The Gers trip to Dundee later. Their game in hand over arch-rivals Celtic will undergo a pitch inspection at 3:30 this afternoon. Now to the topsiest, turviest of championship seasons. Yes, I don't think that is a real word. Ipswich have the chance to go top again tonight. It's after Leicester and Leeds both dropped points last night. Watford are the visitors to Portman Road later. Here's town boss Kieran McKenna.
I know we're coming off a disappointment on the weekend, but I'm sure we will regroup again and create that atmosphere again.
All of tonight's action with Adrian Durham and the gang on Around the Ground from 7 right here on TalkSport. Injury has forced Northern Ireland international Stuart Dallas to retire from professional football at the age of just 32. And Rachel Daly says it's been the greatest honour to play for England after retiring from international duty. She won the European Championship and reached a World Cup final, earning 84 caps.
Talk Sport News.
Lord Arbuthnot has said MPs were strung along by the Post Office, and more than 55,000 asylum seekers have remained in the UK illegally, despite their applications being rejected. Amelia will have more on these at 50:30.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. This spring, fitting new tyres is much easier than you think at home or work with our mobile tyre fitting service. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Wet and windy this afternoon for much of the UK, but remaining mild.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, it's Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport. As we said, we're going to be joined a little bit later on by Megan Campbell, the Republic of Ireland, whose incredible long throws They are an incredible weapon for the team. We'll be chatting about that, and the fact she went viral last night, and the game against England. But before all that, we've got live football for you on Talk Sport 2. The little matter of PSG versus Barcelona tonight. We'll be around the grounds with Adrian Durham, Dean Ashton, and Chris Awalamo on Talk Sport from 7. But we've got a couple of Spanish teams in action, of course, one last night. So we turn now to Alvaro Romao, Talk Sport Spanish football expert. Good afternoon, Alvaro.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you guys?
Not too bad, thanks. Interesting backdrop to this PSG-Barca game. In the pre-match press conference, Luis Enrique saying he kind of feels like maybe he's a bit more of a torchbearer for the Barcelona way than some other managers. He didn't mention Xavi, but I think we knew what he was getting at. Is there any sympathy for that point of view, you think, amongst Barcelona fans?
Well, I'm pretty sure that many Barcelona fans believe that as well. When I read that headline yesterday, at some point I thought it was a proper clickbait thing. But then I opened the video and I watched it, and Luis Enrique said literally that, and he doubled up, and he said twice that he had more Barcelona DNA than his opponent tonight. So it was pretty impressive to hear that, because normally we're used to more blunt press conferences, normally answers that are pretty predictable. Here, Luis Enrique had no mercy with Xavi.
Have you been surprised by Xavi's approach as a manager? Because he was a wonderful player and so steeped in the Barca method and team.
I've been surprised that Xavi hasn't been criticized that much for Barcelona's style. He's been criticized much more for his press conference appearances. But the truth is that last season Barcelona won the league commendably, deservedly, but probably they weren't doing exactly what Xavi was asking them to do, because Barcelona wanted to play in a nice football, and Xavi was stressing that in the press conference all the time. But Barcelona, rather than playing very well, they were keeping clean sheets, and that's why they won La Liga. So I would say that there hasn't been a proper translation of Xavi's ideas into Barcelona's game, but on the other hand, he has given the chance to many players from the academy, so we have to praise him for this as well.
It's interesting tonight. I mean, Real Madrid bound Mbappe by the look of it, and that'll be a bit of a sidebar to the game. Ousmane Dembele lining up against his old team as well. So there's a few little interesting subplots tonight, Alvaro.
Oh, there are many. Yeah, Kylian Mbappe may be playing for Real Madrid the next season. He destroyed Barcelona 3 years ago, scoring a hat-trick against them. Let's see who the plan anti-Kylian Mbappe is, possibly Araujo in defense, marking him. Then there is another plot, obviously, which is Luis Enrique coming back, Dembele coming back. Dembele, a month ago, playing against Real Sociedad as a number 10, he was sensational in Spain. I think that many Barcelona fans will think that Dembele wasn't that good for them, but on the other hand, Dembele has improved his level playing for Paris, and he picks no injuries anymore. He spent pretty much like 40% of his time at Barcelona in the sidelines. And it's going to be quite interesting, because this is the first time that Barcelona is in the quarterfinals since 2020, and I do believe that since they beat Napoli, they broke some kind of psychological barrier. Maybe they don't have so much pressure today, because finally they are in the quarterfinals of the Champions League.
But we're probably not going to see the same sort of game we saw in the Bernabeu last night. Two teams effectively going toe-to-toe. Not the way that Barcelona have been. I mean, I'm sure, PSG will try and get the goals they want, but Barcelona have been pretty dogged in defence, haven't they? So I can imagine it not being a particularly high-scoring game.
That's a possibility, yes. Barcelona has to avoid Mbappe running. That's a very important thing to do. The truth is that Barcelona is in a good moment right now. 11 games unbeaten. They have had, and this is quite important, 9 days to rest, because this weekend or last weekend there was no La Liga football. The whole weekend was devoted to the Spanish Cup. Therefore, the likes of Frenkie de Jong and Pedri and Christensen, who were in the sidelines, are back in the squad. But the truth is that maybe they don't deserve to play, because Barcelona without them has done very well, with the likes of Fermin, for example, or Gundogan, or even Sergi Roberto, just offering a terrific service. So, let's see what kind of Barcelona we see today, whether a possession-based with Frenkie de Jong, or a more vertical one with the players I mentioned before. And of course, one to follow, Lamine Yamal. He can still be the youngest ever player to score in the Champions League. He's 16 years old, and I think that tonight he can be a very important player for Barcelona.
The other game, Atletico Dortmund, it doesn't seem likely to provide the winner. It might be an interesting matchup, but you can't see the winner of the tournament coming from these two.
No, I don't. Of course, Atletico can be dangerous. We know about them. In this Champions League, they haven't lost at home. They were very tired about a month ago because they played 8 games in January, 7 in February. Little by little, they started losing competitions. They lost the Super Cup. They lost in the Cup. But I think that they have had 10 days to recover, to rest. The likes of Antoine Griezmann and Alvaro Morata definitely could do with the rest, and they have had it. But after beating Inter, Atletico sent a message as well. They are clearly not the favorite to win the Champions League, but Inter is basically hammering everyone in Italy, and Atletico beat them in a penalty shootout. So I think Atletico can be dangerous, and I do believe that they are slightly favorites against Borussia Dortmund.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And what's the fallout today in Madrid about the result last night and having to go to the Etihad next week at 3-3?
I think the Real Madrid camp was happy. There is a belief that if you want to beat Real Madrid, you have to crush them, because otherwise they come back and come back and come back. And of course, Manchester City playing at home, we remember what happened last year. They beat Real Madrid 4-0, but this is a different Real Madrid than last season. And I do believe that all in all, Real Madrid fans and the Real Madrid squad and Ancelotti himself were kind of happy with the result, because Real Madrid competed very well.
They were very physical. I thought it was deliberate. It looked like a deliberate plan not to let City settle on, for a team with such great players, they were incredibly physical.
100%, and this season in La Liga they have made the difference with their physicality, playing Valverde, Camavinga, so many players with a lot of engine. Even Vinicius and Rodrigo are proper athletes, and I think that Real Madrid counter-attacking is deadly, and they got a couple of players up front like Rodrigo and Vinicius who can make the difference. And the best thing for Real Madrid is that Jude Bellingham didn't play his best game, and yet Real Madrid competed very well. But if Jude Bellingham plays as good as he played at the beginning of the season, Manchester City should be very careful with that.
And Rudiger again did a bit of a job on Erling Haaland, didn't he?
What a big mess he's been for Chelsea, really.
Yeah.
Elbridge didn't want to pay him what he wanted, but
no, but
he looked great.
He does seem to have a bit of a sign over him, doesn't he? Didn't see a lot of the ball last night.
And let's not forget that he came at Real Madrid at no cost, or at least there was no transfer fee. And this season Real Madrid has had to cope with the injury of Eder Militao, who was, in my opinion, the best defender of Real Madrid last season. And Rudiger has been commanding this defense. Yesterday he played all together with Tchouaméni, who is a holding midfielder, and he is the leader of that defense right now. Rudiger has been sensational this season, and he stopped Erling Haaland.
Well, enjoy the games tonight. Good to talk to you. Thanks, Alvaro.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, Spanish football expert Alvaro Romeo. We'll bring you the game between PSG and Barcelona live on TalkSport 2 8 o'clock kickoff from 7 straight.
That's one for me, I think.
Yeah, straight after drive here on TalkSport. Adrian, Dean Ashton, Chris Awellamo are going to take you around the grounds. Good night in the Championship and beyond. We're going to be chatting to Dance about that. He's off to Ipswich to keep an eye on there. I mean, Leeds drew last night, didn't they, with Sunderland? Leicester losing. Strange.
I feel for the one that's going to finish third. They're going to have a right difficult job to get through.
We're chatting next to Megan Campbell of the Republic of Ireland, played against England last night. It's gone viral overnight with incredible long throws. I mean, fans of the teams that she's played for, including Liverpool and City over the years, will be aware of it. So we'll be chatting to Megan and see what she makes of the nickname Rory Delas in a few moments' time.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
It's self-expression and innovation in acting. Introducing the new all-electric BMW iX2 with striking design inside and out, and a BMW curved display that lets you stream movies and play video games whilst parked up. Search Stratstone Hull BMW to book a test drive. Non-conformists, please form a disorderly queue. Features require a BMW digital premium subscription. App costs may apply. Details on our website. Test drive subject to status and availability.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles are bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Exception 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. TheGamblerWare.org.
So while you may not always trust your swing, you can trust our clubs. Golf is difficult. Buying great value pre-owned clubs isn't. This week, save even more with 15% off thousands of drivers at golfbidder.co.uk, the home of pre-owned clubs.
On average, Rift get their customers £3,000 back.
I like them, rubbers don't like them now.
Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift tax refunds.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet.
Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Where would we be without curiosity? It's the drive that takes us to new places.
It even got us to the moon.
So satisfy your curiosity about electric cars with the Hyundai Explore Electric event, which is on until the 30th of June, where you'll find our award-winning range of electric cars, including the Ioniq 5. Explore more at Hyundai.co.uk. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai.
Get 3 pieces of original recipe chicken, fries, and your choice of side for just $4.49 at KFC. That's a serious size meal for a seriously small price. The original recipe deal for just $4.49. Do the deal until the 28th of April, only at KFC. Participating restaurants only. T's and C's apply.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
Our free-to-play Golden Goals. Predict 6 Premier League scores correctly to win up to £2 million. And it's completely free to play. You hear that? 2 million big ones.
Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £2 million. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Talk sport, traffic and travel with My Dear. Cooling and heating. Find an easier route to win heat pump chiller projects with My Dear. Win more, faster. That's My Dear.
In Somerset, the M5 northbound is partly blocked after a collision at junction 19, the turn-off for Portishead. In Hampshire, the M27 is partly blocked both ways. They're doing barrier repairs there between junction 11 at Fareham and junction 12 for Portsmouth. And in Surrey, the M3 coastbound is partly blocked by a breakdown. That's between junction 2 for the M25 and junction 3 for Lightwater and Bracknell. I'm Adam Moore.
Listen, the goals are calling.
This Saturday, exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Newcastle versus Spurs.
Coverage from 11, kick-off 12:30 on Talk Sports.
Good afternoon, it's Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport. 4 o'clock this afternoon. Andy Goldstein is joined by Gabby Bonlavore in the studio on the drive. And we've got that around the grounds with Adrian Gardine actually this evening from 7 with PSG Barca over on Talk Sport 2. Last night, Fake Brothers was in Dublin. We previewed the game of the yesterday for England's women against the Republic of Ireland's women, and it was Euro 2025 qualifying. England ran out 2-0 winners, but something's gone viral subsequently off the back of incredible long throws is the Republic of Ireland defender Megan Campbell, and she joins us now. Hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad, thank you. I mean, you've been doing this for years, so is it a bit of a surprise that everybody's just noticed?
Yeah, it's obviously something that, like you said, I've done throughout my whole career now. But obviously, when you're playing the biggest team on the television, it's maybe going to be noticed a little bit more. So, yeah, maybe that's why.
How do you feel about it? Was it? Well, I'm sure you sort of overnight you've woken up this morning to all this stuff online. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's mad, to be fair, watching people retweeting and stuff and videoing, and my phone's been blowing up. But you know, ultimately, I don't look at it too much. You know, obviously we didn't win the game last night, and that was something that we wanted to do, and unfortunately we couldn't get anything on the receiving end of the throw-in. But it's positive, and I think we did push England at times in the second half. So yeah, it's something to build on. But I don't like to just focus on that too much.
No, we'll come on to the game in a minute. I'm just interested in. I mean, is this something?
How far you can throw it?
Well,
even in the men's game at the moment, there are not really any long things. You get teams like Brentford who use the long
Luton utilise it a bit,
but not like that. Generally, it's hardly reaching the first man. It doesn't go right across the penalty area.
It's
like
like
yours.
38 metres, and it's the trajectory. I mean, some of the players you played against have said that's the difficult thing about it. The way it comes in very flat and very fast.
Yeah, I think a lot of teammates, ex-teammates, and obviously current ones too with national team, when we play against them at club level, they say it's quite difficult to obviously defend because you don't really know where it's going to come in at. From a corner, you can actually, kind of adjust your position because it takes a lot longer to get in. But the flatness of it, if I can get it correctly thrown and it's flattered and it comes in really fast and it's hard to deal with. And yeah, unfortunately, it's nice to be able to throw it and not have to be on the receiving end of one.
Yeah, is it something that you realise you were pretty good at and you cultivated and worked on? Is that the way it kind of tended to work?
I wish I had a really cool story, but it's just something that I've had as I grew up. I was playing with boys, and it was just longer than the boys were throwing it, and they said, "Can you do that again?" And then as I got up, grew older, it just got longer. And yeah, I've just been very fortunate. I've never trained it, never done any strength and stuff for it. Hypermobile, so that probably plays an influence within it. But yeah, never trained, just natural.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could coach anybody to do that. I'm not sure you could.
Is it coachable, Megan?
Yeah, it's definitely coachable. I probably wouldn't know what to tell you because I don't know how to slow it down. I do it that fast. But if you actually probably analyse it and stuff, there is probably learnings that you can take from it in terms of getting further meters on your throw-ins, which I actually think aren't utilised enough within the game. Throw-ins are they're a weapon. Yes, they're a set piece, whether that's in the final third, but also defensively if you're relieving pressure or trying to switch the point of attack and things. So the amount of throw-ins that you do get in a game, I don't think they are worked on enough for football teams, to be fair.
They can't be offside as well, it's an added bonus. So
yeah, on the first one anyway.
Yeah, the first one, yeah. On to the game then, and watching the highlights back, it was a strange game because England got on top quite early, and then but the second half there was a little sort of 10-15 minute spell where you had a couple of really good chances to score a ball that flashed across the goal, another one good save by the keeper, and so you made a fist of it in the second half and could have got back into it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something that we had to, you've got to earn the right to play against these top teams, and we have to be realistic as well in our approach because, England are a world-class team, and we couldn't just come out of the blocks flying at them from the start. We had to, like I said, earn the right to play it and try and, hold them off for as long as we could to stay in the game, to then push on like we did in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the game and put them under a bit of pressure. And I think it is a credit to where we have come from to where we're going. It's still part of the process, and we're nowhere near where we want to be, but it's loads of learnings that we can take from the game and to keep being positive with it. And we've got a big double header against Sweden home and away in the next round of fixtures, so we've just got to stay positive with it. It's part of the process, it's part of the plan, and we'll just keep growing as a team.
And there were 2 penalties in the game, and the first one probably was Shaban's system, and there probably was a penalty.
That was. I mean, the arm was out a bit. You could make.
But the second one, how could they give a penalty? I thought those weren't penalties anymore when you play it onto your own arm.
If people haven't seen it, the player involves absolutely no chance to react. The ball just comes off another part of her body and hits her arm. I mean, you must have felt that was a bit tight, really. It didn't feel like it was a clear penalty.
Yeah, the second one definitely was very, very harsh on Louise. I think there's nothing that girl can do. She's getting tight to Alessia Russo to try and stop her from having the shot on target, and it comes off Alessia's maybe leg and then off Louise's arm, and at maybe a metre away. It's impossible to move yourself out of the way, and you're in a natural position because you're running to try and block the ball from going in the nets. And I think justice was served when Alex's penalty, thankfully for us, hit the post and went out wide for a goal kick.
You've had a change of coach recently, and you're looking to play a slightly more expansive game. And there were a couple of times looking at the highlights when you're looking to play out from the back and England were pressing. I mean, I suppose it's work in progress, isn't it? You play against France the other day, or another top 3 or 4 side. So, you don't want to. If you've got a philosophy, you have to try and stick to it. But we've seen sometimes with some of the other teams in the league playing top sides, it's not always easy to do that, to keep doing what you're doing when you're against a lot of quality and pressing you quite high up.
Yeah, I think we've got to be smart in our approach, and you've got to also be brave in that too, and be confident to get on the ball. Like, we're good players. Our national team have really good players within it, and yes, we might not be up in the high rankings, but we work hard. We've got very good unity. Our desire and our ability to defend is obviously what we're known for, but then to be able to be on the ball and have those talented players getting on it, that's I think where we need to now just fine tune. Like when we are in possession, when we do have them chances, like we need to make more of them. But like I said, it's a process, and we are getting better. You'd rather be playing these teams than the teams in other leagues. We need to test ourselves against the best in order to keep progressing. So we're where we want to be in terms of the league, and now it's about can we then put them performances into results.
Just a final one, Rachel Daly came on briefly last night, but this morning announced her retirement from international football. I wonder if your paths have crossed in the WSL over the years. You played against her before?
Yeah, I played against her a few times. Obviously a very tough opponent to play against, whether it be a defender or forward. I think she's a very versatile player, has had a great career. Obviously still playing at club regardless, but with England, she's obviously had a great career with them, and has obviously, been to major tournaments with them, and she's a part of an amazing development, and what she's done for the game has been incredible. So yeah, it's obviously sad to see her leave the international stage, because I think she was still well capable of playing at that level, but maybe for personal reasons that was her decision, and you've got to respect that. She played with the national team for a number of years and given them so much of her time. So yeah, it's obviously sad to see her go from international level, but thankfully she's still playing at club.
And just a real quickly, something just struck me. We've got a real bugbear about technology be used in some games in tournaments and not in others. And I saw for the England-Sweden game, because they had the facility to do that, they had goal line tech last Friday for that draw. But they didn't have goal line tech apparently in Dublin, I understand, and there's no VAR in any of the qualifiers. So it all feels a bit scattergun. I just wonder how you as a player feel about the fact that they use technology in some games and not in others in the same competition.
To be fair, I've not really thought about it, if I'm being honest. We're just thinking about the game at hand and what we need to do on the field. Obviously, if things like that, or maybe things go against you, such as the penalty, maybe VAR could have intervened in that situation, or the referee could have had a different view on it by having a close-up if it went to VAR. But I think ultimately, like, as players, we just need to get on with the game. These decisions, they're inconsistent, and I think even decisions go against you in general within the referees, regardless of VAR. Things can be inconsistent, and we just need to focus on the next one and the next one, and not getting caught up in the battle of trying to win those challenges, because ultimately it's not consistent enough right now, and it's still going through a process of being, sometimes the outcomes are really good from VAR and sometimes they're really bad. So yeah, it's trying not to focus on those things, but ultimately it's going to happen when we get to tournament football. The VAR is going to be there, so it's something that we do need to be aware of, and just be clever as players.
Well, enjoy the viral notoriety for the next 24 hours or so. It's all a bit crazy, but I'm sure it'll quickly die down and you can get back to business. And best of luck for the rest of the season and the qualifiers. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Megan Campbell there, the Republic of Ireland and London City Lionesses. Yeah, go and check it out. I'm sure. I mean, it's on the TalkSport website. As so many people have been putting out from the coverage last night, it is some show, isn't it? Amazing. So, we're off to the Masters next. We're going to preview... Hey. Yeah, I don't think Gabby Partington sounds like Bob Bubka. We will be catching up. Gabby and Bob will be part of our top team, bringing you regular updates when it gets underway tomorrow. But we'll do a little bit of a preview. Some of the runners and riders, and those fancied, those in good nick, those that may miss out. There's one or two others weighing up whether they actually start or not. Gabby Partington, as I said, one of our golf team bringing the Masters, will be joining us very shortly. We're here with the Tool Station Club. You can join the brand new loyalty program, get 5% off every order for a month, 18 plus T's and C's apply.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Tool Station. Get everything you need to conquer the whole job with free delivery 7 days a week on orders over £25 for a job done right. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Tool Station. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Rewards Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free rewards shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
You can sense the glory.
Is this the start of something?
Feel it in your bones.
Wow!
The quarterfinals.
Unstoppable!
Full of vivid, nerve-wracking moments. Where every decision costs more, means more, and makes history. This is where the season is defined. Every game. Totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League quarterfinals. Only on TNT Sports.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon. Afternoon. Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone? When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. Clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
Come on, the Blues!
We're in white, Einstein. Whoops, Sunday League footy so British. Which reminds me, smart meters could help Britain create a future where we're less reliant on imported gas. All right. They help us manage our energy use, which improves the balance of supply and demand. So we could use more wind and solar energy from Britain.
Help Britain create a future that's less reliant on imported gas. Search Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, Nathan, you're next. Happy birthday to you.
Mum, my birthday's not till next month.
Like getting your money's worth? Grab a McDonald's favour meal deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and drink for just $3.99. Also available via Just Eat until the 10th of May. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Price may vary.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers. We do golden offers like this.
Our free-to-play Golden Goals. Predict 6 Premier League scores correctly to win up to £2 million. And it's completely free to play. You hear that? 2 million big ones.
Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £2 million. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
On DAB, online, on the app, and on your smart speaker. Over 50 games of live football this April. Talk Sport.
Talk Sport. News.
Yes, we're looking ahead to the Masters very shortly. Don't forget Gabby Agbonlahor alongside Andy Goldstein on drive at 4. But first, Amelia Beltrao has the news headlines.
Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon. Rishi Sunak says there should be extreme caution about gender treatments, as a new report says children are being failed by gender services. It found that due to the toxicity of the debate around trans ideology, kids were being put straight onto gender hormone treatment. NHS England's now going to carry out a review. Lord Arbuthnot has said MPs were strung along by the Post Office. Talking at the public inquiry, the former Tory MP said in 2013 the Post Office agreed to a mediation scheme for some postmasters, but by 2014 they said those who'd been convicted would be excluded from it. His constituent Joe Hamilton was one of them.
In the final meeting at which the bust-up between the MPs and the Post Office took place, they said, well, we don't see why someone like Joe Hamilton should even be included in the mediation scheme. She pleaded guilty, so she's stuffed.
Over 55,000 asylum seekers have illegally remained in the UK over a 10-year period, despite their applications being rejected. The Migration Observatory has been looking at Home Office figures from 2011 to 2021. It found 6 in 10 immigrants whose cases were thrown out stayed in the country. And experts are warning a flesh-eating zombie drug known as xylazine has entered the UK's illegal drug market. Senior author of the report, Dr. Caroline Copeland, warns it's also been found in counterfeit painkillers and risky vapes.
Things like codeine, diazepam, which is also known as Valium tablets, and also cannabis vapes
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
The fallout continues from last night's penalty controversy at the Emirates ahead of two more Champions League quarter-finals later, and Rangers attempt to move top of the SPL tonight may be derailed. Find out why with Jeremy at 3.
Previously on Michael Jordan.
I don't think there should be a transfer. I know you do with your constable yellow tie twice a year.
Adrenaline-fueled, fiery exchange.
All right, it's funny how I was mentioned virtually in the same sentence as the slugs of the world.
Danger, overhead live wires.
Kevin De Bruyne is brilliant. He was able to negotiate £385,000 a week on his own. Oh, well done, Pythagoras.
Highly charged, highly opinionated, highly recommended. White and Jordan shall return tomorrow morning from 10 on the world-famous Talk Sport.
Well, we'll keep you updated with the Masters when it gets underway tomorrow. And joining our team this year with regular updates and join us in the studio, Gabby Parkin tonight. Gabby, good to see you.
Thanks for having me. I've got my Masters green on today. I'm ready. I'm keen.
Yeah, you're ready to go.
Not a green jacket, but
It's not that way. We'll be pushing it a bit, really.
It's the best golf tournament, this, isn't it? I always think that.
It is. It opens up spring, doesn't it? It's like the holy grail of golf, as everyone says. Everyone's in the mood, steeped in tradition, and it's the only major played on the same course. I think a lot of the players have said themselves, there's so many stories that comes from that, and I think tradition is everything here, so we're very much looking forward to it.
As always, there's loads of stories going into it, one of which is Tiger Woods sort of saying that he still feels he could win it. I think most people are raising a bit of
the ceremonial first drive that Arnold Palmer used to do. It's really, he's not going to win it.
I mean, some cynics are suggesting he's only there really to stick around for a couple of days and then his body will get the better of him, but he will be showing off his new clothing range. But that does seem a bit insulting, but, you know, you just can't see him going again, can you? I mean, he's not played a lot of golf and his physical state is not great.
Well, yeah, he's won 5 times. Like, he's proved everything to us. He's achieved so much in the last 25 years, so he doesn't really need to prove much more. And as you said, you know, he's played a handful of competitive rounds since his injury, his ankle injury, and you know, he's had so many injuries in the past, and he's proved the comebacks in 2019 when he won then. He said in the press conference yesterday, was saying, you know, if it all comes together, I can do this, I can claim my 6th jacket, and if he does, he'll be the oldest winner since Jack Nicklaus as well. But I mean, we'd love to see it, wouldn't it?
But a great story. It's just you can't, you know, you can't. It's the romance of it, but
just saying that he needs the weather to be warm, otherwise with all his injuries,
it's going to be a bit stormy tomorrow, but it's still going to be warm. But I think the rest of the week's not looking too bad. The rest of the weekend. Yeah,
it's looking nice. On day one, as you know, it's meant to rain overnight tonight and loads of thunderstorms. It's going to be quite damp. It's going to be a little bit softer on the Friday, but then it looks nice. Sunny spells, blue skies. It's opening to spring. It looks more like summer.
Tiger did let on know that he's going to be the Ryder Cup captain, effectively, for the next one, which is quite exciting.
I mean, that'd be a pretty good captain. Whatever Tiger says goes. Yeah. I mean, even having him in the field for this, right? Whoever he's playing with, they up their game automatically. When you're playing alongside someone like Tiger, no matter if he makes the cut, if he doesn't, you just automatically want to up your own game. So, you know, huge amount of respect to him. He is the GOAT. People say it a lot of times, but he is.
Yeah.
This is a competition, a tournament full of tradition. You've got the Masters dinner, you've got the flowers, you've got the butler cabin, you've got the green jacket. It's amazing, isn't it? I don't think any other event has so many traditions.
I know, and I love it, and I love the Masters dinner. Looking at that menu, tapas, it's one of my favourites. What do you make of that?
It did look good, didn't it? I mean, we went through them all when John Rahm announced it, and obviously very Spanish flavoured, but we went through them all.
We thought we should have a ramen, really.
Yeah, we should have ramen. Danny Willett did the fish and chips, didn't he? Or the roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. He tried to weigh them all down, didn't he?
Yeah.
Although he might not play, he's had an injury, and he's still talking about whether he's actually going to play or not.
Yeah, he's had a shoulder injury, hasn't he? That he's been working on that's put him out. But I think he's meant to be playing. But there's a few players that have announced that they've got a few injuries and a few niggles here and there. But when the Masters comes around, if you've got a chance to play, you just want to put it aside, don't you, and just play.
Now we kind of during Tiger's time, he was always a short price favourite. But since then, we've not had too many. But Scotty Scheffler's about as short as it's been for a while, I think.
Yeah, I know. World #1 coming into this for 81 weeks. I mean, he is the ultimate favourite coming in, but you have to be a bit of a nutter to look past him. I'm a little bit of a nutter, and I am looking past him. He's such a great golfer, but with a great golfer, he is such a great person as well. And there's a lot going on in his personal life away from the golf course. So his wife, Meredith, she's due to have their first child at the end of the month, so she won't be there this time round. So it'll be a different Masters tournament for Scottish for when he won in 2022. Like, she was there, she was present, she participated in the par 3 competition. So I think this time round, as much as he's got such a strong mental attitude, there's a few differences there. So I'm not really I'm not backing him.
John Rahm's another name that's come up, but then we're chatting to Bell yesterday briefly about Nick Faldo was saying, feeling that some of the live guys are a bit undercooked. They've not been playing the same level of competitive golf that the guys on the tour have, and he thinks that might come back to bite them.
Yeah, that is true, and that seems to be what everyone's talking about. But you just got to look back to last year. You look at Brooks Koepka, you look at Phil Mickelson. No one expected them to do so well, and they finished tied second. So there is a lot of noise surrounding the live guys. They're playing less rounds, 54 holes, shotgun starts. But I think, if anything, that they want to shut everyone up. They want to drown out the noise and prove to people that they can do it, especially John Rahm. I mean, obviously defending champion there. He's not won individually in live this season, but he comes into this at the back of a team win. Legion 13, they won in Miami, so he's probably got some confidence, and like I say, they want to prove themselves, don't they, the live guys? 13 of them in there this year, 7 of which have won the Masters before, so yeah, they're looking to tick it off the list.
The 54-hole format. If you ever go to Augusta, can I recommend you don't have the Masters famous pimento cheese sandwich?
Why not? You've never tasted one.
Because it looks disgusting.
Just Google it.
You are a food snob. Our old mate Bob Bubka.
Somebody's been ill between 2 slices of white bread.
But they're $1.50. Actually, the food at Augusta is they kind of they rip the backside out of you on everything else, but the food is very cheap.
It is cheap. $1.50. That's not too. I mean, I don't like cheese, so I definitely wouldn't be picking up one of those. There's also an egg sandwich for $1.50 as well. Not like the texture of that, a bit too soggy for me, but yeah, I think that's a great thing about Augusta. You see so many times you go to football grounds, other sporting events where food and drink is just extortionate. So to have that reasonable for everyone, I mean, that's one, like you say, that's one kind of like cheap.
You can see the merchandise is Mike Keegan's column today. The merchandise is selling like mad. Balls,
always does.
Tees, clothing. I tried to buy a green
That's not
jacket.
$1.50. You tried to buy a green jacket.
You can't get them.
You've got a greenish shirt on today.
Yeah. You can get a green jacket and you can get the Masters badge, but you can't get a green jacket with a Masters badge.
My advice would have been to bought a green jacket and sew the Masters badge on it. It doesn't take a lot of work, does it? Jordan Spieth's an interesting one because going into this, he's in pretty good nick. He's won it before. It was a long time ago, about 9 years ago. So I know there's a little bit of money for him. He's around sort of 20 to 1 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into Jordan Spieth too much. Yeah, of course, he won back in 2015. He was one of the youngest to win one, wasn't he? Back then, I mean, there's a lot of the American players that haven't really been winning too much on the PGA Tour this season, which they should really be. But coming into this, he's not in bad form. I've been looking at some of the kind of European players in this, some of the underdogs there, particularly Swedish Ludvig Åberg there. I mean, he's on his first year on tour. He's won on PGA. He's won on the European Tour. This is his Masters and major debut. So a lot of people would probably say, I'm not sure, it would probably be too much of a moment for him coming into this. But he's played in a Ryder Cup already. And he held his nerve on that big stage. So I think he's one that he could likely do it.
It makes you funny. You should have a word on Rory, who gave a very short press conference yesterday, had his sort of game face on. I think people would love to see him do it. Even Tiger was talking about saying he's too good not to win another major, but it's been 10 years now, hasn't it?
It has been, yeah. This is the missing piece to the puzzle, as he said himself. I think there's been so much pressure on Rory over the last, this would be his 10th attempt of trying to secure that slam. But I think what it comes down to is just what's in between the ears. And he's been working with Butch Harmon, and Butcher said himself, he was like, Rory McIlroy, for Christ's sake, if he just acts himself and puts the moment aside, then he's got a better chance than anyone. And I think for this year, a lot of the attention has kind of gone away from him a little bit, which he probably doesn't like. He's actually moved towards Scotty Scheffler, so that could play in his favour. He's finished third last week in Texas coming into this, so he's got confidence with him, he's got that momentum, so I've got a good feeling about Rory this time out.
I found one for 55
Ah.
quid with the badge.
Oh, that's not with the badge on.
eBay.
It's cheaper than a replica football shirt. So if I went for
55
I'd wear one,
quid.
I'd be on the side
Where
of
are you
the green.
picking that up from, Andy?
It's on Leather's Jackets of London.
Oh, okay.
It's going to come in leather, isn't it?
You'd look a bit of a burnt wandering around in a mask. You've clearly never won it. Have you? I mean, people are going to say, it'd be an odd thing to buy, wouldn't it?
You're a team, you've got to get one as well,
yeah,
then.
it'd be very strange. I'd have to put it on you, wouldn't I? Like a ceremonial.
Yeah, I'll wear it for a year and then you wear it for a
year.
year.
You asked me to get you a baggy green cap.
And the guy
at the MCG said, no, you've got to play to Australia to do that, sir. Then I found one on eBay for about 10 quid.
It's nice, I've still got it.
There you go.
Anyway, Gabby, lovely to see you. And we'll catch up with you tomorrow. We're going to have regular updates on you throughout the day and then all through the weekend.
Yes, for me and Sean O'Brien, so I look forward to it.
Lovely. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Partington there, part of our excellent team bringing you all the Masters updates here on TalkSport. We're going to have a chat with Dan Shaw. He's en route to a big game involving Ipswich Town tonight. We'll be chatting to him, reflect on last night and what it means for the championship title race and more.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right. Of everything, Toolstation for a job done right.
Hello, Tom Skinner here, literally to drill through the clutter with some fantastic birthday news from DeWalt. To celebrate an amazing 100 years of the cutting edge of power tools, DeWalt have launched their most compact 18-volt XR hammer drill ever, the limited edition DCD100. It's certainly got bags of wallop, the new DeWalt DCD100. It's grey, it's compact, and it's got up to 68 Nm of torque. In fact, DeWalt are so excited about innovating for a century, they're giving away 100 birthday prizes, including power tools, and even this here, brand spanking new full range of Wild Track pickup. To enter, buy a DCD100 drill kit from any UK DeWalt retailer before the 12th of June and register online. Easy. The new limited edition DeWalt DCD100 hammer drill. Tough, rugged, and one of a kind. Like me. 18 plus, see DeWalt.co.uk for terms and conditions.
Catch something big at your local Admiral Slots Casino, because Big Bass Bonanza can now be played on the high street. Ditch your phone's small screen and bad internet connection and upgrade your gaming experience at Admiral Slots today. Hook some big free spin bonuses and play for up to £500 jackpot at your nearest Admiral Slots Casino. If you're ready to play, spin safe at Admiral Slots, where our friendly team are on hand to help you play responsibly and stay within your limits. Visit admiralslots.co.uk for more. Over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly.
Not everything in golf makes sense, but buying pre-owned clubs does. We're Golfbin, an official partner of the PGA that helped millions of golfers over the last 25 years find quality and affordable clubs to improve their game. So while you may not always trust your swing, you can trust our clubs. Golf is difficult. Buying great value pre-owned clubs isn't. This week, save even more with 15% off thousands of drivers at golfbidder.co.uk, the home of pre-owned clubs.
Sometimes running a trade or construction business can feel like working out in a sauna filled with wasps. But Xero accounting software can help. You can quote an invoice on the go to get paid faster. Soon it'll feel less like working out and more like chilling out. To whale song. Sung live. Once for your construction business, Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements, and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
TalkSport, traffic and travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win air source heat pump projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
Actually, the M27 is partly blocked both ways for barrier repairs between junction 11 at Fareham and junction 12 for Portsmouth. In Berkshire, the M4 westbound is partly blocked by breakdown in the roadworks between Newbury at junction 13 and Hungerford at junction 14. And in Surrey, delays are building on the anti-clockwise M25. You've got roadworks there between junction 11 at Chertsey and junction 10 for the A3. I'm Adam Moore.
Listen. Das Fußball from Deutschland.
Unbelievable.
51 games, 24 nations, one glittering goal.
Oh, yes!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany, coming soon to TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Another dramatic night in the Championship last night with Sunderland holding Leeds to a draw, Millwall beating Leicester, Norwich only drawing at Sheffield Wednesday, Cov losing a bit of ground in the old playoff places ahead of the cup game, and Southampton winning 2-1. So more drama tonight, I'm sure, not least at Portman Road where Dance is on his way for Ipswich. Watford, our producer's off there himself, a big Watford fan tonight.
I know, the producer's going there, he's travelling all this way, but he thinks they're going to get absolutely thrashed.
Well, you know, you get behind your team, don't you? Good afternoon, Dance.
Yeah, he's just been trying to blag a car park space off me. I've the foggiest idea. I'm looking if I get a space myself, so I don't know what he's playing at.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be all right. Yeah, I mean, Ipswich could go back top tonight, Dance, couldn't they?
Yes, after the disappointment of losing to Norwich, which, you know, given Norwich's record, I guess we should have seen it coming because they've got a bit of the hex over Ipswich at the moment, haven't they? Then seeing those results last night would have been manna from heaven for Kieran McKenna and the squad. But you know, they've got to put it right tonight. They've got to do the business back at Portman Road, but they are pretty solid. They've only lost once at home all season, and that was a 4-point winner against Leeds back in August. So their home record has been pretty solid. 1-9 out of 11 if you're looking in recent weeks. Watford have turned a bit of a corner under Tom Cleverley. They've not lost since he took a temporary charge. So, you know, although Watford don't really have anything to play for, it's that old integrity of the league thing that we talk about so often in the Championship, where teams who've got very little seemingly to play for can cause all sorts of problems to those that do.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit with their like Sunderland last night being pretty dogged at Leeds, looking to get a nil all. There was, you know, there was nothing particularly down for them before that game, was there?
Perfect example, Paul. Yeah, exactly. And you know that they got away with one or two things. Luke O'Nien looked to punch the ball clear from a corner, not given us a penalty, and Daniel Farker had plenty to say about that. You mentioned Southampton's win as well. We shouldn't necessarily rule those guys out for an automatic. They've got a couple of games in hand, which of course they've got to win to get within 3 points at least. But don't forget, they've got Leeds last game of the season, and who knows what could be riding on that match come early May when those two teams get together. That could be an extraordinary game of football.
I don't think they'll make 9 points, I think sort of 7.
Maybe not, but I can't rule them out completely.
No, the three at the top look well clear. The one that doesn't make it automatically, then you feel for them it's going to be really hard to get through.
Yes, there's so many examples of this, Andy, where a team that feels it deserved automatic promotion and doesn't get it can't even make it through the semi-finals of the playoffs, never mind make it through to Wembley and win or lose. So yeah, the recent history is littered with examples like that. But I think particularly because those top three have been jostling for position, they all can lay claim and say, well, we deserve to go up. It's not like somebody's, you know, come with a wet sail and just missed out. Leicester, Leeds and Ipswich have all at some point ruled the roost. So every set of fans there has got an argument to say we should be going up automatically, which makes it even tougher.
You'll be looking nervously at what's going on at St Andrews. You've got Swansea tonight. We're reading today, though. You don't want to be moving into your new 60,000-seater stadium when you're in League One, do you, Dent?
Yes, we do. We still sell it out. It is Cardiff tonight. It's the other Welsh side from the Championship. And funnily enough, Cardiff was one of Wayne Rooney's better days when he was in charge for that short spell. He actually won at the Cardiff City Stadium. But I've said before here, that whole Wayne Rooney thing was like that series of Dallas when it ended up Bobby was in the shower the whole time and Pam was just dreaming it all, just in some kind of 3-month fever dream that we all had as Blues fans. But yeah, the club announced yesterday their plans for moving a stadium to a brand new site, 47-acre site. A stone's throw from St Andrews, actually, where the old Wheels bike park used to be in the east side of the city, so a little bit closer to the city centre. And the plans are fantastic, and they are grandiose, and they're ambitious, and whether they all get done in 5 years, as has been mooted, well, we'll see. But it's so exciting. It's so exciting to see what they have planned. Not just for a stadium, but for also maybe the potential for commercial aspects and property and restaurants and clubs and things like that. It's fantastic because that side of the city, I know you probably don't know it, guys, that well, the east side of Birmingham city centre, but it needs a bit of love, and this is more than a bit of love that it will be getting if a new stadium goes in there in 5 years.
Possibly NFL games, but there are 5 points covering 9 teams at the bottom.
Yeah.
Forget Rotherham, of course.
Well, I mean, Rotherham statistically could survive, but I think probably West Brom will do.
No, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone, Paul.
Have they definitely?
To Plymouth on Friday.
Well, 19 points. Not going to make 19 points
in
in
the games.
6 games.
But yeah, West Brom obviously want to get the win because they want to give themselves a little bit of ground, don't they? I would imagine, start pulling away from the chasing pack like Cov and Preston.
Well, they seem to have been in 5th place forever, West Brom. And yeah, they're what, 6 points clear of Coventry, but on the same number of games. So they're looking a little nervously over their shoulder. But again, I have to say, is every time I'm asked about West Brom on TalkSport, how impressed I've been with the way Carlos Corberán has managed what is, relatively speaking, a very small squad. And he's dealt with injuries. Daryl Dike's been out for such a long time, and he could have done with him. But without really having too many strikers at his disposal, he's done brilliantly to have West Brom where they are, and I would be wary of facing them in the playoffs. But yeah, at the bottom, Sheffield Wednesday got a big point last night. Huddersfield did lose. Plymouth, well, they got a point, and Stoke are still in there. Blackburn, Millwall beating Leicester's massive for them. That really does help them. That moves them on to 47 points, but they're not quite clear yet. So for Birmingham, we get a win tonight, we get out of the bottom 3, then that, as a morale thing, is absolutely enormous for us.
And finally, away from this, your other great love away from football are the band Kiss, and they just sold their back catalogue of songs. I see you were slightly outbid on your offer, your close.
Yeah.
But they're going to be hologrammed up in the ABBA style. How are you feeling about that, Dan? It's your heroes as holograms.
Well, I mean, they are no longer a touring entity, Kiss. I was lucky enough to be at that final show that they did at Madison Square Garden just before Christmas. And that's 50 years as a live band, and Paul and Gina are in their 70s. They can't keep stomping around the stage in all that clobber forever. And so it's funny, last May I went to see the ABBA Voyage show for the first time. And I was really taken aback by it. And I remember posting on, I think it was Facebook the next day, I do hope Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley and their manager Dot McGee are looking at this, because Kiss could do a hologram show in an entirely different way to the way ABBA do it, and make it, much more about the stage shows and the way that Kiss always, they redefined arena rock in the 70s and into the 80s, and a Kiss hologram show could be an extraordinary thing if done right. I think we have to wait till 2027 for it to actually come to fruition, but yeah, I've got no problem with it at all. There'll always be the professionally offended who'll hate the idea of a Kiss hologram show, but I'll leave them. They're really not important people. I love Kiss, and I'll support pretty much anything. They've had enough of my money over the years, so they can have a little bit more when the hologram comes out.
Maybe we should get a hologram of Andy and keep you working then, can't we? You just get an hologram.
Can you stick your tongue out, Andy? Can you breathe fire?
He can come and rant about Chelsea.
Yeah, read the intro.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That'd be good. Well, enjoy the game tonight, Dan. Thanks very much.
Thanks, boys. Have a good day.
Turn it up, please.
Ian Dampers there will be reporting in. We'll have reporters at many of the grounds
I wouldn't go
tonight.
and see the Kiss hologram show. It was the last form of entertainment left on this planet.
That's the sort of thing the Andy Jacobs hologram would be pre-programmed with. I know it's not your cup of tea. But anyway, around the grounds with Adrian, Durham, Dean Ashton, Chris Awellamo tonight from 7 o'clock. All the goals they're going in the Champions League and indeed the Championship and beyond. And PSG Barcelona on TalkSport 2, that's live. And as it was last night, as it is every night, the place to be at 10 o'clock is for a bit of a debrief and some ranting on the sports file. And Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy on good form last night after the game. So have your say on tonight's matches and more at 10. Tim Vickery is going to join us in the next hour, bring us the latest from the world of South American football, and why the triathlon could be a duathlon, because there will be no swimming in the Paris Olympics. No triathlon in the Paris Olympics, the swimming leg of it, because of problems with pollution in the sea. What are the chances? We'll find out from a Team GB triathlete of the past very shortly.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Conquer the entire job faster and easier with click and collect to over 550 stores nationwide for a job done right.
If self-expression and innovation excite in equal measure, let's make it real. Introducing the new all-electric BMW iX2 with striking design inside and out, and a BMW curved display that lets you stream movies and play video games whilst parked up. Search Stratstone Hull BMW to book a test drive. Nonconformists, please form a disorderly queue. Features require a BMW digital premium subscription. App costs may apply. Details on our website. Test drive subject to status and availability.
Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Not shopped at Ocado, but you've heard it's the best. Now you can shop for 25% less. Groceries delivered free to your address. There's an Ocado just for you.
First time customer, get 25% off your grocery shop and free delivery.
There's an Ocado just for you.
New customers only. Minimum spend £60. Max saving £20. Geographical restrictions apply. Conditions at ocado.com. Verify at info@ocadoretail.com.
Switch to EE and get our fastest full fiber ever.
Well, how fast is fast?
Up to 1.6 gig fast.
So I can live stream the match whilst I video chat with my friends. And I game. All at the same time.
Turn it up, please.
You with absolutely nothing to pay up front.
What? Nothing.
Not a thing. No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Offer ends 25th of April. New customers 32.5% UK availability. Terms apply.
Imagine delicious crispy chicken McNuggets. Go on, picture them now. Imagine if you could get 6 of them for just $2.49. How about 9 for just $3.49? Or 20 of them for just $4.49? Woohoo! Well, no, you can, but not for long. Get yours by the 16th of April. From 11 a.m. until 16th of April in store and by delivery. Delivery price, uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
In the Toolstation Club, our loyalty is built to last. We give you 5% off everything, every day. It's less searching for sales, more setting standards. It's money off what you need, when you need it. It's putting the power in your hands. And with more savings when you spend, you can keep on raising your level. Sign up online or on the app and join the club today for free. Toolstation, for a job done right. Subject to £75 a month minimum spend, terms and conditions apply.
Let's get the business.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. 50 great games of live football this April. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
With Lookers. Here, wherever and whenever you need us. Visit us in-store or online at lookers.co.uk.
Could this be the year for PSG? You'll be able to hear that game against Barcelona a little bit later on TalkSport 2, and we're going to be challenging French football. I expect Julian to run about that game. It's a very different PSG with a very different model this time. Could that make the difference? We'll chat to Jules a little bit later on, but first Jeremy Lieberman has the sports headlines.
Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon. Yes, first to last night's action. Thomas Tuchel says he was told by the referee that a kid's mistake was the reason behind not getting a second penalty against Arsenal in that 2-2 draw at the Emirates. This after Gabriel was not punished for handling the ball inside his own box. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Tuchel was left fuming.
This is a horrible, horrible explanation because that means he's judging now handballs.
Elsewhere last night, City drew 3-3 at Real in what was a classic encounter. Tonight, PSG host Barca. That one's live over on TalkSport 2, and it's Atletico Madrid against Borussia Dortmund.
Closer to home, and Rangers' attempts to move top of the SPL tonight may be thwarted by the rain. The Gers trip to Dundee, their game in hand over arch rivals Celtic, will undergo a pitch inspection in about 25 minutes' time. To the Championship, and Ipswich have the chance to go top again tonight. It's after Leicester and Leeds both dropped points last night. Watford are the visitors to Portman Road tonight. You can keep across all of tonight's action with Adrian Durham and the gang in Around the Grounds from 7 here on TalkSport. Rachel Daly says it's been the greatest honour to play for England after announcing her retirement from international duty. She won the European Championship and reached a World Cup final, earning 84 caps. And finally, with the Masters getting underway tomorrow, Rory McIlroy's being backed by one of the game's greats to eventually complete his decade-long wait to win golf's career Grand Slam. The Augusta tournament is the only one missing for the Northern Irishman. Tiger Woods, well, he's won all 4 of the majors, of course, and he says he's sure McIlroy will join that list with the Augusta green jacket, the only one missing.
Roy is too talented, too good, and he's going to be playing this event for a very long time, and he'll get it done.
Talk Sport News.
Rishi Sunak has urged doctors to use extreme caution when dealing with children who are questioning their gender. And a flesh-eating zombie drug has entered the UK's illegal drug market. Amelia will have more at past.
Talk Sport weather with QuickFit. Keep your car safe on the road this spring. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com for tyres, servicing and MOTs, so you can drive away happy every time.
Wet and windy conditions for much of the UK this afternoon and moving through to the evening, but it's remaining mild.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport, and we'll be chatting to Tim Vickery, our South American correspondent, a little bit later on, getting all the latest football stories from that part of the world. We'll also be looking ahead to our commentary game on Talk Sport through PSG Barcelona with a PSG angle. We'll get more of your calls, emails, texts and tweets as well. But before all of that, some doubts over the triathlon in the Paris Olympics. Even the prospect of the swimming leg not happening because of pollution in the Seine.
We thought it was just over here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we saw, didn't we, around the sort of consternation around the boat race recently. So we're going to speak to a former Team GB triathlete. She was experienced sort of perils of water quality in the past in the sport. Heather Townsend joins us. Good afternoon, Heather.
Hi.
Yeah, what do you make of this news? I mean, it may be, you can only do so much to clean the water up in a short space of time, and I think there's a worry about adverse weather conditions that will make it worse around the time. But how do you view this news today?
No, definitely, especially with the triathlon, obviously the swim being the first leg, it makes a triathlon. So if that gets cancelled, then the race is completely different. Like for me, when I was in triathlon, the swimming was my weakest leg, whereas the run was my longest leg. So if they have to cancel that swim and make it to a duathlon, which would be run, bike, run, then obviously that for me would be a huge advantage. But for those that are swim and bikers, it would be heavily disadvantaged to them.
Of course, it kind of skews the competition.
I didn't realise there'd be 2 lots of running if they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they ever cancel the swim, they turn it into a duathlon, so it would be a run, bike, run.
I mean, Eddie was sort of half joking, saying, well, why not do the swimming in a pool? I mean, has it ever happened before?
Yeah, you can get some triathlons in a pool. They're actually doing one this weekend in London, which is a Super League one. So it's like a super sprint triathlon where they're doing it all indoors. So they're swimming in a pool, they're going on a bike on an indoor trainer, and then running on a treadmill. So there is a possibility, but it again changes the whole dynamic of the triathlon, because the open water compared to a pool again is a completely different scenario. And especially in the likes of a river where you've got the current running through all the time, they could test it in the morning and it'd be okay, they could test it then again in the afternoon, and it could be a completely different reading.
Obviously, so much of it is about sort of the Paris skyline being the backdrop. You know, they want that as the swimmers hit the pool. They want the Eiffel Tower in the background, etc.
Yeah,
So
they don't want an indoor swimming pool.
no, it laps. It's just not. It's not a great
It's
watch.
not a good advert for them, as the boat race wasn't a good advert for London.
No, I mean,
it's not right, is it? I mean, I was just going to ask you. I mean, if you experienced this, have you ever swum in water that you just thought, oh, we shouldn't be doing this? It's disgusting.
Definitely. There's been times where I've got out of the water and I'm just covered in green algae, or one of the things that they always used to say to me is, if you think the water is going to be a bit like murky or disgusting that day, have a glass of Coke every time you finish the race, like a full sugar Coke, because apparently it can kill all the bacteria. And I have touched wood, like, it helped me. I've never been ill from it, but I know of people that have been really seriously ill from swimming in murky waters before, to the point where they've had to go to hospital to get on drips. So it can be really bad.
Some of the guys that were practicing for the boat race went into the race with kind of stomach cramps and had been ill in the build-up, having trained in it. I mean, it is. We say it's a national disgrace, but it's an international disgrace. In this case, I think it's the Parisian sewage system. Heavy rainfall could affect it. If heavy rainfall happens around the time of the race, even though one of the legacies of the Paris Olympics was cleaning up the Seine, this is why it could be a serious issue come the triathlon.
Yeah, and with the current being so strong as well in the river, it just pushes through all the time, so it's very difficult to keep it under control.
Wow. So, it's because we have very good chances from a Team GB point of view. We have great triathletes, and we have a good chance of winning some medals, wouldn't we?
Huge chances. I'd say we've got like the favourite in the women. We could definitely win that gold this year, and in the men as well. And then the relay. So it'd be a real shame, because it would change a massive amount if they got rid of that swim. It's a completely different race.
Because at the test events last year, and Alex Yee and Beth Potter won, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and again they're still favourites. So with more to come in as well. There was one of our strongest girls was injured last year, and she's back to form. So we could have two girls on that podium.
And how will they be affected by the double run? Would it play into their sprints or not?
It would play into Beth Potter's hugely. I mean, she's very strong on the swim, but the run is her strongest. So if it was a duathlon for her, I think she would be upset, because she's a triathlete and she wants to do a full triathlon, but it'd be a huge advantage to her.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to it, and that the weather isn't as bad, but it does focus the mind. Thank you, Heather, thanks very much.
No, thank you for having me.
There we are, Heather Tallon, the former Team GB triathlete.
You replace it with roller skates. Roller skate leg.
You're full of good ideas today, Andy. Yeah, we will definitely
skating.
We'll definitely be putting that to them later on today. Tim Vicker is going to be joining us shortly. We're going to look at the world of South American football, and don't forget, 4 o'clock, Gabby Agbonlor was in for Benty. He's off this week. He's alongside Andy Goldstein, building up to another big night of football. As we said, talking a bit of Ruben Amorim. I'm sure he'll be able to expand on that, Liverpool fans. As back in 2019, he did his badges over in Ireland with Amorim, so got to know him a bit. So a bit of insight into potentially the new Liverpool manager for Gabby and Andy.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
Are the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Listeners, we interrupt the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain, bix by bix, by delivering Weetabix to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR, and people who somehow manage to park over 2 bays. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
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 Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
With the all-new Mini Countryman, everything just got bigger. That means Mini's biggest electric range. Bigger technology and bigger adventures. With space for everybody. Even him. He's a good boy. And all this bigness comes from the Mini. The new Mini Countryman, our biggest Mini ever. Book your test drive today. Electric range 245 to 287 miles. WLTP figures of comparison purposes. Real life results may vary. Test drive subject to status and availability.
In the Toolstation Club, our loyalty is built to last. We give you 5% off everything, every day. It's less searching for sales, more setting standards. It's money off what you need, when you need it. It's putting the power in your hands. And with more savings when you spend, you can keep on raising your level. Sign up online or on the app and join the club today for free. Toolstation, for a job done right. Subject to £75 a month minimum spend, terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, let's get the business.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
Our free-to-play Golden Goals predict 6 Premier League scores correctly to win up to £2 million. And it's completely free to play. You hear that? 2 million big ones.
Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £2 million. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Talk Sport Traffic and Travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win air conditioning split system projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
This afternoon show, the M1 northbound is partly blocked by a breakdown. It's between Milton Keynes at junction 14 and the Northampton turn-off at junction 15. In Surrey, the M23 northbound is partly blocked by a breakdown just before junction 8, the turn-off for the M25. And in Berkshire, the M4 is slow in the roadworks. They're between junction 13 at Newbury and junction 14 for Hungerford and the A338. I'm Adam Moore.
Charge your journey home with sports radio assistance technology. More power, more reliability, more sport per mile than ever. Drive next from 4 on Talk Sport.
Time then to end of the world of South American football as always with our man out in Rio, Tim Vickery. Good afternoon, Tim.
Afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing? Spring in the air?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, not so bad. Last night, I'm sure all eyes, because of the Brazilian contingency in the Champions League, all eyes on both games when Gabriel Jesus, front and centre of the equaliser, lovely footwork, and we had Rodrigo and Vinicius Junior in action. So I say a lot of eyes on the Champions League, I'm guessing, over there, Tim.
Yeah, lots. Although you've just gone and changed your times, haven't you? You've moved your clocks.
Oh yes.
And that makes it harder for your working people over here because it's a 4 o'clock kickoff. Those games. It was 5. It's now 4 o'clock kickoff. So we're going to like 4 to 6. I suspect that the productivity figures will show that there was a big drop off late afternoon yesterday with so many people watching the games, and it's not just. It's gone well beyond when they were just following their players. There's now loads of people who have a strong bond with the teams. So you can have a Man City against Real Madrid with no South Americans at all, and it would still be big news over here.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So the Brazilian Championship is getting underway this weekend, and you feel it's not quite the product it used to be.
No, well, it's not that it used to be, not that it could be.
Right.
It could be so much better. And just an easy example here, it runs from Saturday all the way through to early December. In the middle of it, there's a Copa America.
Right.
There is no pause. The Copa America, it's a FIFA date
clubs are obliged to release players. And the Brazilian clubs now what they do to compensate for selling the likes of Vinicius Junior and so on, is they buy lots from the neighbouring countries. Now, recent FIFA dates, almost 30 players in action, South American national teams who play for Brazilian clubs. Now, that's big names. Now, Endrick is the biggest. You know, the hero of Wembley and the hero of the Bernabeu, who's going to be playing in the Bernabeu. Now, these are his last few months with Palmeiras, and he and others, more than 30 players, I think, they're going to miss as much as 9 rounds of the Brazilian League. That's a quarter of the championship. Now, can you imagine the Premier League agreeing to a calendar where the biggest stars will be missing from a quarter of the championship? Yeah. It's insane. The calendar is lunacy. The big clubs, they are talking of the Premier League, and they are supposed to be trying to get together to organise their own league. And they're not even talking about subjects like calendar. Let's kick that one down the road and come back to it later. At the moment, all they're interested in is seeing how much money they can make off TV rights. And so predictably, the clubs have just split into 2 groups that are selling their TV rights separately. So at the moment, the idea of a Brazilian-style Premier League is still way, way off. But the day that Brazil gets it right, there's a lot of money in the game here now. Since the stadiums have been spruced up, average attendances, it's a little bit like what happened to England. You know, if you build the nice stadiums, they will come. Yeah. There's more people with money into the stadiums. The average crowds last year, about 27,000 in the Brazilian Championship, were the highest ever. So the potential is so great, but it's constantly frustrated by the fact that they cannot get their act together because there is no conception of the common good. There is no conception of let's go around the table and compromise. It's all my club's being robbed. I'm going to break away, and it leads you to despair sometimes.
Wow. Over the years, talking to you, we've discovered some fantastically named players. You know, not always their full name, but there's a bloke. I was pointed out to this bloke. He's a Peruvian player. He plays for Union Comercio, and his name is Osama Bin Laden. That's mad, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah. Big Brother is huge over here. Huge. It's still massive. And one of the people in it, I think he just got kicked out. MC Bin Laden. Obviously. Yes.
No, he's Bin Laden. Bin Laden. Osama Bin Laden.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not as good as Credence Clearwater, is it?
No.
And he started his career so well, dropped off. We're still waiting for it. We're still waiting for it.
We're still
You're not going to make me say it.
No, you don't need to, Tim. You just leave it hanging there. We're waiting for yes. Okay, we won't say it. So let's talk some South American players who could be on the move over here. Lucas Paquetá is keeping that link to City. What are they saying over there from West Ham?
That he's going.
Right.
That's the word in Brazil. That he's on his way. Now this possibly might have happened in the summer. Had he not then got caught up in his name involved in a betting scandal that saw him not play in those 6 rounds of World Cup qualification in Brazil, it may have worked in his favour because in the subsequent months I think his stock has risen still higher. When those 2 games that Brazil played recently, the win at Wembley and the draw at Spain, I think it showed that he may well be the most important player in the team. You know, obviously Vinicius is fantastic, Endrick is a promise, but they've got lots of pace up front. What they haven't got too much of is someone who can control the midfield in the way that he does. He's coming up, he's 27 in August. This is prime Paquetá time. So certainly the word in Brazil is, because I mean, Kevin De Bruyne is not getting any younger, and he can run into injuries and so on, and so you could just see Paquetá going in there to be the conductor of the orchestra. So it would seem that this one is likely to happen.
You know what that means for Foden, wouldn't it?
Yeah. João Gomez has been linked to Arsenal and Manchester United. They're also interested in Andre Fluminense. So what are you hearing there?
Yeah, João Gomez, we heard over here that the interest from United was strong. And it just seems to me, just to throw throw in a little bit of controversy into the cauldron of speculation and see what would emerge. But both United and Brazil have badly missed the much maligned Frege, because his lone pack, he covered so much ground. He's the type of player who makes your teammates better. And look how open United have been on the transition since. And the same with Brazil as well. In the World Cup, it was hard to have a shot at Brazil. In World Cup qualification after those 6 rounds, only the bottom 2 have conceded more goals. So you could certainly imagine why United would want to fix that problem and have a bit more lung power there. He settled in very, very well at Wolves. He gave a really interesting interview, João Gomes, about how the Premier League had forced him to improve his game. How he came over Brazil with a swagger, being one of the strongest, and he was knocked off the ball like a child. And now he's had to up the tempo of his game and bring the ball under control quicker and move it more quickly. So I think he's been a resounding success. And the pitbull of Wembley when Brazil won that game. So I think Wolves will make a tidy profit on him.
And if they did bring in Andre from Fluminense, it would be a replacement for Casemiro, who's I think his star is waning slightly, showing his years.
Well, he was a strange buy, wasn't he? Because he didn't seem to fit into the idea of where Ten Hag was wanting to take them. And my interpretation of this is, in the insignificance of my opinion, is that he was a panic buy. He was Ten Hag having a look and thinking, blimey, we're in trouble here. Let's just get some experience to steady the ship in that zone of the field. But I think he is someone who has missed Frege. Both with Brazil and with United. He's missed the lung power of Frege. I could well understand if they think, all right, he's done the job, and he's done it reasonably well. But are they going to be able to offload him? Is anyone going to match the amount that he's on at United?
No, very true. Just finally, you said there's an important centenary coming up in the world of Brazil.
Yeah, it was Sunday. Football in Brazil started very, very much from the elite. Now, the English influence and so on. And for a while, the players were all from elite backgrounds. The club that kind of broke the mould were Vasco da Gama, were from the northern working class suburbs. And they got, and Rio at the time was the biggest city in the capital, and they got into Brazil, the Rio First Division in 23, and they won it at the first attempt. And lordy lord, the team was full of poor players and black players. And that really put some noses out of joint. So the elite clubs fought back, and they said, well, in order to play, you've got to be able to fill out a form. The majority of Brazil's poor at the time were illiterate. So this was an attempt to batten down the hatches on the rise of poor and black players. So they said to Vasco da Gama, this player, you can't have him. You can't have him. And 100 years ago on Sunday, Vasco published a response. It's full of legalese, but it basically says, stuff it, we're keeping his players. It's known as a historic response. A copy of the letters on the walls at Vasco Stadium. Vasco stuck to their guns. 3 years later, they clubbed together and they built their stadium, which at the time was the biggest in Latin America. So they did huge things to secure and cement the place of the black player in Brazilian football. And obviously without that, there's none of the international triumphs and the international love that comes from the swagger with which they won those World Cups.
I just thought as well, I was at the Forest game the other day when Murillo tried to do a sort of Pelé extra, because he was much further into his own half than Pelé was back against Czechoslovakia all those years ago. But did that get much coverage, that attempt on goal for, firstly on the edge of his own 18-yard box?
It did, and he's getting a lot of coverage as well, because he moved with, he had, I think it was 25 games for Corinthians when he moved to the Premier League, and how well he's done. And we talked about Wolves making money on João Gomes. I think Forest are going to make a very, very tidy profit on Williams.
Yeah, I think they'll do well to keep him. He's looked really good. Thanks, Jim. We'll catch up with you next week.
Look forward to it. Cheers.
Tim Vickery, South American correspondent there. We've got a Paddy's Challenge to come. We're going to look ahead to our commentary game on TalkSport 2, PSG versus Barcelona. Very shortly, a commentary team for that one, Jim Proudfoot, and the former England defender, Danny Mills. But I think Julian Laurent will be joining us
For a look at that game from a PSG point of view, could this be the year? You do kind of sense the winner's going to come from the other side of the draw, but
definitely. But we'll see. Yeah.
So that's all to come. We're here with our good friends at Toolstation. Head over to toolstation.com to grab great deals on our DeWalk range for a job done right.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Get everything you need to conquer the whole job with free delivery 7 days a week on orders over £25 for a job done right. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose wrist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to get Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Happy birthday. May this year bring you happiness.
And XDB's investment plans.
Wait, what?
You don't know? XDB's investment plans are a great way to start achieving your goals.
Absolutely. Choose your desired ETFs, select our funding methods like auto investing, allocate your assets, and you're good to go.
And the best part? It's zero commission.
Download the XTB app and start passive investing with investment plans. For monthly turnover equivalent of up to €100,000. T's and C's apply. Your capital is at risk. The value of your investments may go up or down.
Not everything in golf makes sense, but buying pre-owned clubs does. With GolfBin, an official partner of the PGA that helped millions of golfers over the last 25 years find quality and affordable clubs to improve their game. So while you may not always trust your swing, you can trust our clubs. Golf is difficult. Buying great value pre-owned clubs isn't. This week, save even more with 15% off thousands of drivers at golfbidder.co.uk, the home of pre-owned clubs.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
Where's the tablet gone?
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
The Masters, teeing off on now.
Now he's absolutely launched that.
Oh, now. Woods is in the woods. Now that's just magic. That's a try.
Oh, now he's just pulled that shot.
Oh, now is this the putt that wins him the green jacket? There it is.
Stream the Masters and all of Sky Sports without a contract. Head to nowtv.com.
Sky Sports content streamed via internet. 18 plus. Full terms apply.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. TheGamblerWare.org.
1089 and 1053 medium wave on DAB, on the app, on your smart speaker.
Supersize your rainfall with over 50 games of live football.
TalkSport.
TalkSport. News.
Rangers fans are about to set off for Dens Park. I'd give it a few minutes if I was you. We're just all looking at Sky Sports at the moment. The ref's out there at the moment. The ball wasn't bouncing that well, was it?
Some of it are all right.
Yeah, some patches it seems to be bouncing. There's no surface water coming up, but the ref is... There's more rain forecast, isn't there? That's the game tonight, of course, Rangers game in hand, but looking at the ref at the moment, we'll see. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can, but that pitch inspection is ongoing. But let's get the the news now with Amelia Beltrao.
Thanks, Paul. Good afternoon. Labour's Wes Streeting has slammed the scandalous way children questioning their gender have been treated by the NHS. It's as a new landmark report found, there's remarkably weak evidence to support gender treatments for children. The Shadow Health Secretary's been speaking to the Sun's programme, Never Mind the Ballots.
Why is it that we've seen medical interventions that have been given on the basis of very weak evidence?
Yeah.
How is it that clinicians have been silenced or afraid to come forward?
After Alan Bates slammed the Post Office yesterday in the public inquiry, Tory peer Lord Arbuthnot's been at it today, accusing the organisation of groupthink around the Horizon scandal. He added he wasn't satisfied by Paula Vennell's response in 2012 to concerns he'd raised. A 29-year-old man's been jailed for at least 22 years for the murder of his newborn son. Michael Davis was convicted of killing baby Ollie Davis in Leicester in 2017. And as people across the country continue to struggle with the cost of living crisis, Tesco's recorded record profits. For the year to February, the supermarket reported profits of £2.83 billion, up 13% on the previous 12 months.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Phil Foden's been described as Pep's greatest legacy, and Rangers' attempts to move top of the SPL tonight may be derailed. Find out why with Jeremy at 4.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day. It's the ultimate heavy-hitting Premier League experience.
Exclusive rights to 2 massive Saturday games.
Newcastle versus Spurs.
Kick-off 12:30.
On TalkSport.
All too easy.
Followed by Nottingham Forest versus Wolves.
Kick-off 3 p.m.
On TalkSport 2.
A delightful finish. Supersize your Saturday.
Game Day this Saturday.
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Paddy's Challenge on TalkSport with Hawksby and Jacobs. What critics are calling one of the many radio quiz segments happening this week. Paddy Power. 18 plus big apple at all.
Yes, it's time now for Paddy's Challenge, our quiz for charity in association with our friends and official betting partner, Paddy Power. In Paddy's Challenge, we put our knowledge of the weird and wonderful world of sport to the test. With a chance of raising lots of cash for our nominated charities, I'm playing for the Sporting Memories Network and raising funds for the Willow Foundation. And helping to manage proceedings and ensure fair play is a guest quizmaster with Ben Fletcher off this week.
Oh, yeah.
We've called on the services of the official adjudicator of the birthday spread. That will return tomorrow. It is Phil at the Fox, Jeff Peters. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Very good afternoon to you chaps. It's a pleasure to be trying to fill Fletcher's boots, which are big boots to fill.
You haven't got to do your ongoing knocks at the management. You can leave those out today. But Leicester, Jeff, I mean, you know, you're in danger of going one better than Spurs and finishing third in a one-horse race.
Yeah, blue square in 5 years. I think that's definitely on the cards. Listen,
it's tight at the top, isn't it?
It is, you know, a point or two between the top 3 teams. Games are running out. Leicester have got a game in hand. It's in Leicester's hands. They're still top. They could be knocked off by Ipswich tonight, who, you know, are definitely the story of the season in the Championship. It was a poor result, poor performance at Millwall last night, and you know it's going to go down to the wire. And Leicester's in hand is against Southampton, who might still just be about in the automatic race, but time's running out for them. But you know, Leeds last night dropped a couple of points at home. Yeah. Against Sunderland. Who's going to hold their nerve? It's a really compelling title race.
It certainly is. Well, let's crack on, Jeff. Let's get underway.
Okay, so in Paddy's Challenge, you will each be asked 3 multiple-choice questions, usually posed by the voice of Paddy Power, Alistair McGann, but he's away this week as well. I don't know if him and Fletcher are away together.
Fletcher will go away together, comparing impressions.
That'll be good. So I'm going to be asking the questions now. The winner will be the player that scores the most points, and in the event of a tie, you will both win the chance to raise some cash for your charities. Last time you played, it was a draw, and you both had bets to place. Paul, you backed Erling Haaland to score in Man City's league match against Aston Villa last week, but on the night it was a goal from Rodri and a hat-trick from Phil Foden that won that for City 4-1. Andy, you backed Brentford to beat Brighton in their league match last Wednesday, but that ended in a goalless draw. No luck there then. Let's see if we can raise some more money for your charities this week. Now, we have to decide who goes first. I have a coin, an old-fashioned piece of cash, which tops the thing to have these days.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go heads or tails, all to guess.
Okay. Heads.
It is heads.
Oh, okay. I'll go first. I'll go first, yeah.
So Paul, you go first. So here is your first question, Paul.
Okay.
British extreme runner Russ Cook completed his epic journey across the length of Africa last weekend, a distance of over 16,000 kilometres. How many days did it take him? Was it A, 350 days, B, 365 days, or C, 250 days?
It was virtually a year, wasn't it? 350 days.
1 point to Paul.
Oh, good guess. Yes, there we are.
First point to Paul. Yeah, so his journey was the equivalent of 385 marathons, meaning averaged over a marathon a day to get to the finish.
So it's raised a fortune for charity. Oh dear, what's the point, is it? Anyway, next one. 1-0 to me.
Still work, Andy. Okay, your first question.
Yeah.
Mo Salah set a new Premier League record last weekend. He's now scored the most goals versus Manchester United, taking his tally to 11 and breaking the record previously held by which player? Was it A, Robbie Fowler, B, Alan Shearer, or C, Sergio Aguero?
I've absolutely no idea, but I'm going Sergio Aguero.
Oh dear.
It was Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
That was his sixth at the stadium in the top flight. No visiting player has ever scored more than that. So Paul leads 1-0. Paul's second question. Despite back-to-back hat-tricks in his past two appearances, Cristiano Ronaldo was on the bench till the last 20 minutes of Al Nassr's game versus Damak last weekend and narrowly missed out on adding to his incredible tally of goals. How many has he scored so far this season? Is it A, 25, B, 35, or C, 45?
Probably 45, isn't it? Oof. 35, isn't it?
Yeah. It is 35, plus 12 assists.
Wow.
In 30 matches
So
this
he
season.
passes as well.
It's really challenging for him, isn't it? Tremendous.
Harry Kane scored more though, hasn't he? Well, maybe not. Anyway, so 1-0 to me, Jim.
It is indeed. Second question for Andy. Manchester United broke an unwanted record during their match against Liverpool last weekend. A poor first half performance saw the Red Devils fail to register a single shot at goal. That's the first time that's happened in the first half since April 2022, when they were playing against which team? A, Manchester City, B, Arsenal, or C, Liverpool?
Who's going to know the answer to that? It's a ridiculous question.
Possibly you.
No, I don't. I'll go Manchester City. No idea.
Oh dear.
It's not really a test of knowledge, is it? It's just a pointless thing.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, what's the point?
I know the
What's
questions.
the point?
Well, you've got a chance of answering them. I reckon about 1% of the country could have got that
Let's
right.
not deconstruct it all live on air,
It's
eh?
rubbish.
Take it up. You sound like Fletch today. Take it up with
Mandy.
Mandy.
Questions are so poor. Anyway, go on.
Incidentally, it was the first time it happened at Old Trafford since October 2015 against Manchester City. So, Paul, your third question, you get this right.
Just a bit of fun.
Yeah, it's a Tottenham question.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great. Tremendous.
That was a bad news move.
I don't choose the questions.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah.
You've changed
Tottenham
your
fans.
Yeah.
Put your own
Tottenham fans
questions.
have been celebrating Heung-min Son's ascension into the 400 club after his appearance in Spurs' draw with West Ham last week. Harry Kane was the last player to achieve this club milestone. In which month and year did Kane hit the 400? Was it A, November 2021, B, December 2020, or C, October 2022?
October 2022.
Take that one out.
Yeah, I knew that. When you support the team, you got a fighting chance. I was there, I think. Anyway, so Andy, just for a bit of fun, the last question. Make it a good one. Make it really hard, Jeff.
How many hot dogs were sold in 2013 at a certain ground?
That's it. That's the perfect question. Here we go.
Go on.
Andy, it is a Chelsea question.
Oh
yeah.
Which Blues fan and top-flight snooker player had scathing words for Chelsea boss Maurizio Pochettino after they drew 2-2 with Sheffield United last weekend? Was it A, Mark Selby, B, Judd Trump, or C, Neil Robertson?
Well, it's definitely not Mark Selby because he's the jester from Leicester, Sports Leicester. So,
Judd Trump or
who's the other one? Neil Robertson. I'll go Neil Robertson.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pure guess.
Well, congratulations.
Why doesn't Neil go viral like me if he's having a go at the team?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Paul. You are today's winner. You won a free £20 bet that Paddy Power will place for you so you can try and win some cash for your charity. What are you going to go for?
I'll go for an Mbappe goal tonight. It feels like it's written with him off to Real Madrid. So I'll go for an Mbappe goal, Jeff.
All right, well, we'll see how you get on, and the winner will be revealed next week.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We will catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, look forward to it. Cheers, boys.
There we are. There's Jeff Peters there, back for the birthday spread tomorrow. That was this week's challenge in the book. Thanks to our friends at Paddy Power. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. We finished today looking a little bit closer at the PSG Barca game.
Paddy's Challenge on TalkSport with Paddy Power. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club today and get 5% off everything. Toolstation, for a job done right.
The only place to buy your new Mercedes-Benz is direct from Mercedes-Benz. It's the only place where you'll always find our best offers, like the A200 AMG Line Executive Hatchback from £299 a month rental, with an advance rental of £7,304. PCH offer ends 30th of April. Visit us at Mercedes-Benz of Hull. For your lease, T's and C's apply. Mercedes-Benz Finance. Mercedes-Benz of Hull is a credit intermediary, not a lender. Commission paid. Speak to us for details.
Well, a day out of the one for catch, but moving up on the outside of those who back the horse because it's got a funny name. They've snatched victory and they don't even know it. However you enjoy it, we know it's the fans that make horse racing what it is. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Football crazy kids in your life? Lidl can help with that. Do they team talk at meals and know their step over from their scorpion kick? Then this is your chance to win them the ultimate football experience with Lidl Plus. To walk hand in hand onto the pitch with their heroes at UEFA Euro 2024 as part of the Lidl Kids team. Download the Lidl Plus app for a chance to win their dream today. Lidl, we're on your team. End 17th of April. 18 plus. GP residents only. Child age 6 to 10. Valid passport to Lidl Plus app required. T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/mascots.
The Masters, teeing off on now.
Now he's absolutely launched that.
Oh, now. Woods is in the woods. Now that's just magic.
That's a drive.
Oh, now it's just pulled that shot.
Oh, now is this the putt that wins him the green jacket? There it is.
Stream the Masters and all of Sky Sports without a contract. Head to nowtv.com.
Sky Sports content streamed via internet. 18 plus. Full terms apply.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, no, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, no, draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one selected football toy. Uno range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosters and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours, used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Talk sport, traffic and travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win heat recovery VRF projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In Lancashire, the M6 northbound is partly blocked by a breakdown. It's between junction 31A at Longridge and junction 32 for the M55. In Surrey, delays on the M25 anti-clockwise as you queue into the roadworks area near the A3 turn-off at junction 10. And in Berkshire, you've got minor delays on the M4. There are roadworks there between junction 13 at Newbury and junction 14 for Hungerford. I'm Adam Moore.
The goals are cooling.
This Saturday, exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Nottingham Forest versus Wolves.
Coverage from 2:30, kick-off 3 p.m.
On Talk Sport 2.
Sadly, I don't think sporting memories will get rich if Kylian Mbappe does score tonight. I just had a little charity flutter on him to score any time. He scored 30 of their 65 goals in the league, scored 6 of their 13 in Europe, and he's kind of almost odds on to score tonight. He did play at the weekend though, rested. I think that was controversial or just a smart move. Let's find out. Julien Laurent, French football expert, joins us now, head of PSG versus Barca. Hi, Jules.
Hello, boys.
Yeah, I mean, did he want to play at the weekend, or was it just one of those let's keep him fresh and ready for Europe?
Yeah, the whole team was rested or benched or dropped out of the squad. It was a very much experimental team against Clermont, who are bottom of the Ligue 1 table, so that there was not much risk in the end. PSG got a 1-1 draw, and to keep their unbeaten run, which extend now to 27 games, they haven't lost since the beginning of November in the competition. So I think all they wanted really was not to lose and to rest as many players who would start tonight as possible. So no Mbappe, as you mentioned, no Dembele, in midfield, no Vitinha, for example, no Zaire Emery either, who we expect to be fit tonight. So really, pretty much a C team for Luis Enrique at the weekend, and I don't think any of the usual starters minded having a little rest.
No. It's interesting with PSG, because for years they've been a collection of these individual Galacticos. But you get the sense now, even with Mbappe, that they are more of a team this year.
Yeah, you're right, that's a fair point. I think that's a policy that the club wanted for the last maybe 18 months, and it's not easy when you've gone the path of the bling-bling way, if you want to then revert back to something that makes maybe a little more sense, but certainly it's a different structure and way of building that squad. And I think they tried to get there by signing French players, for example, Colomwani, Dembele, Lucas Hernandez in the summer, which before they probably would have looked at foreigners and people in Italy, from Spain, from Italy, from anywhere. That was a little bit different. And then, yeah, you're right, I think they realized that they've tried the bling-bling, and in a way they had to, because they wanted to establish the brand as well, they wanted to grow as quick as possible, and for that, really, you can only do it with Ibrahimovic and Neymar and Messi, not really with a collective of players like Vitinha, for example, or players that people don't really know much about. And now that that has failed, including the Neymar, Mbappe and Messi from three, believe it or not, I think it was wise for them to try something different, and that was always going to be to have more unity and more collective strength, really, than the sum of individuals.
And there's the feeling, Jules, that this year's winner won't come from this side of the draw. And always the pressure was on PSG for all the reasons you just went into. As you know, at this stage in the competition, is this going to be the year they do it?
People took a sort of delight in them not doing it.
Yeah, there was a bit of schadenfreude about it, whatever the French is for schadenfreude. But as Andy says, you know, it's a different makeup now. They could just kind of sneak up on the rails, which you could never really have said about PSG before.
Yeah, you're right. I think Barcelona were also very happy with the draw, and same with Atletico and Dortmund, to be fair, because you wanted to avoid City and Real Madrid and I guess even Bayern and Arsenal as much as possible. So they did. So all those four teams in this side of the draw were super happy, and I think they can all see themselves already pretty much at Wembley, because you know that if PSG beat Barcelona tonight, which is a tougher opponent than Atletico or Dortmund will be in a potential semi-final, then the pathway towards the final will be there for them. Certainly Barca win over PSG in the next two games, similar things. And then if you Dortmund and Atletico, maybe the two quarterfinals between PSG and Barcelona won't be that impressive, and you won't feel too much inferiority either, and you go, you know what, we can qualify now for the final too. So it's great. I think it's great to have one really tough draw on one side and one not as difficult side on the other way. And for PSG, certainly this year, for a long time, they never had any luck in draws. Never. They always used to play the toughest team straight away in the last 16 or in the quarterfinal. This time, you know, between the last 16 that they had against Real Sociedad, which was technically on paper certainly the weakest side of all, and now this side of the draw, they're feeling that maybe they got a bit lucky this time, and they have to make the most of it now.
Just a break off momentarily. Dundee versus Rangers is off. Looking at the pictures earlier on of the way the ball was rolling, it's not a massive surprise. Game's been called off, Rangers fans. Are you about to set off no need. It's causing a few issues, I think, because the spread's coming up and there's not a lot of windows left to play the games, but they'll have to squeeze it in. So, Andy, one final one for Jules.
Well, they did have that bit of luck, didn't they, against Newcastle? So, you know, it might be their year, because that was definitely a penalty, wasn't it, in the last minute of that game?
Yeah, remember the handball? Yeah, that was really hard. But yeah, you're right, maybe, and I think they are very much aware of all those little signs, but they also know that it could all stop next week on Tuesday night in Barcelona. And Barcelona and PSG have so much history between each other, the remontada, but also Mbappe's hat-trick at the Camp Nou in 2020, for example, Messi, of course, and Neymar, and all of that. So it will be two fantastic games tonight and next week, and then I really feel that the winner of this quarterfinal will reach the final against whoever comes out the strongest on the other side of the draw.
Good stuff. Lovely to talk to you. Enjoy the game, Jules. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Julian, the Fresh Football expert, live on TalkSport. Jim Proudfoot and Danny Mills, your commentary team here on TalkSport. Adrian Durham, your ringmaster, as we go around the grounds. Dean Ashton and Chris Owellamo, give them a hand. All the goals they go in, and the sports bar at 10. Building up to all that live football. Andy Goldstein and Gabian Bummer will drive. I'll be here. Charlie's back tomorrow, Charlie Baker. And we'll have 4 live races for you from the Grand National meeting at Aintree, amongst other things. Have a good evening. Enjoy the football tonight. Andy and Gabby up next.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Get everything you need to conquer the whole job with free delivery 7 days a week on orders over £25 for a job done right.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on the football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Singles and bet builders only. Excludes virtuals, boosts and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2. Accepting 24 hours. Used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. TheGamblerWare.org.
They are the racing lovers of the UK, bone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, what a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Diving into starting a business and taking it to the next level is exciting. And having the right support is everything. That's why NatWest's dedicated team are with you all the way. Get 2 years free banking on everyday transactions when you open a startup account or switch to NatWest Business Banking, backed by the current account switch guarantee. So join the hundreds of thousands of businesses across the UK who are already pushing ahead. Tomorrow begins today with NatWest, proud partner of Team GB. Search NatWest Business. Turnover under 1 million, up under 2 million for switch, standard tariff thereafter. Switches must use the current account switch service, can't transfer another NatWest Group business account. Other fees and criteria may apply.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gogh? And the passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
Liverpool fans celebrate!
Answer on a radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Savannah Hine. Weekday mornings from 5 on TalkSport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, Nathan, you're next. Happy birthday to you.
Mum, my birthday's not till next month. Like getting your money's worth? Grab a McDonald's Save a Meal deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and drink for just $3.99. Also available via Just Eat until the 7th of May. Delivery price uplift and fees apply. Price may vary.
On average, Rift get their customers £3,000 back. Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds.
BetUK have got some mad offers.
Like what? Free bets?
Yeah, man. £30 in free bets when you bet £10.
You're joking? Really?
Yeah. And even with a free bet, I still wouldn't back your team.
Oh, whatever, mate.
Whatever you think. Visit betuk.com or download the app to get your £30 in free bets. BetUK. It's where the UK bets.
New customers only, £10 minimum bet. Minimum odds and T&Cs apply. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Online, on your smart speaker, on DAB, on the app, and on the money.
Over 50 games of live football across April.
This is TalkSport.
TalkSport Sports Update with Trusted Trader. When you need a job doing brilliantly, that's a job for the Trusted Trader professionals. Talk Sport.
Hello, good afternoon. Next up, of course, is drive time. Me, Andy Goldstein. Look who's alongside me. It can only be the legend that is Gabriel Agbonlahor.
It must have been...
No, it's over. How are you, Gabster?
I'm okay, mate. I'm okay.
I am very excited about our show today.
Always with you, mate.
Because we have a superstar in the studio, everyone. Not him, obviously. Philippe Senderos will be joining us. How good's that?
Amazing.
Your mate.
Thank you, top guy.
That's good.
Top guy.
He'll be in the studio for an hour, so that's going to just be... I mean, he has not just played with some great players, but he's been managed by some superstars, including Carlo Ancelotti and Arsene Wenger, to name the two. So we'll be... What? Don't say that to Benny, he's going nuts. So we've got that to talk about, and obviously we're going to start off by looking back at last night's two games in the Champions League, two absolute belters. We're going to start with the obvious question. There were two potential penalties in last night's game in the Emirates. Were either of them penalties? If so, which one, and why not if they weren't? 03717223344. Pens is how we start today's show. First, it's time for the sport.
Thanks, Andy. Yes, I'm Jeremy Lieberman. Since when was an outfield player picking the ball up in the box not deemed handball? Well, in the Champions League last night, it seems.
For me, and for all of us, he did a huge mistake in not giving a hand penalty. I know it's a crazy situation, but they put the ball down, he whistles, he gives the ball free, and the defender takes the ball in his hand.
Iron boss Thomas Tuchel there, who was left fuming after Gabriel was let off the hook last night at the Emirates in that 2-2 draw. The ref deemed it as a kid's mistake. This has caused controversy, though, even within refereeing circles.
For me, he has to give a penalty. There's no question. It's Gabriel's fault. Like you say, you go, what on earth is he picking the ball up?
Former Premier League ref Mark Halsey having his say here on TalkSport there, and his views have been echoed by fellow top flight official Keith Hackett.
That is 100% a penalty kick.
Well, this one will run and run. Less controversy at the Bernabeu last night, though, but all to play for in the second leg after City drew 3-3 with Real in what was a classic encounter. Tonight, PSG host Barca live on TalkSport 2, and it's Atletico Madrid against Borussia Dortmund in the final last 8 time. To the Championship now, and Ipswich, come on you Blues, have the chance to go top of the table again later, with Watford the visitors to Portman Road. It's after Leicester and Leeds both dropped points last night. And finally, Rachel Daly says it's been the greatest honour to play for England after retiring from international duty. She won the European Championship and reached the World Cup final, earning 84 caps.
Talk Sport News.
Labour's slander report looking into gender treatment for under-18s. And find out how much Tesco made in profits last year. Amelia has more on these stories at past.
Talk Sport weather with Quick Fit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're here for every journey. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
Rain in the west and northeast this evening, but this should ease to showers overnight, remaining dry elsewhere.
On 1089 and 1053 William Way, online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport Drive. Discuss, debate, deliver, driven, dedicated, daily, loud, alive. Talk Sport Drive.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Drive on TalkSport. Me, Andy Goldstein. Alongside, he's wearing a hat. I'm not quite sure why he's wearing a hat. Maybe you'll tell us why he's wearing a hat. It's Gabriel Agbonlahor.
No, I wear hats sometimes.
Why?
To annoy people.
Why would it annoy people?
Because I get a lot of messages before, like, why you got a hat on indoors?
Why? What did you say?
I wanna. That's all.
Gabs, you do whatever you want.
What do you mean?
Do whatever you want.
Thank you,
I
Andy.
might get a hat. If anyone's got a hat, give me a hat.
Put your hat on.
Bye, Jingo. I've got it on already, look. We'll build up to a big old night again of Champions League and EFL action on the TalkSport Network as we bring you tonight PSG against Barcelona. Former two-time champion of the world, Carl Frampton, will be joining us on the show. Honestly, it's an unbelievable 3 hours coming up. We'll also have former Arsenal defender, your mate Philippe Senderos, in the studio. And we'll bring our brand new feature, Coach Gabby. This is Drive and Talk Sport. Get involved. Pick up the phone 03717 22 33 44. Right, Coach Gabby.
What's happening, pal?
How are you?
I'm very well, very well. I had to make a tough decision last night.
Oh,
What game to watch?
What one to watch?
I just couldn't not watch Real Madrid versus Manchester City. I think I chose well.
Well, do you know what? We had this conversation on air and off air throughout the day, and the reason I watched the Arsenal game, I feel more comfortable watching football on the telly with English teams at home. It just feels more at home. Do you know what I mean? When you're watching the game, do you remember, you're a lot younger than I am, but when you used to watch old World Cups, I'm going back to like 82, 86 and 90, when they would be, obviously as they always were, in foreign countries, the sound quality, there was always like a mile and a half. And in my head, that's still there when I watch the Bernabeu and watch Real Madrid.
I just couldn't not watch Real Madrid versus Manchester City. I knew it'd be a very good game. Watched the highlights of Arsenal as well. Some really big decisions.
We're going to get to them in a minute.
But Arsenal's all to play for. I think maybe Arsenal didn't think it would be as hard as what it was and how well Bayern Munich played.
Yeah.
I don't think Arsenal expected that because how poor they've been in the league.
Yeah. Okay. Well, should we start the show with that? Because Arsenal drew 2-2 with Bayern Munich in their Champions League quarter-final first leg of the Emirates, and of course it was live on TalkSport. But here's the question we'll start with. Great question. Did the ref miss 2 penalties last night?
Referee says no.
Never a penalty. Arsenal fans can say what they want.
The more I watch it, he looks guilty when Saka goes down.
He did a huge mistake in not giving a hand penalty. It's a crazy situation, but they put the ball down, he whistles, and the defender takes the ball in his head.
As crazy as the whole scenario was, it's a penalty.
We just heard Andy McCoy, Jason Cundy, Jeremy Hara, Bayern Munich manager Thomas Tuchel all have their say on last night's controversial penalty called during Arsenal's 2-2 with Bayern Munich. If you want to have your say, you can 03717 22 33 44. It's interesting because there are 2 completely different reasons to give a penalty, but yet they are dividing the nation. Yeah. Let's take them in no particular order other than the ones I decided to start with. That's the Gabriel handball one with David Raya.
I think a lot of people...
Hold on, before you... Sorry, Gary. In case people are listening to this going, I haven't seen it, what happened? So David Raya put the ball down on the 6-yard box. We heard the referee blow the whistle. He squared it to Gabriel that was to his left on the corner of the 6-yard box. Gabriel stopped the ball with his maybe foot, but definitely then bent over and pushed it with his hand to stop the ball. And then from there, kicked it back to David Raya as if he was taking the goal kick. And that's how Arsenal started that build-up. The referee did not give a penalty for a blatant handball. Your view?
So for me, I know a lot of people disagree with me. I think I've found one person in the studio that agrees with me, which is Management Max.
No, he counts for nothing.
I'll say that. But what I get, yes, the referee blows the whistle, Raya plays the ball, he puts his hand on it and stops it, but common sense has to come into football because we're all here talking about VAR officials, referees, where's the common sense? And he made a good point out there, Max, to me, that when Van Persie got sent off at the Bernabeu, when he shot and he obviously didn't hear it, and he got sent off, so that's not common sense. Yesterday, Bayern Munich players are like 20 metres away from Gabriel and Raya. They're not even like started their press yet. If they'd started their press and they're 10 metres away and Gabriel looks like he sees them and panics and they put my hand on the ball and stop it here and start again, fair enough. But they haven't started their press, the Bayern Munich players.
Was it handball?
No. Listen, it's handball. It's handball, but it's common sense because if the referee give that as a penalty, social media would have had a meltdown.
But do you not think that every week we watch football, right, and maybe a player will pick up an imaginary yellow card and show it to the referee, and he gets booked, and we go, use your common sense, and we always get back.
Yes.
You can't. The referee can't use common sense. It's got to go by the letter of the law.
But it's.
Was it handball?
Listen, if that happened in the centre circle, right, and you're playing in the game and it's a free kick, Declan Rice has been fouled, take a free kick, Declan Rice passes to Jorginho puts his hand on the ball in the middle of the field, and he starts a free kick from there. The referee won't be like, oh no, that's a Bayern Munich free kick now. He'll be like, lads, come on, start from where Declan Rice was, the free kick from there. Do you know what I mean? He's not going to give a foul or a free kick to Bayern Munich.
So the only reason you're not giving the penalty, irrelevant of the fact that it was a handball, the only reason you're not giving it is because Bayern Munich players were not near it.
If they were closer to it, I would give it because I think, you know what, he's trying to be clever here, and like, doesn't want the ball.
Here we go. let's just say, for the sake of this argument, they were 30 yards away. Yeah?
Yeah.
And you're not giving it because they were 30 yards away?
Yeah.
Okay. 25 yards away, you giving it?
I'm giving it if they're like 10 metres away.
Right, what about 11 metres? This is my point. This is my point.
No, because it's common sense in the sense that Gabriel is not even looking around thinking. Let me finish, please, Andy. Gabriel's not looking around and thinking like, oh, the Bayern Munich players are pressing me here. No, we put my hand on the ball and like gaining an advantage. But no, we start again now. He's just being like, he does it all the time where he puts his hand on the ball and wants to start.
Let me ask you this. Middle of a game, right? 22 minutes on the clock. Ball goes back to the goalkeeper, right? He's got Gabriel next to him.
Yeah.
Okay? Whoever they're playing, let's just say Bayern Munich, are on the halfway line. There's no press. Right? David Rad flicks the ball up. Right? Flicks it up. And Gabriel smacks it down with his hand onto the floor. No one's near him. Is that a foul? Is that a penalty?
Why the game's going? Yeah, that's different now. It's exactly different now because you're starting from a dead ball situation, a goal kick.
But David Rad started the game.
Yeah, but he started it in a sense that like he's got the ball, kicked it to Gabriel, and Gabriel's like, all right then, hand on the ball. We're going to start from this side. Like the Bayern Munich players are so far away, they're not gaining an advantage.
Let me get your view on the other one. Just to draw a line under that, because people have to say, was the ball in play? Was the ball in play?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a handball?
Yes. Okay. Well, the referee used common sense, which I'm glad. Do you know what I mean? Top referee. You want to get like another big game now, the semi-final, because he made a great decision.
What about the other one, Saka?
I think it's a penalty as well. Andy, you've got to put your hatred for Arsenal and Liverpool.
It's not.
It's a penalty. You know why it's a penalty? Because has Saka looked for it? Yes. Did Harvey Elliott on the weekend?
No, slow it down, right?
Has Saka looked for the penalty? Yes, he has.
Right, well, explain what you mean by that.
Meaning that, like, he can see the keeper, he's knocked it past him, he's thought, you know, if I make contact with the keeper, there's the keeper's legs out, then he's going to be given.
Right, so you're saying, on what you've just said there is you said, if I make contact with the keeper, so you're saying Saka made contact with Neuer, not Neuer.
Of course, yes, of course, but still a penalty.
Not Neuer on Saka.
No,
so you're giving a penalty because Saka made contact with
I am, because that's where football's at the moment. Harvey Elliott on the weekend, Wan-Bissaka didn't touch him with that first challenge. He flies over.
Didn't touch him.
Penalties given. He goes to VAR, they look at it.
That's wrong.
Yeah, but they go to VAR, look at it, and it's given. Jamie Vardy's done it for years. Harry Kane's done it for years. I've played with players that do it, any little touch, over the go. And they give him.
I think it's a foul on Neuer.
Really?
It's good. You just told me he's run into him.
No, but Neuer, he puts his leg out, but he's nowhere near the ball. And he's clever. He's clever a bit as well. He leaves his leg there.
But it's attached to his body. He's got to leave it there.
It's a penalty.
So why hasn't Saka stayed on his feet? We know how agile he can be, right? Why hasn't Saka stayed on his feet and put it in the empty
I totally agree. I feel that if I was playing, I'd rather have gone around the keeper and then put it into an empty net. Defenders running back, maybe, but I still think both are a penalty, mate. I really do.
Okay, I honestly don't see it. But I'd like to just point out that sometimes we go on air and I will argue with my co-host and people go, oh, you're just arguing for the sake of it. I swear to you, this is divided the office. You actually think both are not, and I actually think both are. Right?
I think both. No, I think the Saka one is a penalty.
Oh, okay, and I think it's not.
Yeah, I think Gabriel one is not a penalty. Mate, come on, common sense. Come on.
Oh, okay, but from when has common sense been allowed to be a part of the game? It's never ever been. We've always said, why
have you ever seen a penalty given like no one's ever done that before that I've seen?
I haven't seen Maradona's handball before.
Okay then, but if that penalty was given on Gabriel, you're telling me that everyone would be saying, oh, that's harsh, that is.
No, what they would be saying is, by the letter of the law, that's a penalty, and no one can disagree with that fact.
Of course, but they'd be saying, no, that's harsh. Bayern Munich players are nowhere near Gabriel.
What about next week, right, in the return leg, when something happens and someone goes, why doesn't the ref use his common sense? You're not allowed to use it.
Yeah, but he should be able to.
But he should, okay, is he allowed to?
I think he must be able to, because he's done it.
Is he allowed to?
What did he say to the Bayern Munich manager?
It's something like, it was his mistake.
No, he said that I can't give a penalty without a quarter final.
Okay, what's that got to do with it?
I get it.
You never make a decision based on either the match or your officiating.
Can you not see where I'm coming from? The point that the Bayern Munich players are so far away.
I understand that.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand it.
You can see why he hasn't given.
I totally get that. But at the same time, common sense has never ever been allowed to be involved in a decision-making process.
But isn't it good that it is now?
Well, because now you've opened up a massive can of worms, right?
Okay, let's say, right, Euros final, Pickford does that, Maguire puts his hand on the ball.
Yeah.
We would be hitting the roof if the referee gave a penalty and we lost.
I know, of course.
Of course we would be like, oh, come on, common sense.
Yeah, but you can't have common sense. You're not allowed it.
I don't know, man. Google common sense.
I bet you spell it wrong.
Yes, with a tedious common sense.
No will.
I want to hear what like fans want to say about it though, because like
you're going to do that now.
Everyone's
You're gonna
like,
phone up. Okay. 03717223344. I know lots of you will have your say, so don't hang around. We've got a real busy show. Philippe Sendos will be joining us in the studio, your pal. We've got Carl Frampton joining us as well to talk boxing. We're going to start by looking back at last night's bonkers game. We haven't even talked about the Man City one. We'll do that as well. 03717223344. Lots to talk about. One on to dial. Dial that. You can be next live on Drama Talk Sport with me, Andy Goldstein, and the superstar that is Gabby Agbotnovo.
Talk Sport Breakfast with Arnold Clark. Click and collect from the UK's biggest choice of used cars.
At Virgin Bet, we love weekends. And it's a good bet you'll love Virgin Bet's wonderful weekend football offer. New and existing customers get a free £5 bet when they put £10 on a football this weekend and every weekend of the season. You'll be loving your weekends even more now. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Single the bet builders only, excludes virtual boosters and specials. Minimum odds 1 to 2, accepting 24 hours, used in 7 days. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Begambleaware.org.
Gambleaware.org. Albert Einstein here. Chico and I are out for walkies in the park. My watch tells me we've walked exactly 3,004 steps. Our personal best. Our steps aren't the only thing we track. Our smart meter display at home tells us how much energy we use daily, weekly, and monthly, which can help me make changes to save energy. And now my watch tells me it's time to head back for a cuppa. Right, Chico?
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today. Consumer action required. Eligibility may vary.
Couple crazy kids in your life? Lidl can help with that. Do they team talk at meals and know they step over from their scorpion kick? Then this is your chance to win them the ultimate football experience with Lidl Plus. To walk hand in hand onto the pitch with their heroes at UEFA Euro 2024 as part of the Lidl Kids team. Download the Lidl Plus app for a chance to win their dream today. Lidl, we're on your team. End 17th of April. 18 plus. GB residents only. Child age 6 to 10. Valid passports and Lidl Plus app required. T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/mascots.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes. Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only. While stocks last.
With LV, I can get my car insurance for just £299, which is just the kind of price I'm looking for right now. And if I'm hit by an uninsured driver, I won't lose my no-claim discount, because insurance is simple when it's me and LV. No wonder we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. Get your quote today at lv.com. 10% of your customers pay £299 or less August 2023 to January 2024. Uninsured driver bonus is non-fault accident only. Other vehicle and driver details required.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars of the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker this Grand National Festival to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Talk Sport Traffic and Travel with My Dear Cooling and Heating. Find an easier route to win air conditioning split system projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In Lancashire, the M6 northbound is partly blocked by a breakdown. It's between junction 31A at Longridge and junction 32 for the M55. In Surrey, delays on the M25 anti-clockwise as you into the roadworks area near the A3 turn-off at junction 10. And in Berkshire, you've got minor delays on the M4. There are roadworks there between junction 13 at Newbury and junction 14 for Hungerford. I'm Adam Moore.
The Europa League live
On Talk Sport.
An international cracker.
Liverpool versus Atalanta.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 PM.
They've got a goal.
Thursday night.
Continental Night Kicks.
On Talk Sport.
It must kick in any minute. It can't just be this. They're going to drop the bass. Oh. Oh, it's a bit... Someone's at the door, Gav.
Yeah,
It needs to happen soon, Alex.
Yeah.
I promise you.
How long we got?
How long does it take? What time are we there? 7? It needs to happen now. There you go.
That's better.
This is your Talksport with me. Go see Gary up on Motor Point. Check out hundreds of nearly new Audis, BMWs and Kias online and in-store now. Still to come on our show, we'll be joined in the studio by former Arsenal and Switzerland defender Philippe Senderos. That's happening in the next 10 minutes or so. Just quickly, Leeds Northern Ireland midfielder Stuart Dallas has announced his retirement from football after 2 years out with injury. Newcastle midfielder Joe Linton is reportedly close to signing a new deal at the club. Former Rangers striker Ali McCoy joined the breakfast show this morning and had this to say about Man City midfielder and superstar Phil Foden.
I think he's been absolutely phenomenal at this moment in time. I'm not sure there is a more influential player in the world at this moment.
I think I agree with that. We've talked about Phil Foden before, whether or not he's up for player of the season.
Yes.
I mean, he either is or he isn't going to win it, obviously. And what I mean by that, he's going to be in the running.
Oh, 100%.
It's either him or one other, but for my money, he's player of the season.
100%. But I actually thought he was not having the best of games that he's had recently, and that's down to Real Madrid. A lot of numbers in there. You know, Valverde, Cruz, Camavinga, all sitting in there, making it difficult. But the way he took that goal, he's got the confidence to shoot. You know, he knows he's got the talent to shoot from there, top corner. It's one of them goals I was watching, I was like, whoa! Whoa! You know, one of them, like, just shocks you.
You do that again?
Whoa, 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 whoa. You know,
really did that?
Yeah.
One more time? One more time?
No.
Go on, just one.
No. Whoa! Well, it's one of them goals, isn't it? It's like,
oh. When I saw it, I was like, that's exactly what I thought. It's all very well scored and all that, but you've done it at the Bernabeu.
Yeah, like, you're that guy.
You know what annoys me about that as well, by the way?
What?
In the last 6 years, the Bernabeu's changed to the Bernabeu. No, is it the Bernabeu? Bernabeu.
It's some stadium, though.
I've been there.
It's some stadium.
Why have you been there?
No, I'm saying, looking at it.
Yeah, I've been there.
What I like about it, though, is that, like, the fans are close to the pitch. West Ham Stadium, sorry, can't get on board.
No.
Too far from the pitch.
Don't upset the West Ham fans.
Sorry.
Right, time now to hear from you, the fans. Thanks to our friends at 3.
The 3 phone in on Talksport with 3, the UK's fastest 5G network. Verify at 3.co.uk/bignetwork.
Yes, in partnership with 3, we want to hear from you, the football fan, 03717223344. We're asking, did the referee miss 2 penalties last night as Arsenal came from behind to draw 2-2 with Bayern Munich? Let's speak to Dom, he's an Arsenal fan. Hello, Dom.
Good evening, Dom.
How you doing, boys? You alright, mate? You alright, Gabby?
All good, mate, all good.
Yeah, good. Right, Gabby, fair play to you, mate, because exactly what you said there, you have to have common sense in football. And let me hear me out first. Andy's right as well. It's a penalty. Both of them are penalties. But you have to have some sort of common sense in football, and there's always a logic and facts behind things. And what you're missing is up that end. So where Gabriel was so loud in that stadium at times last night that you couldn't even hear. I couldn't even hear the referee's whistle. But up that end where Gabriel takes the goal kicks is where we've got all them fans behind there with the drums and the thing. And I remember one of the games we could see to the goal up that end, and one of the players after the game said they couldn't hear each other because of the communication, because of the noise of the drum. So he genuinely did not hear that.
Dom, even if he didn't hear the whistle, he did, but like, there's no advantage there for him putting his hand on the ball and starting again.
Doesn't matter.
It's common sense, though.
That's never been a reason as to why you give a penalty, because it's in the
Come on.
Dom, I understand what you're saying, right? But if you understand the fact that common sense, sadly, isn't part of the game, which is not, and if you also take into consideration the fact that he may not have heard it is totally irrelevant.
If that penalty is given right, that's probably going down on a documentary of like the craziest things around that football pitch.
Maybe. But Dom, let me ask you this, Dom. Let me ask you this. By the letter of the law, is that a penalty?
Yes.
Okay.
No. We don't always go by the letter of the law, though.
Yes, we do.
No.
Try that in court.
You were law. Yeah, well, he's spared as well.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. He's spared.
Well,
that won't get you off a speed.
I didn't mean to speed. I couldn't see that it was going over 50.
Oh, I see. So ignorance is now your defence.
No,
let's speak to Sevi. Hello, Sevi.
Sevi, good evening.
Hi guys, nice to talk to you. I was just saying the other night.
Sevi, we can't. It's nice to talk to us, but we can't hear you. I don't know if you've got a speakerphone or the phone's not in front of your mouth.
How's that? Is that better?
No, not great.
Hold on. Is it now better? Is that better?
Go on, we'll try.
Okay, we'll try. Sorry guys, I'm an old fart. But I was at the game last night, the other end, seriously, we didn't even notice it. We didn't even realise it happened. So, yeah, honestly speaking, without any biasness at all, it's a pen. You've got to go by the letter of the law. You know, I've been going to Arsenal over 60 years. That's a pen. But the most important, more importantly, forget Saka. You know, what you're forgetting there with Saka is it was a pen. And when that happens with other players, you say, oh, he was very clever, you've got to go down. You don't go down, the rest doesn't see it. So why isn't that the same with Saka? The second thing is that, come on, Harry Kane, the loved one of England because he's the captain, he got away with one yesterday, and that's what we should be focusing on. He should have been sent off. We got the foul, we got the free kick, so something happened, the ref saw it. VAR can't see. Look, and Gabby, you played the game. I've only played Kent Amateur League, you know, I'm not at your level, but you know, and I played sweeper. I know when I laid something on somebody, that little look, you know where he's going, bang. That was done purposely.
Okay, Sebby, thanks for that. Let's take one more. Nick's an Arsenal fan. Thanks, Sebby. Hi, Nick.
Good evening, Nick.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you today?
Yeah, good. I can't actually believe, Andy, I'm gonna agree with you for
Good
once.
boy. Good boy.
Saka one. I think if I was Nick Arteta, I'm getting him in a change room after, and I'm saying to him, just score the goal. Just score the goal. Because actually, he turned so well, the ball was right at his feet, and he was under full control, even though he was running really fast. The testament to him for that he could have finished it, he could have buried it. But I genuinely believe he kicked out at Neuer.
But Nick, if the referee give it right, VAR aren't overturning it, are they?
No, you're right. This is the thing. If the referee give it, they're not overturning it. No. But he didn't give it, and they're not going to overturn it because it's not clear and obvious. Because on slow-mo, it looks worse than it is. In full time, in real time, I thought it was a penalty.
Yeah,
what about the Gabriel one?
Oh, you know what? I've almost changed my mind while I've been on the phone listening to people because I think it's a penalty as well. I didn't notice it at the time. I don't think many people did, even the TV didn't. I don't think he's probably heard it. Do you remember Van Persie when he couldn't hear it and he scored? And I thought that was disgraceful. So I probably would have thought the same, but in letter of law, it's a penalty as well.
There you go. Thanks, Nick.
No one's agreeing with me. This happens too much.
Why are you throwing no far right? Oh, no, he definitely won't. He definitely won't.
Let me phone my brother. What's it?
Phone Marcus. That was our fan phone next to 3.
The 3 phoning on TalkSport with 3 Plus. Download the 3 Plus Rewards app and treat yourself to top offers from the UK's biggest brands.
Still to come on the show, we're going to be joined in the studio by former Arsenal Switzerland defender Philippe Senderos. He's coming in the studio in the next 5 minutes. Stick around for that, and we've got him for an hour. First, it's time for no Googling, obviously, going by that music. Only one team has ever lost their opening game at a World Cup and gone on to lift the trophy. That was Spain. In 2010, they lost 1-0 to Philippe Senderos' Switzerland. We want to know who scored the only goal of that game when Spain lost to Switzerland. If you know the answer to that, well done. If you don't, I'll reveal that, and I will reveal Philippe Senderos. He'll be in the studio right after this live at Drive and TalkSport.
TalkSport Breakfast with Alan Clark. Click and collect from the UK's biggest choice of used cars.
Drive on TalkSport with Motorpoint. Hundreds of nearly new Audis, BMWs and Kias online and in-store now.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they do their accas and everything together. In his WhatsApp group, they all know how much they're betting.
We can all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going silly like.
Similar to us, but I actually go into a shop and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What's you stick to?
5.
5 each.
Yeah. 25 years I've had that 5.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
The Masters. Teeing off on now.
Now he's absolutely launched that.
Oh, now. Woods is in the woods.
Now that's just magic. That's a drive.
Oh, now he's just pulled that shot.
Oh, now is this the putt that wins him the green jacket? Now there it is.
Stream the Masters and all of Sky Sports without a contract. Head to nowtv.com.
Sky Sports content streamed via internet. 18 plus. Full terms apply.
Come on, the Blues! Wearing white, Einstein. Whoops, that delete foot is so British. Which reminds me, smart meters could help Britain create a future where we're less reliant on imported gas. All right.
They help us manage our energy use, which improves the balance of supply and demand. So we could use more wind and solar energy from Britain.
Help Britain create a future that's less reliant on imported gas. Search Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Not everything in golf makes sense, but buying pre-owned clubs does. We're GolfBin, an official partner of the PGA that helped millions of golfers over the last 25 years find quality and affordable clubs to improve their game. So while you may not always trust your swing, you can trust our clubs. Golf is difficult. Buying great value pre-owned clubs isn't. This week, save even more with 15% off thousands of drivers at golfbidder.co.uk, the home of pre-owned clubs.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose wrist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to get Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
This is John Talksport. We're going to go see Gary Bonhall alongside. Follow us at 7. Adrian Durham takes you around the grounds on kick-off during another busy night of European and EFL action. At the same time over on TalkSport 2, you can hear PSG, they take on Barcelona in the Champions League. Still to come on our show, we'll have former Arsenal defender Philippe Sendros in the studio with us in a matter of moments. Before that, it's time for the news. It's a EFL Jam.
Talk Sport News.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon. Labour's West Streeting has blasted NHS treatment of kids questioning their gender as scandalous. Reviews concluded ideology rather than evidence has been directed to care for children. The Shadow Health Secretary told the Sun's programme, never mind the ballots, there's plenty of blame to go around.
I'm pretty angry, actually, that despite this review having been commissioned, there are some NHS trusts that refuse to cooperate.
Yeah.
And I want to send a clear message to them that under a Labour government, there will be accountability for that. You're not going to get away with it.
The Tory peers claimed that MPs couldn't trust the Post Office due to its boss, Paula Venables, brushing off their concerns. Lord Arbuthnot told a public inquiry that he warned Venables the Horizon IT system wasn't fit for purpose back in 2014, but she continued to defend it as robust. A murderer who broke his baby's neck has been given a life sentence. Ollie Davis was just 1 month old when he was found lifeless in his Leicester home in 2017, with 37 fractures, including more than 20 broken ribs. His dad, Michael Davis, denied wrongdoing. And profits at the UK's biggest supermarket, Tesco, reached £2.83 billion last year, up more than £300 million from the year before. The company's boss reckons we're still in the habit of eating in as a result of the high cost of living.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you need a professional grade sealant with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Former Premier League refs unite to criticise last night's penalty call at the Emirates. And Rangers won't be moving top of the SPL tonight. You can find out why with Jeremy at 5.
Presenting Talk Sports, Masters of On Air, the breakfast show that wins it every morning. Starring Wing Commander Flaps McCoist.
It's bandits at 6 o'clock, Ginger.
And wireless operator Alan Bone Dome Brazil.
I want a penguin at 4 o'clock. Answer, my hombre.
The Superstars Super Fortress breakfast chalks away.
Tomorrow morning from 6 on Talk Sports.
This is John Talksport. We're going to go see Gary Bonhall alongside. In a minute, we'll say hello to Philippe Sendros. He's outside with him. He's looking extremely cool, so proper hello to him. Before that, let me give you the answer to the first of 3 no Googlings. The question was, only one team's ever lost their opening game at a World Cup, gone on to win the trophy. That was Spain in 2010. 20 when? They lost 1-0 to Philippe Sendros in Switzerland. Who scored the goal in that game? The answer is Fernandez. We'll say hello to Philippe in just a moment, but first it's time for this.
Paddy Power on Talk Sport. Check out Paddy's latest offers on the Paddy Power app or at paddypower.com.
18 plus, be careful when to talk.
Yes, the 88th edition of golf's historic major championship at Augusta. It gets underway tomorrow. Here are the latest odds with Rob Catson from Paddy Power. Hello, Rob Catson, how are you?
Hello, Rob.
Hi guys, how are you?
We're good, we're very well. Are you excited though? You're a big golfing fan. I am, and I cannot wait for the start of the Masters.
Yeah, huge golfing fan, and I think for a lot of people the Masters is the big one of all, so we're really excited.
Okay, I'll start with the obvious question. Who are the favourites for this year's Masters?
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler, we're 10 places on the outright betting, so we haven't yet an outright bet, we're each way 10 places. Scotty Scheffler, he's been the form golfer the last couple of years, he's a previous winner, so he's a 7-2 favourite. Then we've got Rory McIlroy, who is still to win the Masters. He's obviously going to try and complete the Grand Slam this week. He's 9-1. We'll have more on McIlroy shortly. 10-1 John Rahm, Schauffele and Hideki Matsuyama. He's been the real market mover. He's 16-1, and Brooks Koepka is 18-1. But Scotty Scheffler, the popular vacant favourite.
Do you have any Rory McIlroy specials?
Whole host of Rory McIlroy specials. So we mentioned he's 9-1 to win his first green jacket. He's 18-1 to be first round leader, which he's never been in the past. Top 5 finish for McIlroy. There's loads of those. He's 9-4. And if you're feeling really lucky, 66-1 at McIlroy has a hole-in-one over the next 4 days.
Who will be the top English player this year?
5 English players. So Tommy Fleetwood is 15-8. He generally has a good record at Augusta. He's followed by Matt Fitzpatrick at 11-5. Then we've got Tyrrell Hatton at 12-5. Justin Rose, beaten in the playoff all those years ago by Garcia. He's 7-1. And a former winner, Danny Willett, is 16-1. But Fleetwood faring best of the English according to the betting.
Okay, before I let you go, you haven't mentioned Tiger. Why is that? What odds is Tiger?
Tiger's 125-1. Listen, you know, I think we'd all love another Tiger win, but I think we just might be hoping for too much if that's the case.
You never know. Never write off the Tiger.
You never know, right.
Always a pleasure. Thanks so much for coming on. We'll speak to you in a bit.
Cheers, guys.
There you go. Those were the latest odds on the US Masters, thanks to Paddy Power.
Paddy Power on TalkSport. Check out Paddy's latest offers on the Paddy Power app or at paddypower.com. 18 plus, become aware to talk.
Now, I'm delighted to welcome our next guest to the Drive Time studio. Good afternoon to the former Arsenal, AC Milan, Valencia, Aston Villa, and of course Switzerland defender Philippe Senderos. Hello, Philippe. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having
me. Did you name them all then? Did you miss?
I think I missed a few.
Yeah, you going to do properly or?
Grasshoppers. There's quite a few, right?
Fulham?
Yeah.
Fulham,
I miss Fulham.
Come on,
Said Valencia, didn't I? Who was the last team you played for? It looks like Chelsea, but with my eyes, it's
yeah,
not.
no, it's not Chelsea.
Oh, but we've spoken to you quite a few times on Zoom. How nice it is to finally sit opposite you and have a proper chat. Are you good? Are you well?
Yeah, all well, yeah, thank you.
Do you miss playing? We'll talk about football in a minute. Do you miss playing? Are you?
It's a strange one. I miss the game. Definitely, you know, I miss getting up and knowing what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day. And I know, we've played with Gabby. I was very focused, and I wanted to do as well as I could on the pitch. So I would prepare my day, and I would make sure I'd give everything in training. We've had a few battles, but this is, you know, along my career, it was very important. So I missed that part. Do I miss the game? It's hard to say, but it was also a relief when I finished my career, because you know, playing at that level and the demands of the game are very high. So yeah, I think I miss some parts of the game, but other parts I'm also relieved that it's also over.
Do you think it's important, Phil, for like players that are playing now to realise that not everyone's going to play to 35, to 38, to 37. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can retire at 27 for injury. So you have to think about what you're going to do afterwards. Because when I stopped playing, I was like, oh, I'm just going to go on holiday. I'm going to just enjoy life. And after 6 months, I'm like, I'm too young to just do that. So you've got to have a plan, haven't you? And it's so important for these players now to realise that.
Yeah, it's very important. I think to just think about it at least. You know, being aware that there is something after your career, and for most of us is a long time. You know, even though you're drilled since you're probably 5-6 years old that, you know, you're a football player and that what defined you for so many years, you need to recreate a new career for after your career, and I think this is a difficult part that a lot of us struggle with, to find something, another purpose in our life. And the earlier you know, aware of that you have to be someone else after your career or do something else, the better.
You've had an amazing career, and we're going to talk. We've got you for an hour, right? We're blessed that we've got you for an hour. We're very lucky. I'm just looking at some of the players you play with. I mean, you've played from both ends of the scale, from superstars like Dennis Bergkamp and Ronaldinho.
To Gabby, I think and Darren Bent.
But before we talk about some of the managers you've played under as well, and some of the great players, I'm joking, we know Gab and Benny are fantastic players, we know. I just want to get your view on Arsenal. You saw the game last night, the Arsenal game.
I was there.
Before we talk about what you think of Arsenal so far this season and under Mikel Arteta, etc., I just want to get your view. We started the show talking about the two incidents that could have been penalties. Neither were given, the Saka one and, of course, the handball. Let's start with the handball one first. What did you make of that?
You know, if you, according to the law, the referee has whistled and Gabriel picks up the ball with his hand. So according to the law, if the referee doesn't use common sense and just use it to the law, it's a penalty.
He had common sense.
Yeah, but
I think the referee used common sense because of the stage that it's at.
Is he allowed to use common sense?
Well, I think I hope he used common sense in that game because that's what it. I think so. Yes, I think so. He should.
Phil, we have this argument.
No,
10 minutes ago, we had this argument, and I'm saying to him that, like, he's not getting no advantage, Gabriel. You know, if Bayern Munich were pressing and they were 10 metres away, then you'd be like, all right, you saw them come in, hand on the ball to start again. But he's not even looking at where they are. They're so far away. That's where you use common sense and be like, he's been a bit daft, and he's not getting no advantage. It's not a problem.
I think that's irrelevant, whether or not you gain an advantage. If it's a penalty, it's a penalty. Where I agree with you, and both of you, that it should be common sense. But I think as soon as you allow common sense to enter the game for one decision, every single weekend we're going to have, well, hold on, common sense says he shouldn't have been sent off. Common sense, and then you open up a can of worms where if you just follow the letter of the law for every single game, then you don't
have
have
that penalty was given yesterday. You was at the stadium.
Yes.
Imagine what the atmosphere would have been like if that was given.
First of all, people wouldn't have understood because honestly, even live, I didn't really understand what happened. I saw Tuchel on the sideline going crazy, but I didn't really understand why. And then later on, I saw it on social media, and the decision is, I think it's the right decision at the stage that it's at.
What about the other one where Saka launched himself at Manuel Neuer? What do you make of that?
Look, he's going at such a speed at that moment of the game that any sort of movement going towards him would put him down. I do believe Neuer makes a movement towards him. He does hang his leg a little bit longer than he should.
Yeah.
Again, it can be given. It's one of those.
Would you give it?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm probably biased.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of penalties that have been given like that, and everyone will be like, oh, it's a clever play, he's been very clever getting that penalty. Elliot on the weekend against Manchester United, when you look back at the replays, Wan-Bissaka doesn't even touch him.
Yeah.
But it's given, goes to VAR, they keep it.
So nuts, isn't it?
He's given.
He's given, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts,
I mean,
right?
yesterday could have been given because he probably should have. He's running at pace.
No, but
why would he fall? There's no reason.
That's
the
the
goal is
question
empty.
we asked. But do you not think that Saka could have avoided Manuel Neuer?
I don't think so. That speed.
He's diving.
You're running after 30-meter sprint. You can't stop and avoid someone and run around.
I think as well, when they slow it down for things like that penalty, it's going to look different. At full speed, it's like, get in front of him, Neuer's leg comes out, and maybe Saka's clever as well to like, okay, keep my leg in a bit as well. I know these are given nowadays. 10 years ago, it's not a penalty. Nowadays, that's a penalty.
Let me ask you, Dermot Gallagher, right? Dermot Gallagher, Premier League referee. He used an example once when I was questioning whether or not something should have been a foul. He used an example, I used it to you, and I thought it was a brilliant way of explaining whether or not things are penalties. He said, and he'll say it in this scenario, if Manuel Neuer would have been Saka's 8-month-old baby, would he have been able to avoid contact with him? Right? Now, if the answer is yes, that means he decided to make contact with Neuer. Right? If there's no way he could have got out of the way, then he would have made contact with his 8-month-old. But so do you think?
But what about Neuer? Neuer did go and make contact with
his leg was out. Why?
He dangles it after the ball is out. Huh? He still goes towards Saka. So there is a
I'm losing battle on an ex-Arsenal player. What did you make of the game? Was it a fair result? Were Arsenal lucky to hang on in there? They've got it all to do, right? The return leg.
Yeah, I think both teams. It's gonna be a very tough game for Arsenal as well at Munich, in front of their fans. I thought Bayern didn't do great at the beginning, and were clinical. And I think this is what this Bayern Munich side can do. You know, it can really they punish you. We didn't see much of them, and they scored 2 goals out of really nothing. You know, mistake and another one half mistake as well. And you just think, these type of teams can really punish you. I thought Arsenal had the intentions, you know, the right intentions that they've showed this season, really wanting to control the game, the pace of the game. Everyone, you know, when it's time to defend, everyone really wants to defend, and I love this about this Arsenal side, where there is no, you know, the team is not just broken in two. Everyone wants to defend together, and if they have to defend within 2 cuts of grass, they do it, and everyone is ready to do the job. And I think that's, you know, amazing. You know, amazing to really feel, because you need everyone on board. If one of them is not doing the job, you get found out.
You see, when I watched the recent game against Manchester City, as a neutral, I wanted to see goals, attacking, but I understood why he did it, Arteta, and what he showed was we can play a different way. You know, I might have learned a lot of Pep, but I've got my own way.
Yeah.
I can play like that, and you might need to play like that to win the Champions League.
Sometimes you need to adapt as well. You know, that one way is not only, you know, of course, we all want to play nice football, and you see, and we all want to control the game and be in the last third of the other team. I watched the game against Luton, and most of the game, they wanted to control the game and be high up the pitch and really suffocate the other team, so that at one point, you know, they break them down. But sometimes the Arsenal side is ready to defend in the last third, and everyone behind the ball and not engage. And sometimes not engaging, you don't create the space behind. So you just stay in your position, you don't go out of your position, and this, you know, there's no lines of passes. And I think that Arsenal side, they're ready to do this.
Okay. Do you think Arsenal will get top 4 this season? We've got you till 5:30. We've got lots to talk to you about.
He doesn't like Arsenal. He's a Manchester United fan.
I can feel
Manchester United.
Hold on. Let me just say this now. Even though Philippe is in here, out of the top 3 sides, I'm desperate for Arsenal to win the league. I can't have Man City or Liverpool winning it. So I really do hope that Arsenal are going to win it. I hope none of you win it, but I hope out of the 3. When we come back, because you two, of course, know each other from your days at Villa. So, Philippe, I'd like all the inside knowledge on what
the bad stuff.
Yeah, that's nice way to say it. All the bad stuff on he. When we come back, we are honoured that we've got Philippe Senderos with us in the studio, and of course I've got Gabby alongside. Make sure you stay with us. Great drive time coming your way live on TalkSport.
TalkSport Breakfast with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals, guaranteed.
Drive on TalkSport with Motorpoint. Discover 22-plate MGHSs from just $12,999.
We always back an arse in the Grand National.
Just can't beat it. That's the one everyone wants to win.
I love the National, but absolutely zero strategy behind who I choose.
I mean, each way, man, I'll pick someone further downfield.
To be honest, my favourite, eh?
I always pick the favourite.
I got the outsider.
Whatever colour top they're wearing, that's me.
However you pick your Grand National horse, bet Fred.
They're off.
Love the National,
Bet Fred.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Albert Einstein here. Chico and I are out for walkies in the park. My watch tells me we've walked exactly 3,004 steps. Our personal best. Our steps aren't the only thing we track. Our smart meter display at home tells us how much energy we use daily, weekly and monthly, which can help me make changes to save energy. And now my watch tells me it's time to head back for a cuppa. Right, Chico?
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today. Consumer action required. Eligibility may vary.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. Let me just throw this idea at you. You may have paid too much tax. If you've spent money on tools, travel or food for work, Rift can help work out what you're owed and get a refund bouncing back to you. In fact, on average, Rift get their customers $3 grand back. Not bad, eh? Let's get the ball rolling. Search Rift Tax Refunds.
I like them rubber ball like a bounce.
on, search Rift tax refunds today.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose wrist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to get Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Unfiltered football debate. Done right.
Vatican City football team Pep Swiss Guardiola.
Big hitting cricket comment. Done right.
You can't have cricket.
Knockout boxing opinion. Done right.
That was a classic, legendary.
Entertaining afternoon radio. Done right. Hawksby and Jacobs, weekday afternoons from 1 on TalkSport with Toolstation. For a job done right.
TalkSport travel with My Dear Company Heating. Find an easier route to win Enniscor's heat pump projects with My Dear. Win more, earn faster. That's My Dear.
In Hampshire, the M3 coastbound is partly blocked after a collision between junction 8 for the A303 and junction 9 for the A34. In Staffordshire, the M6 southbound is partly blocked by a broken down van. That's between junction 10A for the M54 and junction 10 for Wolverhampton. And in Surrey, delays on the anti-clockwise M25 after a collision just before junction 12 for the M3, with queues back past Heathrow at junction 14. I'm Adam Moore.
Imagine nanosecond of all the thrilling live football. What a goal! Supersize your April with 50 live games on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Jarman, TalkSport, the early goals in Gabby Agbonlart and Philippe Senderos in the studio. And Motorpoint got a hat-trick on a nearly new car with a warranty, same-day drive-away, and a saving of thousands of pounds. Just quickly, the Aston Villa gaffer Unai Emery has been speaking ahead of his side's Europa Conference League quarter-final home to Lille tomorrow. He said his own success in Europe will help his side massively.
Having experiences, and is the most important. Being, of course, competitive and trying to be successful. But we are excited and we want it. And of course, we're in quarterfinal of Conference League, and it's for us very important to focus in this way, because I think everything we did before was getting now out of the final, trying to enjoy the moment we have.
As I mentioned, we have Philippe Senderos in the studio. We'll talk about Villa nowadays in just a bit, but you were there for a couple of years, and that's of course. Is that how you know Gabby, or did your paths cross before that?
Well, we played against each other before.
But you became friends at Villa.
Friends.
What was he like?
He used to keep me in the train session.
What was he like? I mean, you can't. I know he's here, but you can't help but love Gabby, right?
Yeah, of course.
What was he like in training?
Villa legend, definitely. No, I think when you walk through the door at Villa, you really feel, he's a Brummie, he's from there, he's a Villa man, and I think that's the first thing when you meet Gabby, the love that he has for that club and how much he wanted the club to do well. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, he stayed a long time at Villa. He saw a lot of things, and maybe